maconha segurando. Vai na via, safada relaxando. Vai na pica, safada sem vergonha. Vai sentando na pica, doida de maconha. Presta atenção que o bagulho é doidão. Trava essa puta quicando safada. Senta malvada, quica malvada. Trava na ponta da pica e não para. Senta malvada, quica malvada. Trava na ponta da pica e não para. Senta malvada, quica malvada. Trava na ponta da pica e não para. Ai, senta no meu palhaço. Vai senta no palhaço. Vai, senta no meu palhaço. Vai senta no palhaço.
Naquele pique, só couro brabo. Me chamam de proibido porque eu vicio rápido. Combinação perfeita, sexo, cerveja e maconha. A novinha viciou, tá tudo curtindo a onda. Naquele pique, só couro brabo. Me chamam de proibido porque eu vicio rápido. Combinação perfeita, sexo, cerveja e maconha. A novinha viciou, tá tudo curtindo a onda.
Só socadinha, você tá dando vinho. Só socadinha, você tá dando. Só socadinha, você tá dando vinho. Só socadinha, você tá dando. Só socadinha, você tá dando vinho. Só socadinha, você tá dando.
Esse é o DJ Holanda, tá lançando a nova moda.
É o DJ Holanda, imã de piranha.
Welcome. Good to see you, Marilyn. Good to see you, Egrilopolis. Yeah, good to see you, anyone watching. Color me surprised today when I opened my feed and I saw Chris Williamson interviewing Nick Shirley. Okay, we've all probably seen the Nick Shirley video that exposes a lot of fraud in the daycare system in Minnesota. We all are probably familiar with this famous center, the Quality Leering Center, which is a real thing. That's not the right thing I'm supposed to share. There we go. The Quality Leering Center, right? We've all probably seen this. If you guys have seen the whole video, a lot of sketchy stuff. Now, I will say, I don't know a ton of like how much of this fraud is proven. I don't think much in the video is definitive. It's enough to definitely warrant a lot of investigations. It was signal boosted by Elon Musk and JD Vance and others. There is some critiques of it from what I've heard, like the child assistance program. You have to pre-register kids, so perhaps some of the things alleged aren't necessarily possible. Although Minnesota has a wild history of fraud in the daycare thing. A quick key points before we get started. In 2013, there were 60 plus CCAP cases. And CCAP is the childhood, what does it stand for? The childhood assistant. Yeah, I don't know what the first C is, but the second one is the childhood assistance program. Then there was also problems with the COVID stuff, which was called Feeding Our Future, right? So there's been fraud from 2013 up until 2025. And so there's been a lot of fraud in Minnesota. I think some stuff gets a bit confused in the video because there's a lot of stuff where there seems to be no kids. Usually these are cases of like overestimations of kids. It would be really, I think, hard for daycare to run and get the type of funding that's claimed to be gotten without pre-registering kids. So I don't know. I'm not sure how much detail they're going to go into exactly, but I'm excited to find out. So yeah, link for anyone who wants to join the panel is pinned in the pinned comment, also in the description. And other than that, we're going to dive into it. I don't know if I need to give much more background. If you haven't watched the original video, you're missing out. You should. Nick Shirley did a really good job. But again, it doesn't necessarily prove anything. It just tells us that we really need to be looking into it, especially, obviously, there's been a lot of proven fraud in Minnesota recently. Just a lot of wild stuff happening in Minnesota in general. So I'm not sure how much like pushback. Oh, he even has it on his shirt. I just realized that he has the Quality Lyric Center on his sweater. So he must have either bought it from them or made his own custom merch. So yeah, so I'm excited to see this. I don't know if it's just going to be kind of him, Chris Williamson asking questions, or if there's going to be pushback. because there's some issues that I'm not sure exactly on. Big Soda, good to see you, Fraudulent. Big Soda, join a panel. I know you just I know you're just kind of moving in though, so I understand if you also can't, but you're always welcome to, of course, as you know. So yeah, we're gonna, I guess, dive into it. And if there's certain things, I might pause it to try to like fact check certain things or look it up, because again, I think there was some confusion on what fraud happened from COVID and what happened from the child assistance program and the hours of the daycare. I've heard different criticisms. I think most of it is left-leaning cope, in my opinion, not to bias anything. Big Soda, I see you in the back. Come up here, Big Soda. Don't be shy. Come on up. There you go. How's it going, Big Soda?
I'm a little shy, so be easy with me.
What's up, buddy? I'm doing good. I'm excited to see this video. I was gonna keep going with the Sam Harris one, but then I saw this. This was like released like 6 hours ago, and I was like, I have to watch this. I mean,
bro, people have been shitting on Nick Shirley. They say it's like parents are like in a mad fraud scheme or something.
Yeah, everyone. Well, I think you always see this, right? It was the same thing with like libs of TikTok, right? When it's like when she got doxxed, then it's like everything, like everyone starts to like go after her, you know, kind of like the left-wing machine, right, hunts for kind of anything to say like, you know, that this person is evil and stuff like that. And I think the same things happen with Nick Shirley, which is crazy. Side note, and I don't know if I can find the video. Have you seen that one video of the Somali giving a speech and she accidentally says, she's like, I know fraud is not okay. And then she like freezes and acts like she just said something that like she wasn't allowed to say. Have you ever seen this?
I don't think I have.
Oh God, I wonder if I can find it quick. It's so funny. It's so funny. Let me see if I can quickly Google it.
I won't be honest. I don't think I've ever seen a Somalian speech.
Okay, no, this is it. Oh, I didn't think I'd be able to find it that fast. Okay. And I don't even know what's happening. I don't know why she, it seems really suspicious, but it could just be she just like, I don't know, panicked. But here, check this out.
I work. If childcare is cut, I'm unable to work or go to school. I understand fraud is bad.
Like she's like panicking.
What's the but that comes after?
I know. It's like, I don't know if she just like is reading notes and didn't realize I was in there. That just ends. It's like, what happened? Like, I understand fraud is bad, and then she like covers her mouth as if she said something that she like shouldn't say. It's like, is fraud not bad? That's I think that's a fair thing to say. Unless she was about to say something. I don't know. It's such a weird clip.
Yeah, no, I think that was a huge misspeak.
But what was she trying to say? Fraud is good? Like,
oh, I think she was going to say, I know fraud is bad, but we need healthcare or we need daycare, blah, blah, blah. Something along the lines of that. But then she realized, fine. Yeah, then she realized.
What was the problem?
Well, I guess she's painting it as some fraud's acceptable, and then it kind of clicked in her head that maybe I shouldn't have said the first part of that sentence and only say the last part.
Right? Yeah, like maybe she's like, I understand fraud is bad, but then there's going to be some justification of like things. Because yeah, you could fix that. You could fix that sentence easy. You could say, I understand fraud is bad, but we shouldn't be cutting too many things that we have to be careful what we cut. But she just like freezes up. So I don't know if that's like an own call. I don't know what happened in that case. I just think that video is hilarious. This is what it reads to me, Xenophobia. It sounds like she accidentally said the fraud is bad, and then she's like, people are going to be mad because now I'm admitting that there's fraud, but there is fraud. So I don't know. I just think it's more of a funny video, although I do think perhaps it says maybe something about the situation.
I take it, is she just speaking at a rally or something?
Yeah, she's just at like a rally or a protest. She's like just some like college student or university student.
Like a
she's not like a politician
rally
or anything. Yeah, I guess so. Like that's how the video looks to me, because it's like
hashtag not all fraud.
Yeah, like it's so weird to me. It's so weird. I can't know if it's the admittance of fraud happening or if it's just she's like, I can't even admit that fraud is bad. I actually have to say I have to be neutral on the fraud stance. I'm not really sure, but
I am the captain.
Yeah, either a funny thing. And this merch, I just got to point this out if you weren't here for this, that he has the Quality Leering Center on his sweater, which is one of the things in the video, that there's an actual daycare that was called the Quality Learning Center. I don't know if you should
Take it,
go
it's supposed
to
be an inn, but someone stole it.
well, not even. I had this photo just up. It's like they got the whole sign printed completely wrong. Didn't notice until Nick Shirley pointed it out somehow, which is like crazy. And then they tried to cover it up by then like adding like a little thing over top. So the thing in the bubble is what it used to look like, and it looks like that in the video, just Quality Learning Center. And then they're trying to fix it in the non-circled part. So
yeah, it's a rampant fraud. You know, they had the learning center, and then someone stole the inn.
yeah, I think that's what happened.
Yeah, I haven't been following this a lot, so a lot of this will be new to me. Like, I've been hearing a lot about it, but I haven't really gone into detail. But
yeah, I hear
Boston's been dealing with this a lot too.
I know like some examples of fraud and stuff like that, of the childcare fraud and some of the COVID fraud that happened along with that. But like Nick Shirley's video, I watched it. It's a good video, but I was saying at the beginning, I'm not sure like how much of it is fact checked or how much of it, you know, it's enough that I think we should look into a lot of these places. But it's one of those where it's like each one, it's like, okay, maybe you could, like, he goes to different daycares and like some of them are like, right, there's no kids around, or they're acting shady, they won't answer any questions. He says, can I sign a kid up? They say no, right? Each one, maybe there's some justification on why that individual one didn't have kids at it on that day, or maybe it was somehow closed. But he goes through like 30, he visits like 30 small daycare centers in Minnesota.
It seems like his nose is in the right spot, even though everything may not be pure factual. Like, he may not have facts to prove everything, but it seems like his nose is kind of in the correct spot when it comes to sniffing it out. Yeah,
that's what I think. So that's and yeah, I think people on the left are like quick to try to jump on him for, you know, some discrepancies or some, but it's like, yeah, it's not really the point. I mean, he's going around. What is he supposed to do? He can't like actually ask to see their financial records, but he was comparing like, this is how much, you know, how many kids this daycare is licensed for, right? You can see that. You can see how much aid they've been given, because that all is like has to be public information. Yeah, and then when he goes to these places, the windows are like boarded up, and it's like, how did you just get like $10 million in the past year, but your windows are boarded up, and there's no kids, and there should be kids, and you won't even let anyone sign a kid up? It's like, the whole thing just like smells. But yeah, it's going to have to be on the authorities to actually investigate it, which apparently they're going to do. So.
It's a problem being like kind of a private investigative journalist. It's kind of like every detail you get wrong, people are going to criticize the hell out of you. But it's like when you're doing that private investigation, there's only so much you have access to. So you kind of have to build your story and your journalism around the fact that you are limited in a lot of detail.
Well, right. It's like, it's like people are expecting like Nick Shirley to like bust in there like the Kool-Aid man and like search all their records and stuff. And it's like, he can't do that. Like, he's not law enforcement. So it's like, he can just, you know, point to patterns, and we've definitely seen a pattern. And I don't know if when I said this or not, but I was briefly reading some quick facts off that, like, and these are known stuff. So like in 2013 already, $100 million in losses to the child assistance program. In 2018, 100 million more for childcare fraud. In 2019, there was millions in probable fraud with dozens of people charged. In 2022, that's the COVID stuff, 250 million in fraud. And then now we're getting into stuff now. So it's like, and what Nick Shirley, I think he says like, he thinks that there's 100 million daycare fraud that is in his estimation. So it's not that insane when you look over the past 10 years and you see fraud after fraud after fraud, and then all the Tim Walz stuff we're seeing. Like, it seems like there's a lot of fraud going on in Minnesota. I don't think that's like really like a super controversial claim to say.
I'm gonna be honest, Minnesota's been a hot spot for like political.
It really has been the George Floyd stuff, then all the fraud stuff. Then Tim Walz and everyone calling him a retard that drive past his house. And then now the shooting thing, it's like, what the heck?
Was what's his face? The kid, Rittenhouse. Was that in Minnesota?
No, that was in Wisconsin. Wisconsin.
Okay.
He drove from a different state. I can't remember if he drove for. It might have been Michigan. I think he was only one state over, but still kind of related, like close area, close neck of the woods. Still, that the northern states are having some wild stuff happen. So, and I think there's been a few of those like high profile cases in Wisconsin as well. A lot of these
poor management.
Rittenhouse is Fib who what do you mean like FBI or what does FIB mean? Yeah, he did. Yeah, it did happen in Kenosha. That's where it happened. Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Well, I know his dad lived in Kenosha and his mom lives outside. Like it's technically in a different state, but it's like a 15-minute drive between the two, his mom's and his dad's house. So
yeah,
it's like it was painted as if he came into the state, but it's like a technicality of where, okay, we're talking like a town 15 minutes away.
Well, that's why they even dropped I remember the case, they dropped the firearm charge because originally that's what they were trying to add to it was like driving a gun across like state lines. Mm-hmm. And they ended up dropping it, I think, based on just the wording of the law being ambiguous. And probably also because, he didn't come from like fucking Nevada. He's done his commute. People are acting like I've gotten to a lot of in real life discussions with people about this too. It's like people act like, he like went on his journey to like, try to like cause problems. And it's like, it was his like friend's business or something. It was a place that he drove to all the time. It's not that crazy.
He had a job in Kenosha. His dad lived in Kenosha. It's like a lot of stuff that would make it seem like, oh, this easily could have happened in state. It's just a simple fact that they were on the border.
Yeah, exactly. Good to see you, angry amputee, as well. When the Great Lakes states went blue, all hell broke loose. That is true. When I was in Wisconsin, that's when it really started getting sketchy.
You could run for president on that slogan.
Yeah, it's true. Okay, yeah. So let's. I guess we'll start this video. I'm excited to see exactly where it goes or what's the tone of it. So, Chris Williamson is always a fun time. I don't think we watched him since Bonnie Blue. So
I think this will be a little bit more interesting than Bonnie Blue.
I think so. Oh, FIB is what Wisconsinites call people from Illinois. I don't even know what that. Fucking Illinois bastards. That's my guess. I don't know if that's true though, but that sounds right.
Who we on the phone to this morning?
A lot of people have been calling me. I actually can't even keep track of all the numbers.
Oh, before we start, we got somebody in the back. It's Bradley. How's it going, brother?
What's up, Bradley?
How you doing? What's going on?
Oh, we're just waiting for the chaos to arrive.
Yeah. All right.
We're gonna be going through this fraud. About the fraud in Minnesota, the daycare stuff. You heard about this? You seen this? Yeah.
All the people not being let in. And it's pretty much the same as when they were the ballot counters and they were putting up the things over the windows. People couldn't even wouldn't let other people. They've
blocked a ton. Almost all the things that Nick Shirley went to, all the daycares had like their windows like blocked off and stuff. And
it's like the same MO. It's like you can't think. You have to be that blatantly obvious. Like you can tell what's going on. You're not. If you don't want to be seen so bad, there's a reason for that.
And put more effort into your fraud. I mean, as Angry Amputee has noticed, Nick Shirley is wearing the Quality Leering Center hoodie, which again was a real sign for a real business. A real business. It's like if you're gonna do a fraud, at least try to do it right? Like don't misspell the word learning in your learning center. I feel like that should be an obvious thing to like not draw attention to the fact that you're probably not teaching kids in any real way. But Anyway, this is Chris Williamson interviewing Nick Shirley. This just came out today, so this is like a brand new video.
It makes you wonder if the LLC is under Leering Center instead of Learning Center.
Is
it just a sign misprint, or is the company actually called the Quality? I don't know. I have to hope it's a sign misprint, but I'm honestly not sure at this point, man. I'm honestly not sure.
Could be.
And also, I'm also curious what percent of Minnesota is Somalian to where they have to have like 200 Somali daycares. Like, is there that many? Like, I know they have a lot of Somalians, but is it like that many to justify this amount of daycare? I don't know.
You've seen the flag change, right? like the new Minnesota flag that was
true.
debuted. So
That's
I mean,
true.
it's
And,
enough to, I guess, try and win that crowd over for political.
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
a good
favors and stuff
maybe
like
thing
that.
to start with, just quickly. How many Somalians are in Minnesota? Just so we
387
get
million.
20 years
Yeah.
ago, it'd be 0.
That's true. It says 80 to 100,000. This is Gemini talking, so we're hoping this is right. Oh, it is the largest population of Somalis in the U.S. I guess that checks out. I don't know why are they all going to Minnesota. I'm not really sure, but
Oh yeah, eh?
I bet you there's probably a deeper reason to why.
And the population of Minnesota is 5.8 million. So at least it's still a small percent of the population, but still 100,000 is still a lot.
It's enough to change an election.
Yeah, yeah. It is. And it's well, I mean, yeah, actually, no, that's like, if I'm doing my math right, that's like almost 2%. That actually is that is enough to sway something. 2% is pretty high.
Yep, because I mean, it can keep you winning the state, and then it can keep you winning regions depending on where they're spread out. Sorry, my wife's in the room.
Say hi to Mama Soda for me.
Hey, my friend says hi, Mama Soda.
Stop saying your friend.
She had to come in. Yeah, I mean, that's not your name. That's just your stage name.
No, that's my legal name. That's my birth name.
When I bring home strippers, I don't introduce them by their stage name.
This is Candy.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Cinnamon.
I like this comment from Keelan. I saw a Somalian meme saying Minnesota was promised to them thousands of years ago.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, I don't know why, but it does kind of sound a little familiar.
72 Minnesotan virgins.
That's kind of the wrong, similar, but wrong religion.
They're still waiting on the Somalian Messiah.
Yeah, they're still
Who
waiting.
are you on the phone to this morning?
A lot of people have been calling me. I actually can't even keep track of all the numbers. And so today I just got asked to go talk in front of Congress just a moment ago.
Oh, shit.
So people are just calling me saying, hey, we want some information. Can you tell us about this? We're just trying to gather information. And for instance, today someone just called me and said, hey, we have a meeting we'd like you to testify in front of Congress. January 21st, so I'll see if I'll do that.
Right. So it's starting to hit the bigger levels of sort of real law, real government now.
Yeah, I mean, within just one day of me posting my video, well, it got over 100 million views in 72 hours. But within the first day alone, you had Elon Musk retweet it. You had JD Vance retweet it. You had quite literally every major politician retweet it. The next morning, Kash Patel puts out a post on X about it. And then that same day, Attorney General Pam Bondi also puts out a post mentioning my name in that video. Same day, Mike Johnson as well. So it spread across the entire internet, and it's the most viral video. The expose on fraud in Minnesota. It's the most viral video by anybody not named Mr. Beast in an expose format.
Okay, brief pause. Does anyone heard of Nick Shirley before this? Like, is he grassroots, or do we think maybe he's astroturfed? You know, that he's maybe like paid by the Republicans or something. He just feels like, in my mind, he came out of nowhere and then did this investigation, gets 100 million views. Did he just like hit big, or do you think that there's like some, maybe like intentionality here with his rise to fame?
I've never heard him before, but then again, I've never heard of Mr. Beast either. So
I find that harder to believe, but possibly. Yeah, this is what I'm wondering. Yeah, special interest. Like it feels like which I'm fine with. If it's uncovering legit fraud, right? I'm totally fine with that. It just, it gives the vibe like some guy, unless I'm just like out of the loop. But some guy does this actually really good expose in Minnesota on a specific type of fraud. It just, is this actually just Nick Shirley was like, I'm going to go do this, which is cool if so. But yeah, it feels like, is there funding? Is there something? Which again, I'm fine with. I don't think that there's a problem with that. As long as it's legitimate stuff. What I don't like is, Democrats like busing people in for certain protests and stuff. Then I think that's a little bit not as good. But for an investigation, I mean, he can sound off. But I'm curious.
This guy has a fraud busting I don't think he has a fraud busting channel where he's been busting frauds for years and years.
Right. Like unless there's some like secret history of Nick Shirley, he's like a young guy and he just comes out and does this, and it was so large scale, long video. He goes to so many centers, like does all this research. Yeah, it's like, so if that is all him, then I mean that he's very precocious. But yeah, could be backed. Yeah, maybe he's just been doing that. He just like kicks off. I don't know, but
I smell fraud.
Did you end Tim Walz?
I did end
a good TV show.
He's no longer running for re-election of governor.
Tell me the story then.
So Tim Walz, everyone knows him. He was almost the vice president of the United States.
Oh.
And he has a record going on in Minnesota talking about fraud. Ever since 2019, he's known about fraud. He's been talking about how they've been fighting fraud. And he's been enabling this fraud to happen. And so I go and make this video. And I showed the fraud happening. And you would think people would be like, oh, amazing. This kid just showed that fraud's happening. Instead, Tim Walz goes on TV. He calls me a white supremacist, calls me far right, and he also calls me a delusional conspiracy
Who could have
theorist.
seen that coming?
Are you any of those things?
No. And so then Tim Walz.
At what point does Tim just like step down? I don't care about him running. He should obviously not be running again. But at what point, with all the shit, does he just not like, leave now?
I mean, if you're taking paychecks, fuck it.
But isn't there any calls? I know I understand that the Democrats probably still like him, but like you think there'd be enough of a groundswell to be like replace him with someone else already. Like, there's been way too much fraud stuff going on with him under his watch.
Now,
that's what I mean. Maybe a lot of them don't. Like, I mean, what percent? I don't mean to pause this, but I know Minnesota is very blue, but how blue?
2%.
2%.
Yeah, in their buttholes.
Let's see. I would guess like 70%, but that's just like pulling out of my freaking ass.
I'd say 67.
6, 7.
Hey, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't
get me started. Don't get me started.
2025. It's now 2026. Let's move on.
Wait, no.
Okay, I don't know. I'm seeing total votes. The total votes is surprisingly equal, probably because of a lot of the rural stuff. The total votes is only 51% Kamala, 46 Trump, but I don't know.
No, do the governor race.
They got all 10 electoral votes. Okay, they got. Well, no, they would have. Well, no, they wouldn't have to. No, yeah, they wouldn't have to. But yeah, they got all 10.
A lot of people may show up to vote president, but don't show up and vote local.
Yeah, that's true. So governor vote, Minnesota, gubernatorial. That's such a weird phrase. Okay, from Scott Jensen. So 52 to 44. So I guess there is. Man, look at this. Look at this. I mean, I understand that, population happens in other, but like so much is red, but then you got these high population fucking areas that just destroy everything,
Yeah, confluence land doesn't vote
land mass, okay? If only went by land mass.
Maybe a lot of those reds are Italians.
I mean, 2% put him over the 50% mark.
That is true. He still would have won, but it would have, it did put him over the majority. Yeah, governor's closer when it comes to the electoral college, because that's crazy. Politics is weird, man. Like in the thing I was just looking at, right? It's like Trump won or Trump lost by a few percent, but that translates to 10 out of 10 electoral votes for Kamala. I understand how the electoral college works, but it just feels weird when you think about it in that way,
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
He drops out of running for re-election of governor. So I was right. I show people the truth. In Tim Walz, he couldn't handle it, so therefore he went to deflecting mechanisms of calling me far right, delusional conspiracist, and a white supremacist.
The white supremacist thing is a wild thing.
The reason that
they always got to throw that in there.
Yeah,
100%. He knows the bag so much.
Just in case it tricks them, they go, "You're right."
He can't run from it, and he's hoping probably people.
It's fancier than calling. It's fancier than him saying he's delusional and a racist. You have to like up the word.
Minnesota's a big state.
Yeah,
there's lots of stuff going on. He had an election campaign to look after not long ago. Is it his job to be paying attention directly to this sort of stuff?
I don't disagree with this.
Part of it.
I've thought about that a lot.
There's obviously larger communities like the DHS inside of Minnesota.
What's the DHS? Sorry,
the Department of the Department of Homeland Security.
White supremacists is worse because you could just be a racist sitting at your house alone, just fucking hating people,
welfare,
not doing
Medicaid
anything.
programs.
But to be a white supremacist, you have to actively be suppressing someone.
Well, you're not a suppressicist.
Hold on, Bradley. I'm a white supremacist. That's not what I believe.
You're suppressing me.
If you are a white supremacist, then I would agree. Then you are. Or I guess you'd have to be a Somali supremacist. Maybe it depends on who's the one being suppressed. But
yeah.
But yeah, I kind of agree. Like, I'm not sure, but ranked choice ballot, like that's how we in Canada, that's how we do our not our general elections, but like when we're electing like the leader of like the Conservative Party or of the Liberal Party, then it's done by ranked choice ballot.
See, I kind of disagree because you'll get popular people winning the same way that we have now. I think people have to go in and spell the name and spell it correct, and if you don't spell it correct, then
see, some would say that's white supremacist because, like, you know, there's like Rashida Tlaib. I'm not exactly sure how to spell that. I think I could make a good guess, but like Donald Trump is an easier thing to spell. So
yep.
UMP.
Yep. But I think our electoral system is flawed, but I don't think there's a better system, or at least we haven't found a better system yet. I think until we find a better system by far, I think this is the best system we've got. And I like it.
I think it is. Like even though the electoral college, even though the electoral college is, I think, confusing, it makes sense because you don't want to be disadvantaging. You don't want certain states, high populous areas, to like control the whole fucking country, right?
Yeah.
So I know the left complains, and maybe if I was on the left, maybe I'd complain about the electoral college too. I'm not sure, but it seems to make sense that we don't want just urban centers being responsible for all of the federal government of like the whole rest of America. Because if you already look at the maps, I mean, we saw the Minnesota map. That's how the whole fucking country looks. If you ever look at how people actually vote, it's like 90% of it is red, right? It's just all those fucking urban centers, you know?
Well, see, the problem is state. I mean, that's what happened in states. It's pretty much the 5 biggest cities win the election, and then they dominate or get say-so over the rest of the state. I mean, you see California and their water situations where they're able to vote water out of areas and vote water like from farmlands back to the bigger cities because it's a high priority area.
No water. They don't want water.
Mathematicians have written proofs on what system best reflects the will of the people. We might as well throw names in a hat as things are. Yeah, there could be, but it's like I guess it's always going to be a balancing act, right? Like there's I've seen a lot of these like, you know, like number file and these weird like mathematical like YouTube channels, and they've like shown like different ways of voting and stuff, but they don't really take into account the issue of like urbans voting left and then rurals voting right, right? Like that is. So yeah, if it was just a simple thing of you just have like these candidates and what's the fairest way, there's like, yeah, I think there is better mathematical ways to do it, but I don't think those kind of assume everything is equal and that people are like evenly distributed amongst the country and that like urban density isn't the thing. So that's the problem.
And plus, also, ever since COVID, I don't trust magicians.
Well, the magicians. Yeah, I don't either. Never trust a magician. Is reflecting the will of the people a good idea? People are dumb, you know. I mean, I kind of agree, but what's a Churchill quote where he's like, "Democracy's retarded." I don't think this is a verbatim quote, but it's the best system we have, which is like, yeah, that's probably low key true.
Well, see, I like ours because it's got the elements of will of the people, but the will of the people can't just go around fucking other people.
See, okay, what about this? Yeah, see, this is kind of what I was thinking. I've mixed minds on ranked choice, but yeah, Podesta says ranked choice is a no-brainer though. Why would you use a system where people can act as spoilers? That's kind of the problem, right? Like if you have a third part, I feel like this happens in Canada to some degree, where it's like, but it's a bit different because we have like, we can form coalitions and stuff. But yeah, if there's like two parties that are kind of related, then they're going to be like splitting the vote, you know, in general.
Well,
and it's
I
like,
would say
like RFK, if RFK didn't drop out, he would have probably taken more votes from Trump than he probably would have taken from Harris.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's almost like a negative, right? And like hurt to have a third party candidate that's too closely aligned is like an anti thing to whatever party they're closely aligned to. And so I don't like that. I don't know how to get rid of that.
Does Germany do a rank system?
I don't think so. Let me look that up really quick. But I think they do a very similar thing to Canada. I think it's still first past the post or whatever they call it. But let me check. Does Germany do ranked vote? Why am I not getting a...
Sorry, I can't help you.
I don't. Yeah, it's not really.
Because
I'm
I guess the
expecting a
biggest...
Gemini thing to answer, but I don't think they do. From what I'm reading, I don't think they do. So I don't know what countries actually do. Again, in Canada, we do it for specific parties, like to elect the leader of a party, we do it. But in a broad election, we don't do it.
Because the problem I see is that moderates will always win, and what we've noticed in our society is the more moderates win, the more it leans left. And to me, it just seems conservatives will lose every time. Because it's kind of, unless you're kind of more center right, I guess you'll see more victories. But like, I'm not a big fan of slowly pushing our political system closer to the left.
Yeah, me neither.
I would rather win big or lose big, or, you know, only those two options. I don't want to keep slowly leaning left, and now we're in the same situation we are now.
I agree with that. This is Australia does ranked choice, so I guess there's one Western country that does it.
Wait, which country did you say?
Australia. This is from Podesta. This is Podesta saying this. So, and
I don't know a lot about Australia.
Anson says leering about this for the first time. That's good. That's good, Anson.
So not entirely unculpable then.
No, I mean his office he's said it himself, the buck stops with him. He said that multiple times, and he's known about the fraud forever.
It is an interesting challenge, right? Because you have some people, anybody that is running for office wants to show I've got agency and I make things happen inside of my state. And it kind of sounds powerful, ubermensch to say the buck stops with me. But when it turns out that the buck is kind of messy and on fire and deserves investigation, you become culpable for the promises that you've made in the past.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, he knew about it. He knows that there's daycares all around Minnesota. He actually bragged about that in a debate with Tim Walz. He said, you can go visit him. I visited him. There was no kids.
Give me the story from the start of how this came about.
So last June, every week for the past 100 weeks, I've been making YouTube videos about something happening in the US or other countries. And so back last June, I went to Minnesota to make a video about the rise of Islam, because I've heard how mosques were replacing Christian churches and how the Somali population
hit me with one of these
growing. And so I wanted to go do a video on the rise of Islam. And while I'm there, I'm talking with locals, and they're like, Nick, you have to do a video on the fraud. There's these daycares, there's these adult daycares, there's assisted living homes popping up right next door to us, and they're all ran by Somalians. You need to do a video on the fraud. Okay. And I said, well, I can't just come and just paint fraud to be happening.
Welcome the dude.
Bring no evidence. So I made my video about the rise of Islam, and I saw it firsthand. I saw communities that had been overtaken by Somalians. Actually, me and my mom was my camera woman for that video.
Oh, that's right. His mom was with him in the video. I forgot about that. Maybe it was grassroots, or it just meant to look grassroots, and that's why he brought his mom. I'm not really sure. It could kind of go in the same direction, but
I wonder how many Somalians are actually in the daycare.
Do I know about what?
The Somalian, all the fraud, like Nick Shirley. Are you familiar with any of this?
Oh, bro, I am fucking balls deep.
Oh, about to come.
Balls deep in a Somalian. I think I have to hit you with Yeah.
Bro, I just got back from a Somali restaurant, oddly enough.
Oh.
No, it just means I didn't eat. It just means I didn't eat.
Oh, I see. I see.
I was going to say, was there a daycare in the back?
There's actually 10 daycares in the back, technically.
Bro, I first things first. I think with you, Indian Jesus, and that was. I would say that was one of the higher thinking panels I've seen on Confluence's channel since I've found my way over here.
The quality depends. As the night goes on, too, Confluence gets a little dumber. So it really depends on the time and the topic.
Well, the kid Jamie was he was sincere, but no, Nick Shirley, someone that I do some stuff with on YouTube, actually met him in DC. The funny thing is, he's a very, very underwhelming guy by every measurable means. I wouldn't call him incredibly charismatic. He's not thought provoking. He's not you know what I mean? Like, there's something cool about him where he's like so just matter of fact with everything he does. Like, I don't think there's a normal guy, but like almost obscenely normal, if that's a real thing.
I mean, I could see it.
Yeah, he is very unassuming, which is either why he's successful or why he was chosen by a special interest group. Hard to say. But I think he does the job well.
Well, the funny thing is, we all know his political leanings, but the funny thing is, if you watch him, it's very a la Walter Cronkite, early Joan Rivers, where he doesn't really come across, like, nothing with him really seems like an op-ed. Tim Walz called him this little YouTube whatever sensationalist, and he's probably a more objective journalist than most of what we find in the mainstream.
I don't know. I heard he's actually like a white supremacist. That's what Tim Walz told me. So
suppressing people.
Tim
he's
Walz
a white suppressionist.
If you're not anti-racist and you don't like hate yourself for being white, that is in fact white supremacy according to the Walz Foundation.
Yeah, if you don't own 3 Abram X. Kendi books that talk about being anti-racist, you're automatically a white supremacist. Okay.
What if you own 3 slaves?
Then, well, it depends on the race of the slaves. You tried to trick me, but it depends on the race. If they're white people, then
You're Chinese.
I saw a video tonight that made me find faith in humanity. It was a couple of college kids. Do you remember the song in the 80s? It was like, "We have to celebrate our differences."
Yeah. Is it a Coca-Cola commercial?
No, it was like this like Schoolhouse Rock, and it was like Oogie Boogie. It was so overtly racist, and these 4 college guys, multi-ethnic, are all holding hands singing the song, and I had this moment where I was like, oh, the world is healing.
Yeah.
It was funny. Race divided us, but racism is uniting us.
Some of us.
It has its benefits.
That guy,
is this you, Anson? I just feel like this is you, just based on the name in the back chat and how black everything is in your room right now. I can't tell though.
He's in his Bin Laden cave.
Hit me with a peace sign, Anson. Hit me with a peace sign. There we go. It is Anson. Okay, pulling you up.
I find it interesting. You have left-leaning people that come over here.
Left-leaning people like Anson?
Yeah.
No, is Anson left-leaning?
No.
Yeah, I actually am left-leaning. I just pretend like I'm super right-leaning to cause problems for the conservatives.
I'm not left-leaning, but my dick is.
I knew. How did I know you were going to say that? I thought it was going to be Anson, but then when Anson didn't say it, I was like, well, then Bradley's going to have to say it. And then I guess I would have had to say it. So I'm glad it wasn't me.
What's interesting is I haven't seen Ryan since the Somalian fraud stuff started coming out. I wonder if he was a part of it.
Ryan, like which Ryan? Like
what is it, Radical Decoder?
I actually tried to get him on. He just didn't answer me. I don't know if he's maybe he's busy, or I tried to get him on with the Minnesota stuff because I wanted to get some actual like left person on with like the pew-pewing. And yeah, he did not answer, so I don't know.
Did you see the new video today where like the cop is pretty much cleared?
I think I've seen all the videos. I saw the one today, I think was the one, right, that shows like her basically honking for like 3 minutes, which kind of destroys everyone who was saying she was like doing a U-turn or like maybe she's dropping off her kids. It's like, no, she's now on video. What susses me out about that video though is it ends right before the event happens, and it's a good vantage point from like, I don't know, like the second or third story of, I don't know if it's an apartment or second story of a house, but it's looking down, and the video like ends right when like the incident, and it's like, why? It shows all the lead up. Obviously the person didn't stop filming, so why did they cut it there? Like what don't they want us to see? Is it him being hit? Is it him being not really hit or hit a bit?
I think they don't want to see him shooting her. They want to cut out all the images.
Is it body cam footage?
No. It's like here we can play it actually.
I'd like to watch it. I've only seen the cops video. Like the cop had the cell phone video, and then I've seen the original body cam video. But I don't think I've ever seen an apartment video.
Yeah, this was just released today, and Tyler, shout out to Tyler, average debate enjoyer, who sent it to me.
But they made like a 3D video of like, was it with all the footage? They put together a 3D diagram because you could see it better, but they didn't really show like what you were talking about, like the impact, the part. And I thought they would have a better fit, even if it was just a 3D model of it, because cop was hit.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So but the video, like the tweet of this video says, breaking was just, so this guy apparently is the one who got the video, was just sent a video showing the moments before the shooting. So it seems like this guy's narrative is pro ICE, because he says in it you can clearly see Renee Good's vehicle blocking ICE agents. Kind of ruins some narratives, doesn't it? But then my question is, and you'll see this at the end, it cuts out, right? This would be like a great extra angle to have of the cop actually being, or the ICE officer actually being hit. So I don't know why the video stops. I just don't understand that. But we'll watch it. It definitely shows that she is there for 3 minutes. She is honking. I was going to say something else, but I can't say that. But she makes me angry. I can understand how an ICE agent could get a little annoyed and maybe act a little reckless. Okay, I understand. And you will too after you watch this annoying ass fuck video, okay? You will all have to suffer through this.
In a road, whether it's ICE agents or not, you're going to get arrested. You can't park your car here. You can't park it sideways in the road.
And there was a few comments when I went through this over the past few days of people saying, no, she was just doing a 3-point turn. She was just, and I was like, no, already you can see from the 10 seconds we saw that she's not. But now we have 3 minutes of her blocking the road. So
now she's the car in front, right?
Yeah, we'll see her in a second. It's gonna pan to the left.
I'm getting the fuck out of here.
You guys want to make an AI video where like Epstein and Diddy are in the background?
So that's her.
You can see her problem.
Is she the one honking?
Yeah, she's the one honking.
Why?
I mean, sometimes I honk when I do 3-point turns.
She's taunting the police.
Clear the area, everyone. Watch out.
3 straight minutes.
I'm surprised she died from a headshot because she has no fucking brains.
Yeah, that's true.
The fuck?
So this is a long period of time to be dropping kids off or doing a 3-point turn or all the other kind of cope that we've heard from the left on this.
If I was just a citizen trying to get through the road, I'd fucking pull her out myself.
No.
Get the fuck out of here. What are you doing, you crazy lady?
Like, this is gonna get so annoying. Like, this, so people whistling, she keeps honking. Like, Jesus Christ.
What did you do to stop ICE? Well, I blew my horn for 3 straight minutes.
See, and this dog in the apartment's even mad at her.
Yeah. Chuck him. Boof. It's either a dog or he's brewing coffee right next to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet all the dogs in the houses are angry at Alden.
And all these people are just going around her. You did a great job blocking the road.
No, this is what Podesta even said. She's not even fucking doing it right.
Idiot.
But Podesta, I don't even think there is an ice operation. They're just stuck in the snow at this point. So I don't even think they're like actively taking anyone down. From what I heard in the news, they just got stuck in the snow. And then this is where, you know, so guy with camera comes up.
All these other cars, like, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
And then this is where it happens. So then this is the ice vehicle. The guy's going to get out and he's going to grab. And this is the guy that shoots, if you can see my mouse. But then you'll see it just ends. It just edges us and it just ends. See, like, why stop
There's
there?
the guy. No,
Why stop there? This is the guy who gets, this is the guy who gets hit, you know, and it ends up shooting her. So whoever is filming this, they obviously would have filmed 5 seconds beyond this. So then why aren't we seeing that video? So I don't know what that means. Like, it either shows a narrative that we don't want to see or a narrative that, like, whoever sent this has some narrative, I think. Because why would you just post just this bit?
Well,
whenever ICE tells you to stop, you should immediately collaborate and listen. So that's my take.
I wanted to say something because people don't usually people don't usually make me think. And yesterday the dude actually made me think, and it was.
Sorry about that.
Well, no, I appreciated it because I had to stop and think about my own thinking, and I rarely do that because I'm usually right about everything. So like I had to think what was my response to Charlie Kirk, right? Because I hadn't even considered that I was being too callous about my treatment of this woman, because I thought, okay, well, how did I treat Charlie Kirk and all of that, and then ask myself, am I being inconsistent, right, about my regard for humanity? And I really appreciated you making me stop and think about that dude, because I think I was more callous towards Charlie, because within like 24 hours I was cracking jokes in conservative chats about that and getting like banned in conservative chats. So I would have probably banned you too, Anson. I'm being very consistent. I'm being very consistent in my callousness. So I had to actually think about that. So I appreciate that, dude.
L. Anson for that. L. Anson.
Yeah, I have to hit you with the Marilyn Anson. I do.
Why? Because he was objective and open-minded enough to change his position?
Because he's being callous about Charlie Kirk 24 hours after his death.
Yeah, I made the joke that he was the last great conservative to really stick his neck out, and that was within 24 hours, right? So
I mean, if it's a joke, I guess, yeah. Like, I don't, I'm not really a fan of those kind of jokes, but joke's a joke.
Yeah.
Nah, still
if it's
L.
a joke with meaning, it's still is an L, but
but my thing is that I don't know any of these people, right? So I don't care about them.
Yeah, I mean, that's like I said this before, I don't know the woman at all, obviously, and no one does. Now we've seen at least more footage of her, but she just looks like she's kind of taunting ICE, which makes me like her even less. And now she's honking for 3 minutes straight, which makes me like her even less than I already liked her. So it's a hard thing to feel like a strong amount of sympathy. But
and then her wife outside the car taunting the cops even more. Why don't you go get a lunch, boy? Go get a lunch, boy.
Yeah.
So if we could put on the hat of decency really quick, what does she have? 3 young children?
I think so.
Yeah, I think
if she has 3 young children, whenever they think of their mom or someone Googles their mom, she's going to be the butt of a joke and some psycho broad taunting federal police. Like that's where I'm like, I don't know. I don't respect anybody's argument when they don't respect humanity.
I do hope the dog was okay because we saw from that video that there was a dog in the back seat, and that car
I
crashed.
thought you were talking about my dog. I have a deaf dog right now, and she's barking.
No, well, I hope that dog's okay too, but no. Nick was making jokes about the H cost and then said too soon. Yeah, and Pierce Morgan, I will say that was funny. And Angry RPG had a good thing. Wait, that's not what it was. This one. Yeah, maybe the video actually does end because as soon as a shot was fired, maybe they ducked. It sounds like the video ends before a shot is even fired, though. So I don't know, but it's possible. Oh, they did say the dog was fine. Okay. Also, good to see you, Marilyn.
The FBI
Doing
made
well.
if they turn this footage in, then they could have been instructed by either law enforcement or lawyers that they could only play so much of the clip.
Yeah.
They sent whoever this guy is.
Yeah, that's if
but this is on X.
footage was turned in.
Oh, it was on X. Okay.
Yeah, breaking was just sent. I don't know who Dustin Grage is. Like, who is this guy?
Is he a conservative or a liberal?
And research. I'm assuming conservative based on like the tweet. Like if you just read it, right, it says you can clearly see that she's blocking ICE agents for 3 minutes as she's dancing to her own car, which you can see if you actually look closely as she's like hitting it. She's like a little dancing in the car, which is
that's actually really dangerous for the people who recorded that because you can easily figure out what house that is that they're in, right? And so that's actually exceptionally dangerous for them to have sent it to somebody to publish. So I feel bad.
That's a fair point, actually. I didn't think about that.
Point, yeah.
Is Hanson a liberal?
He's a commie. So he's
which side is the? Did anyone see the dinosaur or the T-Rex in this video? Is that which side of the street was that on?
No.
You guys know what I'm talking about?
Wait, like blow up suits?
No. The giant statue of the T-Rex. Is that it?
That's a boat.
Do you not know what I'm talking about?
No, I have no clue.
Okay, well now I have to show you this video. Okay, I have to just for the T-Rex thing because when Tyler sent me this video, I thought it had to be fake. I showed this on stream yesterday, but okay.
Real
so
quick, while you're looking for that, you mentioned the girl dancing around while she was honking her horn, and it just reminded me. There's this girl who works at Subway when I go in there, and she's constantly doing the head bobble thing because they play music in there, and she's constantly doing. And it's so fucking annoying.
Now imagine that to a car honk and way more irritating. Okay, so this video, we probably all seen this video. But do you notice the T-Rex in the background? Do you see him? A giant T-Rex.
Fuck.
I thought when Tyler sent me this, I was like, "Oh, this is like a Sora 2 video." But no, then I checked on Google Maps, and there actually is a giant statue of a T-Rex crushing a car in someone's lawn. So it's a real thing that exists in this area.
Is Anson literally a communist, or is that you guys just?
No, I'm just joking.
He's Anson is incredibly right wing.
No, I'm actually not. Did you want to know what I actually am?
Sure.
Yeah, so I'm apolitical because I've been like excessively political. I was trained to be political from a very young age. The multi-generational politicians in my family. And,
from the fucking Trilateral Commission or something.
I am post politics. I could give a fuck less.
That's fair. Every time he's asked that question, he changes his answer.
From a social observationist thing, can I make an observation from something I saw last night with Indian Jesus, Confluence, and myself versus Jamie? Do you guys agree that leftists tend to they tend to assume they're right more, but not just right as in they're correct, as in they're right from their opinions are more well formulated and from a higher academic standing? Can we kind of all agree on that?
Yeah. It's a common trope that they view themselves as more intelligent than their counterparts.
It's a really difficult thing to. It's hard to talk to somebody when they're that way.
Yeah.
I paid thousands of dollars in college tuition, and I didn't fucking do shit. But I'm smarter than you because I went to college.
Why do you sound like Brian Griffin or not Chris Griffin?
I don't know. I guess I went to college and I spent a lot of money, and now I'm smarter than you.
You really sound like fucking like a lot. You sound like Chris Griffin.
That's a solid impression.
Yeah, that was good. Oh shit.
I took my college certificate and I turned it into poo.
Fuck, dude,
I leave for like 2 minutes and we're doing fucking Family Guy impressions. Jesus Christ, I can't trust any of you. Fucking hell. Oh, I can trust Christian now. Christian with the $5. Wait, let me put myself back on stream and hit you with that. Gotta support the Zin fund. You don't know if I was getting a Zin, Christian. I could have been doing a number of activities if you think about it.
Well, we know he's not doing Zen because that's illegal in Canada.
That's true, actually. The knockoff Zins. Thank you, Christian, for the $5. Appreciate it. And the Zin fund does need supporting. Okay, it's 100% Zin. It's Zin adjacent, possibly. I will say that. We'll say that. Okay, back to the video. Now that I have some nicotine, but I don't, because that's not what I was doing. But if I did, now I'm more hyped up for the video.
She comes with me on a lot of trips. We got jumped in Cedar Riverside. They snatched the camera.
Timu's in and Shire, yeah, pretty much.
Inside after that,
Somalians
inside of Cedar Riverside. Because inside there, they also have rivalry gangs, and there's a kind of a whole gang thing going on inside of these Somalian communities. And so I knew there was something there, and I went back home and I kept trying to do my own investigation to get down to the fraud, and I couldn't really get the number specifically. And then a man by the name of David, who's in the video, he reaches out to me, and he says, "Nick, I have all the information. I've been researching this for years."
Why did he reach out to
you?
Yeah, so he's been trying to get the story out for years.
But did he reach out to you before you did your documentary?
Well, he had seen some of my other videos on YouTube,
right,
as well. So he kind of just knew maybe this kid would be interested because he's been trying to get it from local people, and local news has been reporting on the fraud for years. So they've been reporting on it for years, but it's never blown up on a national level. And this man David had all the numbers. Somebody from inside the Capitol had given him
there was a bit of a special interest angle.
CECOT funding, which is federal and state money that goes to these programs. It's called I believe the Child Care Assistance Program. So he had all the information, and he said, "Nick, I have been looking into this for years.
Yeah, I want to know more about this.
And I have never seen a single child at one of these daycares." And so we went and made this video about the fraud that was taking place. And
when did you make it?
Bradley, I looked this up before. I don't know. I don't think you were here yet. Back in 2013, there was cases of CCAP fraud cases estimating to be over $100 million of fraud. So this has been going on for more than a decade. Yeah. So it's like the fact that Walz has not done anything yet, and it took this like 22-year-old kid with a YouTube channel to like bring it to everyone's attention is just like an absolute indictment on all of Minnesota, and especially on Tim. Okay,
no one's ever been arrested or anything for
no people. Some people have, but they just haven't stopped it. So people, yeah, like throughout between 2013 to like 2019, yeah, there was multiple arrests made, but like very few, and they barely like cracked down. And obviously, as I think he's exposed, it's still going strong. So it's like they ain't fixing the problem, which is just like, why not? You know. Brandon says, I too would trust an old man with nothing better to do than spend years investigating childcare fraud committed by Somalis. Yeah, I don't personally care if it is a special interest group, but I do agree, I think, with Angry Amputee that it probably is a special interest group. It probably is. I don't think it's like, which again, I think is fine if it's legit. Like, again, I said this before, I don't like when people like bust people into protests and stuff like that. I think there's a bit of astroturfing that I think is like very negative, right? Making people like care about causes or making people act like they care about causes because you're paying them. But yeah, with cases like this, it's like, yeah, you want someone, I think it's fine to take someone who's like local, who has a large YouTube following to some degree and be like, hey, yeah, take this story, run with it. Like, it is, yeah, it's not as grassroots as it maybe appears, but I don't know if maybe that's me being biased because it's like a story I'm fine with exposing, but I think I'd be fine in either direction. Like if Project Veritas does it, I know they're also on the right, but like I don't really care. And I don't know if there's a left-leaning equivalent of Project Veritas, but if they did it and they're actually exposing stuff, I don't think I have a problem with that. The internet will fix the world. The internet's a psyop, Marilyn. The internet is a psyop. Okay. That's all I'm saying.
Quick pivot point. Do you guys believe that Islam compatible with our way of life?
No.
I think it depends. Sharia law is not. I think if you have a sufficiently watered down version of Islam, then I think it can be. But it does need to be sufficiently watered down.
Yeah, we're way too degenerate to accommodate that. Just like real Christianity, we couldn't accommodate it either. So.
Okay. Yeah, I don't even know if I actually disagree with that. But it's like, I think Christianity is easier to accommodate, but yeah, it's like, I think that's why, secular societies tend to water down religions. But yeah, I agree with Christian here. I think Islam has to be extra watered down. Like the Sufis, if you guys know about the Sufis, they're the based Islam people. So not the Sunnis, not to be confused with the Sunnis, but the Sufis. It's like the mystical branch of Islam, and they're like omni-goated. Like I'd have them come
Sunni or later. Countries. They all wake up.
That's a good fucking joke.
Okay, yeah, I like that. Actually, I'll give you that attaboy. I'll give you that one. That was good.
You turned it around quickly.
They're not going to water down their religion. They're not going to do that. So that ain't going to work.
And so I had no
Some
idea.
Of them do, though. Like at least, I mean, people talk. What's that term? The Siddiqui? No, it can't be that. What's that? The term where people say that you're allowed to lie on behalf of your faith.
Yeah.
Anyone know what I'm talking about?
No, I remember the conversation around it, but I don't remember what it was called.
And I personally think, although people say I'm cucked for this, I personally think people, and I didn't used to think this until I looked into it. I think that people do get it wrong. They're allowed to lie in specific contexts of persecution, but people claim that they can lie in a lot of contexts to like get by Sharia law. I don't think that's necessary. Yeah, takia. I knew it was something that started with the T. I think I said tzatziki, which I think is a type of sauce. I think so, but
close enough.
I think a lot of people tend to water it down, but when it comes down to
beware of Greeks carrying sauce.
They're going to chop her up and dispose of her body somewhere. When it comes down,
that is the worry. But murder shows. It's like it's hard to know. Like, but I've been to mosques where at least like I've sat in on mosques where it sounds like normal, and they're talking about jihad and it being an internal struggle with your thoughts, and I'm like, okay, I think this isn't what Muhammad meant exactly, but I'm glad you think it's what he meant because I'd rather you be doing an internal form of jihad than an external form of jihad. And so I don't know, are they just doing that because they know a white guy's sitting in the crowd? I'm not sure, but in the same way that all religions could get kind of watered down or kind of like be liberalized, I think that can happen with Islam too. So
Did you bring your own rug?
I did not bring my own rug. It wasn't a BYOR situation. So
I would have brought like one of those circular rugs like you'd have in the 80s, like those burlap kind of rugs with a nice pattern, and I'd roll one of those out.
Mosque fluence, disavow.
Mosque fluence.
But yeah, it probably depends heavily on the mosque, I think, probably. But yeah, I think.
Do you know what they call it when ICE? Do you know what they call it when ICE goes to get a bunch of Muslims?
I'm afraid to ask, but what?
A masquerade.
A masquerade. Because your last joke was so funny, I'll let that one slide. But
and then when they're doing that, they dance and they call it the Masquerena.
Okay, that's good. It was saved. Bro, saved by Bradley. Okay,
that was a Sikh. That was a Sikh joke, bro. Good job.
Yeah. My bad.
Go to the Daycares. I thought you'd be able to open up your door.
They're kind of like airplanes in Malaysia. The jokes don't all land.
Go to. It's one building that has two of the same daycares inside of it.
Too soon.
It was named Mako, and there's another one that's also inside of that daycare. They had both been receiving money from the government, upwards of $5 million.
Money.
It was strange because all the windows were blacked out. The sign above it said open 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. You open the door, nobody would answer. You ring the doorbell, nobody answers.
Hello.
Not to pause so soon, but this is something that annoys me. Is because a lot of left people are saying that he went when the businesses were closed. And I think that does apply to some of them, but this is kind of, I think it was Big Soda that was saying this, where people will like look for any fault. And it's like, if you're like doing this, Nick Shirley is just like some guy, right? He's not like a professional journalist and stuff. And if there's like any possible thing that the left can critique, they will find that point and just like dig in and say, well, some of them were close. But he's right. A lot of them, you can see on the sign, you can see they should be open. They should have kids there, and they don't. And it's like, yeah, there might be some that are, well, see, okay, yeah. And some of them, and in some of them, yes, I agree. In some of them, they are closed, but in most of them, they're not. And so that's the thing. It's like they take a little bit of truth and then they like drag it out and make it seem like, oh, nothing to see here. And it's like, there is a lot to see here. It's just, it's not in every case. So I agree. There was, I mentioned this at the beginning. I don't know if you're here, Podesta, but I think he gets some stuff with CCAP confused with the COVID policy stuff. And there's some things that are like slightly off. And it just depends. So I've watched the video. And yeah, so I agree. Like I'm not saying everything he went to was definitely an example of fraud. There was just enough examples of things that we should look into. None of it is like definitive proof, but it's enough to like make one think that there should be an investigation. That's all I'm saying. No, I mean earlier on the stream I was saying this, but I think it was before you showed up. Because yeah, some of the CCAP stuff. I mentioned this earlier, you have to like pre-register the kids to qualify for some of the funding. So I don't know if that means the fraud goes deeper, or in some of the cases with the funding, they do have to have kids. You have to register the kids. You can't just say like, oh, I have the kids and then get all this federal funding for some of the stuff that he was talking about. For some of the stuff you can, for some of the stuff you actually have to prove that there are children registered. So that could mean the fraud runs a lot deeper, or it could mean that he was off on some details. I think he was off on some details, but I don't think that means that we should dismiss him like the left is trying to do. And yes, chat, hit the like, okay? Hit the like so more people can be exposed to the fraud that's happening in Minnesota.
Can I ask a question? Because I'm not super well versed on this. Would it be in poor taste? Like they're trying to fight hunger in Somalia. Why don't we just send them Ozempic instead of food?
It's a little poor taste. This is a little poor taste.
You know what else is in poor taste? The cuisine in Somalia.
I don't think I've ever eaten Somalian food. I wouldn't trust that it's
call it cuisine.
Very good,
especially if it's Somalian.
That's probably true.
And then other Somalians.
I mean, haven't we've all probably seen Johan Omar speaking, is Somalian a language? I think it is, right?
Is there a Swedish guy named Johan Omar?
Yeah, for real. Why do you keep mispronouncing your name, dude?
Who's Johan Omar?
How are you supposed to say Ilhan? Ilhan. I don't like saying that. I use the Ben Shapiro pronunciation, okay, which is Johan.
Alien.
Ilhan Omar. Ilhan.
I feel like we're saying the same thing.
Johan Cornelius.
I can't change it. But she
you
was
literally
she was
have
in a
blonde pigtails in the fucking Swiss Alps with Johan.
Look, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce Somali names very well. Sue me, okay? Yeah, Johan Omar, okay?
Of course, there's children in my daycare.
Now I don't even remember what I was freaking saying. Oh yeah, the video of Omar, Mrs. Omar, okay, of her talking in Somalian, and what's translated, she's like attacking like other Somali people, which has led to people being like, even Somalians don't like other Somalians, which seems like there is like some amount of like even in Somalia, which it's probably, this happens in a lot of countries, right? Like Ireland, right? Their Catholics didn't like the Protestants, and they're getting a little better, but. Yeah, we've kind of imported these issues into the America, where now we have people like Mrs. Omar, you know, talking bad about other Somalis and saying that like they're not of us, that we shouldn't trust them. No, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's like we're actually just like bringing across like other conflicts into America.
But yet, when I say it, I'm racist.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I feel like if I said, I'd get canceled if I said what Mrs. Omar said, okay? But she could say it, it's totally fine.
Well, what does she say? I'll say it.
And we're asking her, where's the kids at?
No.
I don't know. That's like, what the heck? Like, what's wrong with these daycares?
She came out of the...
She drove into the parking lot, and she went into a store next door. And I was like, what the heck is going on with these daycares? That was weird. Okay, let's go to the next one. Let's see what happens. We go to the next one. They also received $1 million. They're licensed for 40 children. All the windows were completely blacked out. I knock on the door, and I hear a lady talk. And I said, well, hey, I'm trying to enroll my son, little Joey, into daycare. And she's like, no, and she wouldn't give me any more information. And so you'd think that even if they didn't want to talk with me, that they would maybe give you a brochure, right? Just to kind of show that they're actually legit daycare. And they're licensed for 40 children. It's funny because then after that, I post my video. Local news, CBS then tells that daycare they're going to go, and they film a video, and there's 12 kids inside the daycare. Well, either way,
still not 40.
What?
It's still not 40.
Yeah, it's still
okay. But okay, I correct me if I'm wrong, but I think when all those numbers, I think all those numbers, when it says license for 40, it doesn't mean there has to be 40 kids. That's the max they're allowed. Like their daycares are given a maximum capacity. It doesn't mean that 40 have to be there.
Part of the scam has to be that they're moving kids around within. So the Somali community is a tight-knit network, right? It's a separate parallel economy. And basically, they've set up this grift where they're taking the kids from one place to another place to get legitimate services paid for, illegitimate services paid for, right? And so that's all that was. Is I bet you if they actually followed those kids around, they'd find them, not attending all of the daycares that they say they're going. Somebody's not doing their job.
I think that's probably true. I'm just saying that this is something that was repeated a bunch in a video and seems to be repeated now. Even by Chris Williamson, which he's not American, so I don't expect him to know. But yeah, that number, all the numbers when they're quoted as this daycare is supposed to have this many people, again, that's the max. A daycare could have 5 people, but it could be licensed to have up to 50 people. But it doesn't mean you have to have 50 people there. Yeah. And so I'm just pointing that out, just to be fair. I still think there's mass amounts of fraud going on, and I actually agree with Anson that I think they are shuffling kids around. But I think just to be intellectually honest, I think there is some
enough people in the community. Probably do have enough kids, Somalian kids.
That's a good point.
They just throw in there and go, "Hey, yeah, we got kids," if they need to.
And yeah, Angry Amputee is right, at least from how I know how daycare works. I don't know about the exact ratios he's quoting, but yeah, that's usually what it is. Like there's an amount of depending on the age of the kid, then it's there's a certain number of kids to an adult and stuff like that. That's usually how it works. So yeah, so it's not like it's not like you have to be expected to find 50 kids in a daycare's license for 50 kids.
Yeah, not 40. So what's the point of giving them $1 million? Yeah, so I believe that's fraudulent. And then we go to the next daycare, and this one had received $3.45 million.
Can I ask about where this is? You mentioned Cedar Park?
Cedar Riverside, that's like the well-known community inside of Minneapolis. But this video I filmed is all throughout Minneapolis and St. Paul.
Right.
And so then we go to the next one. It's actually right where George Floyd happened, just a few blocks away from it. $3.45 million. And this lady opens the door. I kept all my security. I kept the other vans. I put David kind of far to the side. I was like, all right, we're going to have a genuine interaction. I don't want anyone to make any excuses. So this lady opens up the door and I say, hey, I want to enroll my son, little Joey. And she says, no. I'm like, well, can I at least get a brochure? She says, no. I said, well, would my son have friends here? She said, no. And there were no kids. No snow, no footprints in the snow, and she was the only one there. Broad daylight, I believe, on December 16th.
You should have physically assaulted her.
Tuesday. There should be children inside the daycare.
People are out to get this guy.
We were there. Hers was around 12,
my bad.
I believe. And then also Quality Learning Center. This one is so bad because they had received $1.9 million. They had over 90 violations, and they're just a few blocks away from down.
What a racket this is! Like assuming that this is right, like that they have it. Well, that also is a bit of a racket, but no. Like some of these numbers, right, which is confirmed on the Minnesota website of 3.5 million. Imagine if you don't actually have any kids. Every year you're just getting millions. That's insane. And you're just let's say you're splitting it between 10 people, you're just making fucking bank. I mean, this is this is massive fraud. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Why don't we just pay liberals not to have children?
I think they're doing that themselves.
Yeah, they're already doing that, but it probably would be cheaper to just pay the Somalians to I'm not going to say that, but
down Minneapolis, just a few blocks away from where the Timberwolves play.
Don't be a pussy now, Confidence. Indian genius would say it.
Center.
Yeah, be down.
Imagine that you're trying to teach children to learn, but you can't even spell learning right on your
Hadn't
son.
that been incorrect for 9 years or something?
For many years,
Yeah.
because they were originally inside on the road, and then
Okay, I do like Sean a
then
lot.
they,
I
like,
didn't
cut
know. I
out
didn't
this
know
door.
Sean covered this Podesta. So I do want to watch at some point. I'm a big AJW fan. He's a good
door,
dude.
and they opened up a restaurant where Ilhan Omar has photos of her outside that same restaurant, and the owner also has photos with her and the mayor. And the guy who came out saying that my video was false, he has videos of him partying with the mayor of Minneapolis. Like, it's all intertwined. And so there's all this fraud happening. Millions of dollars are being given out to these daycares. And then on top of that, you have adult daycares. You have autism centers.
Adult daycares?
Yes.
What is that?
Adult daycares. Place for adults to get taken care of.
People with special needs?
I don't know. There's no
What,
one inside.
okay, how do you advertise an adult daycare? What is it? It's literally called adult daycare?
Adult
Yeah,
daycare.
I'm going to adult daycare.
And then you have assisted living. So that's kind of confusing. You have adult
I made
daycare and you have
duties.
assisted living.
Right, yeah, because they can't be the same thing if you've separated them out. And if you've got stuff, because there's like loads of stuff happening with autism.
Okay, adult daycare is definitely, I think, for like disabled people, though. It's not just
Damn
like,
it.
No, it's not.
What do you think it is, the dude?
I'll tell you what it is. I'm not going to tell you what I think it is. They have they have adult daycares for like if you don't want your grandma or grandpa in a nursing home, they're 87, but you work during the day. It's basically like a nursing home common area, but it's like from 8 to 5 where like they get a lunch, they play bingo, they watch TV.
Okay, yeah, no, yeah, that's legit though. That's a legit thing. I thought the way that Nick Shirley is talking, it almost seems like it's just like a thing that you could drop Bradley off at, which actually, I mean, may be valid. If I was in charge of Bradley, I might drop him off at one of those centers just so he doesn't harm himself or anyone else, you know?
So this kind of fraud isn't unique. Like, y'all are aware of that, right? So, I remember when I was a kid, the Boy Scouts in Alabama getting in trouble because they had ghost Boy Scout troops that were being funded, and people were collecting that money, and the Boy Scout troops didn't exist. It's the same sort of thing where
there's a place in New York called Curious Joel. Do you guys know what Hasidic Jews are?
Yeah.
Yep.
They had government subsidized like 5-6-year-old schools for the Hasidic religion has a lot of inbreeding, so they have the highest like genetic disability birth rate in the country. And when 60 Minutes, this is probably like 15, 20 years ago, they went there, none of the schools existed. So that's actually probably a better example of how an insulated community can use its like its social walls to protect it from investigate. And then as soon as you say, let's look into it, they're like racism, anti-Semitism. It's called Kyrias Joel. Curious Joel.
Was that a Jujay?
What is a Jujay?
The bird that was on the screen, was that a Jujay?
That was a blue jay.
It was a Jujay.
It's just a normal blue jay. It's just a totally normal blue jay.
I think it's a Jujay.
I don't know what you're seeing, Bradley. I think you've drank it too much. You're a typical common American blue jay. Okay.
I just shit on a statue.
Yeah, but that kind of fraud where you create false organizations to get funding isn't unique, right? And if the government were doing its job, then it wouldn't have happened. And for it to have happened for a long period of time, the government had to have been in on the fraud on some level.
Hillary Clinton and Chuck Schumer at the time were investigated for culpability, and Cuomo, the father, Mario Cuomo.
Mario the Pirate.
Is that like the father of like Andrew and Chris?
Yeah.
Oh, I never heard of this Mario Cuomo.
He was
he was the governor of New York before any of them.
Oh shit. Okay.
Nepotism runs deep. So does still waters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just a really quick thing. Do you see how like Nick Shirley's the anti-conservative if you look at him?
Like just in physiognomy or what?
Yeah, like he looks like he should be, gooning in his basement playing Call of Duty, chugging Mountain Dew.
You start talking about unexceptional whites again, the dude, I swear to God, okay?
You will do nothing.
I am that unexceptional white.
But I'm just saying, you look at him like nothing about him is a Chad or paramilitary, hyper athletic, hyper evolved. That's what I meant. Like nothing about. I like the kid. I really, really like the kid, but like nothing about him screams, you know, like a separation from his peers. Like he's so matter of fact.
That's true. I did expect him to be more paramilitary coded as well. You know.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean by that word?
Yeah,
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah.
You understand, dude, that most of the people on the internet don't fall into that category, like in our space, right? Like there are exceptions. Like Glenn Lawrence is a really you'd actually love Glenn Lawrence, dude. Have you ever been on his channel?
No.
Yeah, you two are like Giga Chad folks, like older Giga Chad folks. Y'all would
Or
be
Jason. You guys know Jason?
Nope.
Anson, you know Jason, right?
Jason who?
I don't know.
He was
Alexander.
He's just always called. He's always called Jason. Like he's been on grids. He's been on a lot of panels.
Let me rephrase to Anson. When they give a conservative a platform, I know there's a lot of very, very, but when you look in the conservative sphere, you know, there's a lot of Dan Crenshaws, Tulsi Gabbard's, RFKs, Joe Rogan's, Sean Ryan's. Like this is not the. This kid is not.
Yeah, but that's still the minority. For every one Dan Crenshaw, there's like a million like Ben Shapiro's and Michael Knowles's and Matt Walsh's, and you know what I mean. Like,
I would say Matt Walsh is like pseudo Chad adjacent.
Yeah,
he's a handsome bloke, but I don't know if he's
Steven Crowder's kind of a Chad, even though I don't like him.
Yeah, Steven Crowder is.
That's all. I mean, even Charlie Kirk, you know, big high cheekbones, 6'4". I'm like, they're the conservatives tend to try to. There's an image like Candace Owens, like the Officer Tatum. Like there's a package that they want to put these people in when they make them forward facing. Nick Shirley's not that guy.
Yeah.
Do you guys know Tyrus from Fox News?
Yeah.
That's what it does. It doesn't have to be like a Dan Crenshaw. Like there's multiple versions of that. They tend to put out like high, I would say like high social value people. And Nick Shirley is just this first one that, like, I mean, just look at him.
Yeah, and he's not even funny. Usually you can get away with it if you're a funny guy, right?
You're literally, that's what I was trying to say. Like nothing, not his personality, not his cadence, not his demeanor. Like just all he does is present information.
Well, yeah, that's why I said he is very unassuming. I really do think he is. I don't know if he was chosen for that reason or what, but yeah, he's very calm demeanor, kind of. Yeah,
he's more like a high value person like Edward Snowden, you know, who's like really smart and better than most people, but you can't really see it just by the way he looks.
Right. Didn't Edward Snowden become trans, or am I crazy?
No, that's
Chelsea Manning.
Oh, that's Chelsea Manning. Yeah, never mind.
Good Lord. You're missing the NSA spying with the Iraq files.
An easy mistake to make. Okay.
No, the Edward Snowden. The only thing he was looking for was a transcript. I just felt that was pertinent to like identify. Like he literally is what? Do you guys know who Brett Cooper is?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, she's that hot chick. I totally tapped that.
Yeah.
I would say she's pretty. I wouldn't call her hot. Like Tommy Lauren's hot. Laura Southern's hot. Brett Cooper, they were like the Daily Wire was trying to put out an every girl. I think what they tried to do with Brett Cooper, like this kid actually is.
I think Brett Cooper strikes me as an every girl, you know?
But you're saying she's hyper intelligent.
She looks like a female Ben Shapiro. So
right,
like
but
also
but she's hyper intelligent. She's incredibly she's a very exceptional human being.
Yeah, this guy's more like a Steve Martin. He's exceptionally average.
Fine, obligatory comments in chat, okay?
But to be fair, I mean, I don't even know if Nick Shirley is a conservative. Like, I mean, he's on the right. I mean, he's on the, I guess, right wing atmosphere. But I don't know his like political views outside of this one story. I don't know much about the guy.
I think he's conservative. I actually think he is.
Oh, he's followed like post January 6th. He's done a lot of the protest. He's always in that conservative sphere, and he went with. Do you guys know who JD DeLay is?
No,
I don't think so.
If you put an image up, I'm pretty sure all you guys have seen him. He's been everywhere in Portland with Antifa. He probably spent a decade in prison.
What's his name?
JD DeLay, DELAY. JD DeLay.
JD Vance? Is that what you said?
No, JD Delay.
Oh, he looks familiar.
He has a clothing line called Make PDF Files Afraid Again. He's
like
a prison guy.
The tatted guy?
Yeah,
like
that
this
guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I know I've seen him somewhere.
He's kind of leading the war on Wes Watson right now.
Oh God, I hate Wes Watson.
Right,
Wes Watson's the guy who tried to like fight Andrew Wilson right on stage at that Fresh and Fit weird thing.
Yeah, that's
that
funny.
guy's insane, man. Yeah. That guy's a fucking steroid insanity person. Okay.
Yeah, show me your tummy confluence.
What?
Tummy.
My tummy.
Yeah. Show me your abs. Where's your arm? You got thin arms. What are you doing, confluence?
Not taking massive amounts of Tren, I guess. Unlike Wes Watson. Show him your tummy, Tom. The chat demands it. Good to see Tyler.
Tummy tum. I'm gonna give you a raspberry.
Tummy fluid. That's like the worst one, dude. Tummy fluids, really.
Can we think of the last person who? Can we think of the last person who amassed a major following without a shtick? Like, this kid doesn't have a shtick. That's where I think this is what I'm stuck on, is like, who's the last person that really developed a platform and a voice without an angle?
Well, that's why I think he's astroturfed. I said that from the beginning, which I have no problem with that, but I think he's astroturfed. I know in the same way that Brett Cooper was astroturfed as well, by the way, right? Like, she wasn't like organic.
No, I think he's actually genuinely organic though. Like, I don't view this guy as a plant at all. Not
a plant, but he even said like that someone named David came to him. Like we just heard him say that, and like that's been following the Somalian fraud, and like basically gave him the story on kind of a silver platter and told him to like go investigate. So it's like,
well, that's what I mean. Hey, this kid's been doing that with like Portland and for a reasonable period of time. This kid will go do boots on the ground for 5, 6, 7 days to get the truth. I'm not surprised that someone said, "Hey, Nick, do this free of advertising dollars." That actually checks out.
Well, yeah, but in the same way that like Hunter Biden's laptop magically appeared somewhere, right? Like there's like obviously like there was someone who did work and like wanted it out there in an untraceable way, and this was a good method of getting it out there.
Hunter
I'm
Biden,
pretty sure it was in a repair shop, a computer repair shop. And I'm pretty sure there was a receipt that ties back to Biden as well.
Yeah,
but didn't Rudy Giuliani get a hold of the laptop? Like, how did that?
Oh, okay. After,
so I understand Hunter abandons in a crack-fueled fugue state, right? But then it's like, why call him Rudy Giuliani? Like, I don't know, something.
That's I guess that's a fair point.
I got a question for y'all. Hunter Biden, is he in the Epstein files?
No, I actually don't think
probably not.
He's just like doing normal stuff. Hunter is like he's just doing the normal levels of degeneracy.
He was smoking crack at the Red Roof Inn in Tulsa. Like that motherfucker. He didn't need to go overseas. He didn't need to go overseas to be a scumbag.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he's there. He's doing the normal stuff. Okay, he's not. I don't. But we've all, I think the panel was talking about this yesterday. We all kind of get good vibes off of Hunter, even though he's degenerate. But he gives like okay vibes,
Seems like a guy I would hang out with.
Yeah.
You'd have to control him.
He's just a rich, spoiled addict.
He's a wild boy, but
Yeah.
He's
also he would be like goated if he was like 20 or something. The problem is I think he's like 55.
He never grew up.
It's usually less acceptable to fuck prostitutes and smoke crack in your 50s than it is if you were like younger, It starts becoming less exciting at a certain point.
Did any of you guys listen to like conservative rap by any chance?
No, I don't even know. I'm not even really sure what that would necessarily be.
Well, actually, I was going to say Tom McDonald just did a song like one of my closest. One of my closest buddies in the world, his name is Mesus, M-E-S-U-S. He's done stuff with Adam Calhoun, Tom McDonald, Topher. Tom McDonald did a song with Ben Shapiro, and he went viral. He wrote a song Mesus wrote a song like 3 or 4 years ago called "Biden, You a Bitch," and him and this guy Burden did a song called "Strength in Numbers," and even he's kind of like been approached by people like.
Dude, you would really like Glenn Lawrence because like the things that you just said are like right down his alley because he's produced like rap videos and he knows a lot of those conservative rappers. He's done video stuff with Tom McDonald before. So yeah, I mean you two would be good buds. I'm gonna try and hook you up with Glenn because you two are like the same person.
That's it's funny when two really high performing Caucasians get together, they call it white supremacy. I call it bromance.
Yeah.
I wish Wesley Willis was still alive.
Can we coin the term right here and now? Can we coin the term white excellence?
Can we not?
I'm more of a white supremacist guy.
Black excellence is talked about all the time.
Well, you know, you'd be surprised to learn that you know, certain channels or certain platforms don't take all the races in the same way. You know,
what?
You can be a Black Hebrew Israelite and talk about how blacks are like the ultimate supreme group and God's chosen people, and you can talk about white devils, and that's somehow fine. But when I start talking about that in a different way, all of a sudden my channel's in trouble. So
my favorite Power Ranger is
treated differently.
So are you afraid that the blue Jewbirds are gonna come get you from YouTube?
Jewbirds.
I mean, that's why I try to always maintain my Hasbara standing, you know, and support the Daily Wire as a form of protection, but also because I do legitimately support Israel and the Daily Wire. Okay, I'm just saying, YouTube.
Listen,
okay,
I think you could stand to be a yittle more open-minded.
A yittle more.
Yittle.
Did you know that Zordon made the White Power Ranger?
Hey, dude, I just
We're gonna start the video, okay?
Dude, I just put Glenn Lawrence's channel in the back chat. If you want to click on it, you two would hit it off real good.
Dude, spitting shekels.
Autism, but there was an increase from $1 million to $200 million in funding
for autism.
It's like a Beetlejuice situation. Minnesota. You just can't say it too close together. $200 million.
Yes. Wow. In 2024, there's $200 million
compared with.
I think in 2017,
Beetlejuice.
Oh wow! So it's in what 7 years?
Yeah. So just in a short period of time, it went from $1 million to $200 million. Autism wasn't just springing up like that. And you didn't need to prove that.
Autism takes a lot of Tylenol.
Like it came out just the other day that like the Biden administration opened up.
Autism's like grown exponentially for the past like 20 years
in order to get the funding. A lot of people just took advantage.
Yeah, I think my first question is, what is it about Minnesota, Minneapolis in particular,
UJ,
and the bylaws and the small print which has caused this particular scheme to flourish?
It's ran by Democrats.
Much sense why Somalians would go to Minnesota. Somalia, the temperature and the climate's completely different than Minnesota.
They're probably placed, aren't they? Because they would go through the UN probably like resettlement program.
Wait,
so you get placed.
Did Jamie join the panel?
No, Jamie is not on the panel, despite what Doomerang is saying about me switching panel spots with Jamie. But Jamie's not here, so I don't know if I'm missing a joke. But Jamie is not here.
I got a joke, but I just want to give you guys a little, and I'll dox myself a little bit here.
Ooh.
I told you I got some.
Get ready to clip it.
Well, I said I do some work with people that either have criminal backgrounds like substance abuse. You know, some people that have spent some serious time in prison. Those are typically some of the most conservative people I've ever met in my life. Like the very group that the left says that they stand to fight for and advocate for and help. Like if you tell a real convict that's done 10 years, you know, that they're going to do bail reform, they're the first ones to be like, that is a terrible idea.
Is he Somalian?
Is who Somalian?
The convict?
No, like this is like they're most of my closest friends, people that I run in the circles with. They're you know, I just figured I would share that little piece of I don't know what y'all social circles look like, but many of my closest friends happen to be multiple time felons, and none of them are for the woke shit.
Oh.
See, my circle is full of Somalis. It's just like 99.9% of my friend group is all Somalians. You know,
me too. Bunch of Somalians. Get
Is
together.
that because you get
It's
paid by the
weird.
government?
Yeah. I run this thing called an adult daycare.
I just
actually,
wanted to share that little. I just thought that was because whenever you see the Jamie was clamoring for equality, like all of my felon friends, regardless of color or country of origin, they are typically some of the most someone who's really turned their life around. Like the idea of accountability just really it hits different to them.
Accountability.
I think that makes sense.
Well, I mean, you guys joke, and it's if I think it's kind of hard to be a conservative without at least somewhat of a Christian thumbprint, and part of that is redemption, grace, and forgiveness.
Yeah.
And I had a good talk. We did a feed the homeless thing we do once a month. We go kind of near where I live, make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. One of my buddy cuts hair for the homeless. Shout out, by the way, Antonio. He motherfucker gave out 11 haircuts to homeless people today. Not a single one of those people who either live in transitional housing, they're still on papers, they have time hanging over their head. They, by all metrics, people that don't have a ton of worldly success, they are the embodiment of what I would say true conservative is. When they go out today, they make sandwiches and they try to be a little bit philanthropic.
When your friend gave them haircuts, were they stylish haircuts? Or were they just all Mo Howard haircuts?
No, bro. My boy Antonio is
shaving homeless people.
I'm trying to help Antonio. He's one of the most decent, interesting people. He sounds like Tone Loc, Funky Cold Medina when he talks.
Oh.
Do you guys ever follow Vic Blends on YouTube?
My name is Antonio.
No, I've never heard of Vic Blends. What does he do?
Vic Blends, he's a great kid, man. He just asks people little kids, senior citizens, businessmen, homeless people, hey, can I cut your hair? Can we talk about life for 20 minutes and put it on YouTube? I would call it really wholesome content. If you ever want to unplug from the shit that we talk about, that's one of those, it's a niche vein, but it's really cool. And I'm trying to get Antonio to do it in the same way. And, he's the first, we were literally talking to someone today. It's hey, if you make money by selling drugs or you make money by a woman being on her back, you're a feminine man. I said that to a dude who's on papers right now, and the guy he didn't quite know how to take it. I'm like, no, bro, you're bitch made. You can't wake up at 5 o'clock to go to
smack you in the mouth for saying that to me.
No,
Yeah, you're breaking up. You're breaking up, dude. We can't hear you.
Yeah, what'd you say?
Someone said it's MK Ultra trigger word, and I was going to paramilitary mode.
What is MK Ultra?
There, the dude.
MK Ultra
CIA thing.
Yeah, MK Ultra is a CIA mind control program that used LSD in the 60s and 70s to try and manipulate people into doing certain actions.
I thought it was a fucking beauty store.
No. I thought it was a beer, MK Ultra Light.
Actually, both of those sound legit. Yeah,
isn't that the holiday that's coming up in about a week?
MK Ultra? What's the
holiday? Yeah, MLK Day.
Oh, I see.
No,
see,
it's
I'm so off the radar. I didn't even know about MLK Day coming up.
MK Ultron, the Transformer.
MK Ultra means different things to different people. That's what we realized. For some, it's a salon. For other people, it's yeah.
Yo, I like to call trans people Decepticons. Cancel me.
I support
You have said that before, so haven't been canceled yet.
Roll out.
There it is.
So is no one doing anything on Saturday night? Are you guys really just going to be on panel all evening?
I mean, I just moved into my house.
Yeah, I just got done with
You're my neighbor, bro. Come out and get wings with us.
Now I did move a little further. I'm in Anderson now. I'm in Honeypath.
There might be a karaoke show.
You're in Honeypath?
Oh yeah,
bro. All you got out there is a Dollar General and crystal meth.
Hold on, we got a Food Lion.
Woo! what more could you ask for?
We've got 3 traffic lights. Come on now, we're getting there.
So, dude, I just finished a 3-hour business meeting for a political party's annual meeting to review bylaws before I came on this panel.
That's how I like to turn up on a Saturday evening. Fucking bylaws.
Yeah, it's called Gay for Libertarians.
Or straight laws.
By curious laws. That's you fucking retards.
We're going back to the video. The jokes are getting worse by the moment.
I think people realize like Minnesota's known for being Minnesota nice. Everyone was accepting. They brought all these refugees, and it wasn't a problem until it became a problem. And so then you get politicians like Tim Walz and the mayor, Little Fry over there, who start panhandling to the Somalian community. It's just a small percentage of the population there. It's about anywhere from 80 to 200,000. No one exactly knows. The ranges are from 80 to 200,000 people.
So it's not a big number of people.
No, it's not, but they go into certain areas and they pretty much move out any other race or religion, and it just becomes a Somalian area. And so it's not
a way to keep winning elections.
An issue when you don't feel like it's still your city, or you don't feel like you're being represented by your politicians.
Yeah.
And so Tim Walz and Ilhan Omar, they kind of started panhandling to this group of immigrants, one for votes, and then also they attached on to the welfare programs. Like I believe 81% of Somalians in Minnesota are on welfare. 89% of the fraud being committed by people inside Minnesota is by Somalians. And then if you come out and speak against the fraud, you'll be called a white supremacist, like Tim Walz did with me. He'll call you far right. He'll call you a delusional conspiracy theorist. And so all this political correctness made it to where people kind of feel like they couldn't speak out. That's why David, he had been trying for years to get the story out, to tell people, and I was one of the only people who would listen to him and give him the time of day to go show what's happening.
So I understand that you've got this
unusual
microcosm of a very particular demographic.
He seems a little on edge.
Tightly dense area. What I don't
Well, you
understand
gotta think. I mean, he
what
probably
is
blew
it
up in the
about
last
Minnesota?
couple of weeks.
Tim Walz has been saying,
I mean, he
you
was
can come
popular,
here,
but now
they're kind of nice.
he's a
But
household
there has
name.
to be a specific loophole or legal. I mean, is this available everywhere? If I just dumped 200,000 people from one particularly innovative culture into an area, would they be able to scheme and do that across the whole country?
Yeah, well, I talked to some of the Somalians, and they tell me, well, if one Somalian moves, we all move, essentially. So, like, they kind of move in these groups. So there's, like, groups of them in Texas. There's groups of them in Minnesota.
I think I agree, Podesta, which I don't think that means anything negative. He's just young, and he just got, as Big Soda said, kind of thrown into the stratosphere.
Violations.
He's probably not like an expert on
That's what it is.
all this stuff.
Quality Learning Center.
What happened?
And they leered their lesson.
Oh, he made a
lyric jokes.
Yeah. Okay, can you explain to me the exact journey of a dollar, where it comes from, where it goes to, and what you think is going on? I imagine that there's a variety of different paths.
Do you want me to do it like a Schoolhouse Rock kind of version?
Has to come from somewhere, go to somewhere, get fed back to
sing a song for us, Nick Shirley.
Yeah, so for instance, with childcare, there's this thing called the HHS, and that's a federal. It's I believe it's Health and Human Services. So they allocate a certain amount of funds to stuff like childcare. For instance, they allocated $185 million to childcare, and then that money you then go submit. You go get licensed for your daycare, and then you say we want this many children, and then you're able to receive this money for these daycares because it's part of their. Like Tim Walz openly bragged, even on X and in the debate with JD Vance, like, we're going to give childcare and daycare a raise. Like, why would you do that? There's a lot of hardworking parents that are paying to put their kid in childcare. And so that's kind of how they go about making their money. And then they realize, well, daycare is great. Let's do adult daycare. Let's do assisted living.
Well, hang on. So you've got this.
Can you pause it for a second? This made me think of something.
Help to
regular people that pay for regular daycare. Do you think that prices might be going up because of this fraud? Because there are a lot of other fake daycare places taking a lot of this money, which is maybe making regular legitimate daycares just to cost more so that they like they're not able to get as much, like they're, how do I put this, like it costs them more to supply because they're not getting as much as funding as they should be because of all the other places that are fraudulently collecting. Do you think
I think it has to, because like obviously funding isn't infinite. And so the more fake daycares that are getting millions of dollars of funding, then that's money that could be going to other daycares. And so it probably drives the cost up. Yeah, boots on the ground, it probably does a lot of negative effects when you have a sea of fake daycares.
I got a lot of friends with kids, and it is fucking expensive, the daycare.
Yeah. So I don't think
I backed my kids into lake when I was younger. No, I'm kidding. I never had kids.
But then it's weird to me that like so many, I understand that there's always going to be a left and right divide. But it's weird how many people are like anti Nick Shirley and trying to poke all the holes in this, because this is hurting the people at the left historically should care about, right? Like people that are like disadvantaged or trying to put their kids in daycare so they can work their jobs and stuff. It's like, this is like, from a left-wing point of view, we should hate fraud. From all points of views, we should hate daycare fraud, right? Like, and especially the left. Like, you would think that they're all about, right, making costs more affordable for like young mothers and all this stuff. And then when it comes to actual fraud, then we want to turn a blind eye and go after Nick Shirley instead. So
yeah, and Nick is an unexceptional white man, and the question was asked before, like who else had come up, randomly that was an unexceptional white man. In terms of affect, Nick Shirley actually reminds me a whole lot of Lex Friedman, like that flat, matter of fact.
So Lex Friedman is a high level black belt in jiu-jitsu. He's like a professional musician, world champion chess player. He does that. I get where you're in the affect.
But I bet he doesn't have a cool hat like me.
That's
true. I'm a big fan of Lex Friedman. I like but in his mannerisms, I understand what Anson's saying for sure. Like,
okay, what about
he's not animated.
What about that one teacher that got famous for like talking about trans stuff?
Having sex with
fucking Warren?
Yeah, Warren. Yeah,
Warren Smith.
Oh, I thought you were talking. Who's the guy from Evergreen College?
Brett Weinstein.
Brett Weinstein Weinstein.
Yeah, that guy's unexceptional as hell. I don't like that guy at all.
I love Brett.
He's got an interesting talking point, but you're right. Like, no part of me wants to go grab chicken wings with him.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, Lex does like Elon, but Lex is cool. I can't not hate or I can't not love Lex Friedman. Okay.
Yeah, his science content is top notch. When he interviews scientists, that's some of his best work. All his politics stuff sucks though.
By the way, I grab a beer with other guys, not chicken wings. Grab beers.
I don't drink.
Yeah, I don't drink either. Drinking's bad.
Well,
Drinking's the devil.
Then don't mention grabbing anything with guys, because you grab a beer with a guy. You don't grab chicken wings. That's a weird thing.
How is that weird?
Because you grab a beer with a guy. That's what you do.
I would say that I would say I'm more of a guy than you.
Okay, then cheers.
Well, I mean, look at me and look at you. Who's more? Who has that's?
Someone has their camera off and someone doesn't. Okay, I'm just gonna say that the dude.
I've been on camera.
I know you have. I'm just saying here.
You can't see me.
Dude, your shaming of unexceptional white men has motivated me to hire a personal trainer, and tomorrow morning I am going to the gym to meet her, and she's going to whip me up into shape and make me exceptional.
Bro,
an exceptional black man. Is that what you want to be, Anson? You could have that arranged.
Can you be sincere and like give the man a pat? That takes a fucking decent amount of chutzpah to get up and go to the gym when you don't do that normally. Good job.
Do you
pal.
think
awesome.
Anson is being sincere? Do you think tomorrow he's hiring a private trainer?
No, I already hired it. I spent $750 on her today. What are you talking about?
Why don't you just buy some
Anson is so hard to tell if he's being sincere. I don't think.
No, he paid for a hand job, and she was a personal drainer. That's what she was.
Whoa,
that'd be probably more
That's
likely.
an expensive hand job. They're way cheaper than that.
Yeah.
Okay, disavow. Where's Marilyn?
But somebody needs to create a business and file a business. And what's the structure of what's going on the ground there? Who's working there? Are they being paid in cash? Are they being paid?
Yeah, so that's kind of the problem right now. That's why the federal government has surged Minnesota with investigators to figure out what's actually happening, because it's been like this kind of weird liquid thing where no one really knows. And so that's kind of the problem. That's why you're seeing it's kind of hard to track down what's actually happening.
You know that there's money going in, but you're unsure where it's coming from or how it's being distributed.
Yeah. So I went to a fraud committee meeting, and this one lady, she's a Republican representative for the state, she laid out one of these frauds that was happening. You had one man, he also ran a daycare, assisted living, and he had multiple violations, but the government kept giving him money. And so somebody from inside the state, DHS, was cutting the checks, and they continued to give these people money even though they're violating and having violations.
What's up
and
with
so
that?
that's why they had been enabling this fraud to happen for so long. That's why Tim Walz, he needs to be held accountable for it, because like you said, the buck stops with him. And so if someone's stealing
Anson, how come you call me out when I say Johan Omar, but when he pronounces a T in Walz, you don't call him out? Okay, I'm just saying. He keeps saying Waltz.
Waltz.
Okay.
Yeah, he's doing a dance.
You're gonna find out pretty quick.
It's
Tim
a
Walz has
hard
been saying they've been
Z.
fighting fraud
That's
since
forgivable.
2019.
You're just like calling her Johan, which is
And
like a
so,
totally different
6
word.
years later, he's been enabling fraud.
A quick aside, you've probably heard experts like Dr. Rhonda Patrick talk
All right, I
about the
love you,
benefits
Chris
of omega-3s.
Williamson, but skip.
And call it a day.
Instead, donate to the Confluence YouTube channel, super
Oh!
chat, and like and subscribe and stuff, okay? For me to skip this ad.
But with Momentous, you know you're getting
Skip.
Oh, I want to take some vitamin D.
Check out. So you have unlicensed. The people don't need to show that they've got registered teachers, any accreditation. What's the level of scrutiny to be able to build? If I want to go now and start the Quality Learning Center 2.0, can I go do that?
Now it would probably be a lot harder because of everything. But I mean, people were starting them up everywhere. I mean, if you just drive around Minneapolis and you pay attention to all the daycare centers, or whether it be daycares or adult daycares or assisted livings or home health services, you'll be shocked. Like literally almost every block, there's some sort of welfare program, whether it be autism, daycare. You're like, what is going on? And they're not like nice buildings. They're like these almost like warehouse styled buildings. And they just slap a daycare on top of it, and there's no children to be seen anywhere.
Have you looked at the landlords of these buildings? Who owns them?
I haven't looked into who's the landlords.
That'd be interesting to work out how culpable it sort of goes back. Okay, so that's, I suppose, the business side. And it's kind of obvious. You find a loophole inside of the government and some of the subsidy money which can be paid to these kinds of facilities. You start one, you gain all of the money to pay your costs, but because you're not operating it fully, you don't have to pay the costs, and you're able to arbitrage. You just scrape off the top of
what, I'm interested to see.
And didn't look into who owns these places. Okay.
It's like I understand Nick Shirley's young, so I'm trying to give him that credit, and I understand he just blows up. But yeah, there is a lot of questions that but it might not be, I guess, his responsibility. He's kind of drawing a spotlight onto stuff that seems sus, and then I think it's probably the government's job to actually look into it with law enforcement. But yeah, there's probably more he could have done in probably a lot of ways. But again, I think he's young, and I don't know if he expected this level of attention.
I got a question.
You guys talk for a second. I can hear you guys. I'm just going to get an unknown object right now. Okay.
It's probably has nothing to do with nicotine. But anyways,
absolutely nothing to do with that.
Yeah. So let's just say, and I just thought of this. You're talking about doing an investigation and everything. What if you were a young detective on your own, and this stuff is out there, all these rumors are out there, so everybody a lot of people kind of know about this stuff. Well, let's just say, obviously, someone in law enforcement has heard of this. So why couldn't you just on your own? I don't know how. I mean, I'm not a detective myself, so couldn't you just on your own go, I'm just gonna, as a detective for law enforcement, I'm gonna look into this just on my own. Just decide to go down to one of these places and say, hey, I'm Officer Sustenko, and I'm going to take a look inside here. And, okay, there's no kids here. Where are they? How long have they not been here? Well, I'm going to hang out for a while until I see a substantial amount of kids, whatever that word is. And would you get in trouble if you were wrong? And if you were right, wouldn't you get promotion or like, I don't know, like, or if there's probably, I don't know, there's probably, you have to get warrants and stuff like that. There's levels to investigations and stuff that you probably aren't aware of. I'm not a fucking lawyer or an investigator or anything like that, so I have no idea about this fucking shit. But it just makes me think, like, if you were a detective, you couldn't just go on your own and go, you know what? I'm just gonna fucking put my foot down and take a look into this shit. I don't know.
I think that's a good question, and I don't know enough about Minnesota's regulations, but I think in most law enforcement, I think the problem is, you don't really have much probably latitude as like an individual detective is the problem.
Even like, if you wanted to like a regular cop, then you would make a detective. Do you ever hear a story like, I'm just talking about things I've seen on TV?
I don't think you're allowed. I don't think that's how it works in like TV shows, but I don't think. Yeah, I don't think you can just like decide as a random cop to just like go bust down a Somali daycare and check it out.
He's just twirling around his fucking nightstick, walking the sidewalk. Yeah. He goes, you know what? I'm gonna fucking hoof into here and I'm gonna make detective. That's how it works. That's how it works. I know it. I know it. You can do it.
Yeah, it's like I think, that's the problem. I think Minnesota has to properly investigate this. And there probably has to be people that like decide what cases get looked into and what doesn't and stuff. What I don't know, is there any world in which the federal government could look into this? Or is that like a conflict? And I feel like Anson or Big Soda would know this. Like, at what point can the FBI for a fraud case just be like, this is too much fraud, the state's not handling it, so we're moving it to a federal level? Yeah. Does anyone know that? Like, what's the kind of bar where that has to be?
There's federal money that goes to the state for the programs that were being defrauded. So there's nexus there for the feds to do something about it, regardless. But like, it has to be on their radar, and it's on their radar, so they're investigating it.
Right. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Podesta's good point. Yeah. If it's taxation fraud, which probably some of it is, let's be honest.
Federal grant fraud.
That too, but I'm sure. I mean, when there's smoke, there's fire. I think there's probably a lot of different types of fraud going on in these events.
Well, you have to make
sure it violates federal law, then feds take over. And I think Anson has to be right that a certain amount of their money is going to be federal money.
Yeah, I assume there would have to be some type of receipt. Like, I mean, there's some type of way the federal government could track to make sure that this type of this money is going to the right place.
I think Kash Patel said he was investigating this, right? I think he did. He said, although fuck Kash Patel, because if I remember right, in the Twitter, I think I mentioned this a few days ago on stream, he said we were already looking into it before Nick Shirley did this. Like, he made sure to like say like, no, we already knew about this. And it's like, it didn't seem like really anyone was doing anything until Nick Shirley made a fucking YouTube video. Kash Patel, do your fucking job, okay? Not a fan of Kash Patel. Okay, I used to like him, not a fan anymore for a number of reasons. I'm just gonna say.
The best case scenario here is that this dovetails in with what ICE is doing, because if there's a large community of Somalis there committing fraud, then they're all deportable now, right? Even if they're in refugee status, right? So I think that what the best case scenario here is that they just send ICE in and just send all the brown people back where they came from.
Okay, disavow that, or at least the phrasing of that. Still not down for getting rid of Johan Omar, because again, she is a citizen. So a lot of these Somalis are. Yeah, the refugees. I agree. Send them back. If they've committed fraud, send them freaking back. Okay.
Quick question, and I think this is really important. Do you think Dick Tracy would have solved this case?
No.
I think so.
Okay. We got one.
Trust,
I think so.
We need a good PI, no nonsense PI. I think that's what we actually need. One guy,
Dog the Bounty Hunter,
take down all the Somalis. Yeah, Dog the Bounty Hunter. He can be ICE. He can be the IRS. He can be the FBI. He can just do it all and just drag all and personally take the Somalis back to Somalia.
I am the dick. The Dick Tracy. Oh, that's the wrong one.
There always is a corrupt white guy at the top of this, and sometimes corrupt other people at the top of this too. It just depends. But
well, I mean, only a white guy's competent enough to organize something like this from the top, right?
Oh,
Quick
thanks,
question
Marilyn.
about-
I actually would
Why
disavow
would you
that.
disavow me saying white guys are good criminals? That's
Only what? Look, black people can be just as good criminals as white people.
I think white people are better criminals than black people.
I can't tell if that's like a racist thing toward white people or a racist thing towards everyone who's not white. I'm not sure. Could be a mix of both, you know. It's like if you said that, like, if you said a certain race is the best at stealing cars, is that you giving them credit or is that
Not
racist?
Asians.
I'm not sure. Well, probably not for driving the cars that they steal.
Yeah, they're the best at making the cars.
Yes, yeah. So every race has their own specialty, right? Some people make, some people steal, some people drive. You know, it all works out in the end. Okay, good at disavow myself.
Wow.
Disavow
Did
myself.
Tracy have a little monkey, or was that another man in yellow?
Yeah, I think that might be a different man.
I don't
Hey,
know.
no more monkey talk. He's disavowing everything.
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah,
now
let's
I have
get
to
down to
disavow
brass
that.
tacks.
I'm
How much
tired
do
of
you
saying
eat?
this, okay? Back to the
It's
video.
tax exempt.
Right.
And so, like, for instance, a lot of the women working in there's videos of you can look this up. There's videos of men going in, women bringing their children, and then there's a man who gives them cash. And so a lot of these guys, and this also makes me
They do that
I
out
have
in
some
broad
theories about
daylight where you
this.
can
So,
take a video of them?
for instance, Muslims, they can marry 4
Cash?
wives. And so all these people inside of these daycares, a lot of the women are probably related or married to the man who's receiving the checks.
Okay.
Right? So he's receiving quality learning. He's receiving $1.9 million. He has all these employees. Well, I'm not actually going to put them on a W-2 or 1099 because then I have to report their taxes and they're going to have to pay taxes on that money. So let me just pay them cash. And then what will we do? We'll collect welfare. 81% of the population's on welfare inside of Minnesota.
Yeah, I have to pause. I totally forgot about that discussion. I say the streams are so long. I totally forgot the end was Section 230, and me and who was it? Jamie. Who else was with us? Was it you, Christian? God, I don't remember who was in that conversation about Section 230 saying racism doesn't exist, and then we were talking about like what word, and he was saying it's prejudice. I think that was Christian. I think. But the streams get so long, I can't remember. That was a fun conversation. I just had to mention that.
So recap what he was just saying. They have employees, but they're not, paid. They're paid in cash off the books because they would have to tax that and say where the money came from, and this way that they can also collect welfare. Because they're not getting paid. They're getting, technically they can say they're not getting paid because it's untrackable.
I don't know exactly. Well, because even him saying that, with the multiple wives thing, obviously you can't be legally married to multiple people. So I don't know what he means by bringing that up. I'm not sure because that confers no legal advantage. I mean, you could be secretly married to 5 people, but you can't actually be married to 5 people. Yeah, that was testy. That was testy, not Christian. I'm getting people confused, but
you couldn't be collecting benefits.
You
on
asked me
each
what
of
happened
those
2 days ago. It's I don't even know because it's I streamed for 8 to 10 hours. No, me and Testy were trying to convince Section that racism is a good word to use, and he was just well, it's all prejudice. And I was trying to explain, canine is a category, and dogs might apply to that category, and so do foxes. But it makes sense that we have a word for fox and dogs because even if we have a broad category, we can still have a separate category. And so going back and forth on that. Alex, is this you? Alex, in the
Hound.
back chat?
Did you ever see Fox and the Hound?
I've seen the canine and the canine, but I don't see a reason to separate it into fox and hounds personally.
That would be a shitty movie. The Canine and the Canine. What?
It is Alex. Alex.
What's
Alex?
Chat. How's it going,
I'm
brother?
here to save you from yourself.
It's going great. What do you think about this Minnesota fraud stuff? This Nick Shirley guy exposing all this nonsense?
I don't know how much he actually exposed, but Yeah, sounds.
He's working on it. He's working on it. Okay. He's drawing spotlight to it. Okay.
Did you watch his video?
I did. Yeah.
Did you notice anything about it?
I think there's a lot of things I think he got slightly off at different points, but I was saying this earlier. I don't like, Big Soda. I'm actually stealing Big Soda. I think Big Soda said this earlier. I'm going to say I said it, that there's a tendency for, I think, people to like nitpick certain parts of it and then like dismiss the whole thing. There was mistakes in it. There's stuff even in this conversation we've been watching where stuff has maybe been said not totally correctly. But I think there's enough stuff to warrant an investigation, and the FBI thinks the same thing. So that's what I would say. He's not perfect. He's a young guy, as the dude would say. He's an unexceptional white, which I don't necessarily like that. But he's just a humble young guy YouTuber. Okay, with no ties to any special interest groups. I don't want to hear any of that talk. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he. I don't know anything about that, but it's just more pointing out the lack of like any kind of like time notation for where he was at and what time it was, what the hours of operation were, things like that.
I think you can. I don't want to get all like weird geoguesser, but I feel like based on the sun's positioning in the sky, it's like it feels like it's like sometime in the day,
Well, sure, but daycares can work at different times, right? Or on different
but
days?
on some of them we did see like not on all of them, but in some of them you can see signs in the video that say when they're supposed to be open and when they're not. And it's not like when he's asking people where are the kids, they're like, oh, it's fucking the weekend. There's no kids here. It's not. That's not what's happening.
He said the date he went there. It was on a Tuesday during their working hours. He said the date.
Right, but I guess
7 p.m.
I'm assuming what Alex is. Unless Alex isn't saying this, but like, could he be lying about that? Could he be? Unless you're not saying that, Alex.
Could he be there at like 7 p.m.
But even a date step wouldn't. Like, how does he prove that?
Right. I mean, it seems.
Yeah.
Unless he's saying that he visited all on the same day, in the same 6-hour period.
They're all in one district. He did clarify that because like the Somalis tend to be sticking in the same neighborhood, right? Because there's like 80 to 100,000 and make up like 2% of the population. I was doing some fact checking at the beginning of the stream just to see. And what he was saying, this all happens kind of in one. So I think it's possible this all did happen on the same day.
But was it?
I do want to watch the AJW video because I first of all I think AJW's been doing this a lot longer. And so I think I don't know Nick Shirley from Adam, right? This video was the first time I've seen of his. Whereas AJW, I think Sean has a good track record of actually like presenting stuff in a better way. Just by experience alone, no shade to Nick or anything, but
yeah, I know. I wish he had like shown something to indicate the actual time he was there. And
like he could have pointed the camera up at the sun so an Indian knew what time it was.
That's true.
Or
you could have made a little sundial on the ground.
Or I don't know. Most cameras have like a time. But
you could the time step, but that all could be like faked though, right? That's
the problem. But at least it would say something, right?
You can't fake the sun.
Yeah, you can't fake the sun.
Yeah.
Well, the
sun or I'm not believing it.
The same place, no matter what day it is, right?
I am directly under the sun right now.
That's a good point, Alex. That's a good point.
Yeah.
But I think there's again. So any specific one.
I'm not saying I don't believe him. I wish there was more like concrete. Like
no, I agree. I agree.
I feel like if you're gonna make a big claim like that, you had better like provide all the necessary detail that people can just see it and then believe you. Right?
Yeah, I think this is something that it's not enough, and the problem is like. Let's say there is some of these daycare centers that are actually legit, and let's say there actually is a good reason that there's no kids at that moment. Well, then people watching the video, I mean, I've heard that this is happening, which of course it would, where now they're getting like harassed and stuff, and people are showing up, and people are calling them, people are trolling them, and it's like if there is, let's say a few percent, let's say are completely legit, then it's like, well, that's kind of like a bit irresponsible. So I can understand that.
I know that some of them have closed down since, and I don't know if it's because they were committing fraud or because they've been getting harassed.
Well, we'll have to see when the investigation happens.
Yeah.
To me, it's enough. It's enough to shine a spotlight on it. I think there is a lot of fraud.
They had issues with this. They've had issues with this for a little while now, right? What was
Yeah,
it?
at the beginning of my stream, I was talking since 2013. There's been like hundreds of millions of dollars of fraud, multiple arrests made, and so
Well,
yeah,
no,
this
I'm
is
saying
just
like feeding our future was like the biggest one, right?
Oh, the COVID thing, yeah.
Yeah.
The COVID thing. Hey, Dada. If it's COVID,
hey, son.
Yeah, hello. I quoted The Simpsons just so you know when I said I'm directly under the sun, right? That's a Simpsons quote.
Oh, I missed it, and I do like The Simpsons, but
yeah,
I'm very Simpsons coded.
I don't know anything about the Somalis around there, but
I mean, this is true from Podesta. We live in a world where nuance doesn't get you clicks; it makes it look as bad as possible and gets them. Which is there's some I think good faith justification for that. The problem is it kind of cracks a few eggs to make an omelet, but like to present it in the way he did, I mean that's probably why he got like over 100 million views on the video and probably a lot more. And I think it is an issue. There is a lot of fraud going on. It's not being addressed. So the problem is, there's some aspects, even in this, Alex, when we were watching, like the way he presented adult daycares, which is something I wasn't sure what that was. And then I think it was Podesta in chat or somebody said this, that is like, it's for, oh no, maybe it was the dude. Maybe it was both of them that said, it's like, well, that's for like, if you're like a senile person, like you're an old person, and you can. So it's a legit thing, but he's making it seem like it's like dropping just a random guy off at daycare who's like a functioning adult, and it's like that's not what it is.
Isn't a nightclub an adult daycare? A nightclub, that's an adult daycare. You go there, you kind of hang out for a little bit, and you go. They watch over you, make sure you don't get.
Kind of is, yeah. Marilyn is back. Marilyn, we hit you with that magnet. Marilyn, you should join the panel. Don't you want to talk about tamales, Marilyn? Come on.
Yeah, I like tamales. Let's talk about tamales.
Yeah, I think Marilyn is a hot tamale.
Yeah, I'd really like to stuff my tamale with Marilyn. Marilyn,
okay.
Wow.
Marilyn has disavowed that, so I don't know what to tell you.
You don't like stuff with tamales? It's delicious. It's nutritious food, high quality.
All tamales are stuffed.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you got to stuff them. It's better to stuff with a partner.
I thought you said Somalis, Bradley.
Yeah, hot tamales.
Hot Somalis.
Are on welfare
because haven't registered the employees as employees. They still get to be paid in cash from the front end and receive the benefits from the back end.
Yeah, so now I'm thinking about it. If they do put them on taxes, they're probably paying them bare minimum, so they can still receive those benefits. So whether it's like $30,000, just the bare minimum.
I do
to
get the
by
vibe.
to still
Nick
be able
is
to
kind of talking off the dome, and some of these interactions.
Multiple wives thing, you're just saying that's kind of free and easy labor from somebody that you know, which happens to be in your house. Have you got any evidence of guys that have got a whole family of wives that are working in a single place?
Well,
so I would have to say that multiple wives is kind of like a slave kind of thing, wouldn't you say? These people, if they do, are off the books, undercover, having multiple wives. I think that's a slave situation, if you ask me.
I mean, if it is, if there's some like coercion, or I mean, you can't legally have multiple wives in America. So I just but I'm glad Chris asked him if there's evidence of that, and I'm sure some people do. But are they being used in labor? To what capacity? Is I just, like I said, I get the vibe that, and again, I'm not anti Nick Shirley at all, but I get the vibe in some of these moments he's kind of just like pulling stuff out, and I'm not sure if he necessarily is like super confident on some of these lines of inquiry, which is which is fine. Like, but at the same time, if you're traveling to the UK to do an interview, you think you'd get like ultra booked up on like the topic to exactly have some sources and all this stuff.
And
it's just his opinion.
All the women all the people working inside the daycares are women. And then when you think about what the percentage of people are on welfare that are Somalians, kind of makes sense. And then you see like their economy they have there with all of these welfare programs.
There is an evidence of
How
what
are
you
there
just
so
said.
many people living on welfare? Still.
Is this money being sent back to Somalia at all? Have you got any idea?
Yeah, so some of that money has been traced back to go back to the Al-Shabaab. A reporter found that out. And I actually talked to a man who worked at TSA. This is coming out in my part 2. So, and there's a video from 2017 from Fox local news there where they had reports of millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Not legally recognized marriages, though, is what I'm saying for Desta.
Literally in cash, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, polygamous cohabitation.
They take this money, they get it through TSA. They then take him to the back of a room.
If
and claim the
had
money.
$1 million,
You can't. We can't go through without saying if we have more than $10,000, you have to let people know. And so then they let them go through, and all they have to do is get to a country like Dubai, where they can then send that money and wire it over to a place like Somalia, and it can go through.
I was going to say, because it's all
daycare.
This is cash, which is a kind of a bit of a nightmare. It's good that it's untraceable, but when you start shifting big volumes of it around up to $9,999, yeah, you're going to have a pretty sophisticated operation to distribute it.
Yeah, and so that's why, like for instance, that's why I think a lot of the women there aren't actually getting paid money or aren't getting paid legally because they just give them cash, because it's the way you don't have to report, and if you work in cash, everyone knows that you can kind of move around taxes if you're working around a cash primarily business.
Have you got any evidence that it's coming back into the government at all?
Yeah, so it is interesting, for instance, that Ilhan Omar, she's outside of the daycare with the lady who operates another daycare, who then also giving the mayor a tour of her daycare, and there has been funneling to some of these campaigns, allegedly. For instance, Tim Walz. It was very weird when Kamala Harris chose Tim Walz to become the vice president to run with her. Nobody really knew who he was. And I wanted to make sure I had the right stat for when I came and talked to you about this. So Tim Walz, the day he's chosen to become vice president, he raises a record high $36 million in one day for his campaign with Kamala Harris.
Record high...
in one day.
Of all vice presidents or all?
Yeah, like the first day, that's like the most amount of money a vice president has brought into a campaign. $36 million. Tim Walz, he's a football coach. He's from Nebraska. And how does he raise $36 million in one day? They're anti-billionaires. They're anti-Elon Musk.
See, to me, that doesn't, I don't know. Is he implying like a fraud connection there?
Yes. The money had to go somewhere, and if it's orchestrated from the top, then he found an excellent way to launder it and send it to himself via campaign contributions. It is totally legitimate and reasonable to think that's what happened.
It's possible, but Kamala raised like over $1 billion as well. I don't know if like I have to accept there was like a big obviously DNC push and a lot of like donors trying to give money to these people, and it's like everyone wanted to take down Trump on the other side. It's not unfathomable that Tim Walz could raise that much as Kamala's running mate, right? I don't think it's like that. I don't think it's that crazy.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's possible it's fraud. I just don't. Yeah. It's not that amount. It's not like that amount of money is like raising red flags in my mind. Like it was that election had so much money poured into it, more than any other election in U.S. history. So it's like I don't. On both sides, there's a shit ton of money.
The amount of money they spent on Hollywood actors to endorse them, Beyonce, whoever, whatever the fuck else they got, that was insane. And then it still didn't work.
Yeah, all the personal stuff, all the super PACs. It's just like, yeah, it ended up being an insane amount of money. And just so, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem that crazy.
Yeah, all their Hollywood friends.
I suppose the argument might be maybe some rich donors on the left are able to, or they're concerned about the potential of a second Trump term. So people are going to dump. Do you need to register where that money comes from? Do people need to register donations in that sort of way? Is it trackable?
I would think so.
You think so?
It should be pretty easy to work out where that's
come from. You think so?
And if there's a ton coming from Cedar River, the Quality Leering Center, you'd think, okay, well, we could trace that back.
But we've also how are they not able to trace down all this fraud that's happening right now?
That's true.
It's just it's kind of been disheartening to see on both sides, Republicans and Democrats.
I'm totally disheartened.
Democrats come after me and to start defending fraud.
I too.
And then you have Republicans like, all right, how do we crack down on this fraud? It's like, well, aren't you guys like government officials? Like, how did you guys just let this happen as well? So it's like
burn.
and nobody likes fraud to be happening.
Disheartening is a good way to put it. I think that no matter what your perspective, I mean, unless you're somebody who is benefiting from a scheme like this, everyone feels crappy about how much money is taken.
He's being interviewed because he made a good YouTube video, and I think he exposed a lot of potential stuff.
Seeing
I don't know if he's like an expert on this topic exactly.
Must just drive
but neither
people
am I.
Insane. I know it does. I mean,
can I say something?
When I was living in the UK,
absolutely not. I'm just.
All right, so I'll talk now that you stopped the video. Of course, he's an unexceptional white man, and he doesn't have anything of value to say, and he only made this nifty YouTube video, and that's the only reason why we care. He's like a one-hit wonder, right? And he'll fade off into the sunset, never to be heard from again, because he's so unexceptional and white.
Oh, yeah.
I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not. There's some truth to it. But he could do. You guys know about like what Brandon Buckingham? I mean, that guy's kind of done kind of similar stuff. Although I think he's like dying right now. If I'm right, he had like heart failure or something after having some like pneumonia thing. I don't know if he's okay, but
my goodness.
But yeah, there's these people that like will do these types of content and can turn it into a legitimate thing. Yeah, so if he makes another banger, then yeah, he could kind of have a career as a right wing kind of expose artiste,
Yeah, like that one guy.
Can I just say
which guy?
Yeah, that one guy that makes like expose videos.
Nope, I don't.
Like the guy I mentioned, like Brendan Buckingham.
No,
Riviera. Is that a
guy? The guy. What's his name? Not Turning Point USA.
One guy. Turning Point.
He got kicked out of his. He got kicked out of his own organization and started a new one. What was his name?
Kicked out of his own organization. Oh, channel, like Andrew Callahan.
No, God damn it!
I thought. How is that not who you're talking about? Are you sure you're not? Are you sure you're not thinking the same guy?
Yes.
Because he got kicked out of his own organization, which I can't remember what the organization was, and then he made Channel 5.
No, it's different. It's
Tucker
different.
Carlson.
Because that guy's based. That guy's the guy I mentioned. Totally based.
Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson.
I don't know. I don't think Fox News is like Tucker's own thing, so I can't imagine it means Tucker.
Either way, here my point.
Yeah,
James
O'Keefe. What were you gonna say?
James O'Keefe.
Is that the Veritas guy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna interrupt Bradley every time he starts to talk because it's fun.
Oh.
We want to hear from Bradley, okay?
I think.
So I'm gonna start talking now. Oh wait, no, go ahead.
Let Bradley speak.
To play devil's advocate, my lips, my wig. I would want to say that I think that there are things that he has said that I have no idea how he has obtained the information of. Like, how is it possible that he knows what they're being paid, how they're being paid? Like, he can't even get in there to see if there's kids. They're giving him no information. How does he know what the employees are being paid and what they aren't being paid?
What we do know is how much funding, because that is public. So that's the only thing we know for sure, right? Is that like some of these daycares get 3.5 million in like 2024. But yeah, like what?
Is he saying
again,
he's just assuming, or
yeah, I mean, it's kind of like
they're collecting because most. I think he's just assuming because he's saying that a lot of Somalians. He's saying that there's a big high percentage that are on welfare, so he just is assuming that they're getting paid off the books to collect, or because there can't be any proof of that. I don't see.
Yeah, I think that's assumptions. And again, it strikes me as almost disingenuous because he must know this by now about the capacity thing I mentioned, and he repeated this again with Chris Williamson, which I don't like. When he's saying like that the whole thing about it's you're allowed to have like 40 kids and stuff, and the capacity is 40, and then and he's letting that just slide as if that means there has to be 40 kids, and that's not what that means. And I get when he made the initial video, maybe he didn't know that, but now it's been like a couple weeks later. Someone must have told him. He must realize that that number is not about the actual amount of registered kids. That's the capacity of the daycare, but he keeps repeating it.
The way they're saying it, think they're saying it without the word capacity, or sometimes it's definitely making it sound like they have 40 kids or that they're supposed to be 40
well, because that's
kids.
what because then he said, oh, and then when the news showed up, they had 12, and then Chris Williamson said, oh, that's still not 40, and then Nick Shirley said, yeah, exactly, that's not. It doesn't have to be 40. It doesn't have to be. The 40 is the max that they can have. It doesn't need to be 40. There's no minimum. It's just the
no minimum. It could be 2.
There could be. I mean, then you would. No, okay. There's two things going on. So the CCAP stuff, the CCAP funding, that's based on how many registered kids. So that's one thing. So if that, there could be 2, but if that number, if they're getting paid 3.5 million, they have 2 kids, that's a problem. So that's one thing. But the other thing, the number that he's always quoting is the total max. And in that sense, if let's say you only got 10,000 of federal funding, then you could have 1 kid, but you could be licensed to have 40 kids. Right, so there's 2 separate numbers. I mean, 2 separate things.
If there's enough people in this organization to be doing this fraudulent organization, there's enough people to have children to get at least 5 kids. If all the people involved in whatever this fraudulent operation is, those people have kids, so they have kids to bring in if they need.
Right.
They know people who have kids. They have kids, and also there's enough. I mean, kids are everywhere. Everyone has fucking kids. They have kids.
Especially Somalians, and Muslims in general. Their birth rate's doing Gucci. So yeah, they do have the kids. I don't think
that people should be able to just say, "Hey, give me $1 million to take care of my fucking kids." It has to be a real daycare with other fucking kids, with trained fucking people who take care of kids that aren't just taking care of their own kids.
I mean, I agree with this. I want to respond to this. Ag, you said they're claiming capacity so they get maximum budget for funding. You're kind of right, but there is nuance here. Like, again, the money, the CCAP money that they get is based on registered kids. It's not based on capacity. So the total amount you get, it's based, you have to have the kids registered. It's not just, you can't just like build a giant thing that can house 1,000 kids and have all the staff and then just get like, $50 million in federal funding. Like, you have to have like a certain amount of kids registered.
Seems like you can.
Let's read next chat. They fudge the intake force to make their income look below poverty so they can apply for funding. Yeah, I think that's possible. And yeah, they could be lying about the pre-registered kids. But with Nick Shirley, I don't like that he keeps bringing up the capacity, because the capacity is, like, to my understanding, is kind of irrelevant to like the funding that they get. You could lie about capacity to then pre-register more kids to get more CCAP funding. That could definitely happen. But then we'd have to like kind of show that, I guess, at some point. And we got Christian in the house. Christian, hit me with one of these, brother, so I know you're for real.
John Casta says this is Devil's Advocate.
All right,
yeah, my lips and my wig. It's from the movie Devil's Advocate, because Al Pacino wore lips and a wig. I'm sorry, I'm just joking around. My lips.
Yeah, and Ag is right. Yes, it's not irrelevant. Yes, the more your capacity is, the more potential for fraud you have. If your capacity was 5, then you're obviously limited on how much funding you can't fake register. Like, let's assume that they're fake registering, then yeah, you wouldn't get much funding. If your capacity is 50, now you could fake register up to 50 kids, and now you're getting a shit ton of funding from the government. So yeah, it's not irrelevant, but it's just that there's still different numbers, and I don't like that Shirley is not like distinguishing those numbers, because that's like a quick like Google search to understand that those things are like different things.
Yeah, so he's like, not that bright.
Yeah, there is either a lack of brightness or a bit of hiding the ball here. I'm not sure which one yet, to be honest with you.
He's more like me. I'm kind of dumb like him. I have the same problem. I'm and we have ways around it to make it look like we know what we're talking about. But people like him and I, we're just dull.
Would you say you're both unexceptional whites?
Yeah, I am very much an unexceptional. That's why I'm going to the gym tomorrow. I got a gym membership so I can become more exceptional.
Did you actually get a professional? That has to be a lie, right? There's no way you got an actual personal trainer.
Yeah, I did. I bought one today.
Like, you actually, like, for real did?
Yeah.
Like, you're not lying to me.
No, I'm not lying. Why would I lie? I've never lied to you, Confluent.
Well, that's a lie right there. So now that makes me think that this is a lie.
Yeah, he didn't know.
Unexceptional white people need to elevate ourselves, right? You need to elevate yourself, Confluent.
Confluence is trying. Okay, Confluence
The
is
woman
trying.
below me elevated herself.
Guys, super chat so I can get a gym membership. How about that? Make me into an exceptional white. Let me full screen myself. Make me into an exceptional white. Actually, I should disavow that. Is that okay to say? Actually, I'm not sure. I'll disavow just in case.
Exceptional white.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. I think I should be allowed, but
if I was
a
Power Ranger,
sure.
I'd be the White Power Ranger.
Bradley's playing with the TOS. Playing. He's tempting them. Tempting
What?
YouTube's gods.
Have for taxes are so insane. People get pissed at the fact that the roads aren't very good. My taxes go toward these roads, and there's potholes in my roads, or my bins won't get collected, or et cetera, et cetera. But when you see schemes like this, that just feels like how much of that could be back into the pockets of people.
I'm not getting as in to be clear because it's
not
not
working hard.
I'm not. It's not the time. I actually
trickle down pyramid scheme where a small number of people, a relatively small number of people who aren't working, are taking tons of money from a pretty big number of people who are.
Yeah, it feels like we're being robbed, the hardworking, law-abiding, tax-paying citizens.
See, that's too fast.
It literally
for
is
his end.
robbery.
I'll keep this in far away.
Excuse me, Daycare. I'd like to join your scam. Can I have $1 million?
Elon Musk.
Yeah, how do I get in on the Somali fraud?
So
one of the opponents who was most against Elon Musk, Tim Walz.
We can just start a fake daycare.
Like all this stuff happening now, it's like starting to make sense.
New business idea.
Let's do it. I get what you mean.
I already have 40 kids in my
skeletons
basement.
in his closet, and I am going to push back against a potentially very.
You just got to register them and get that CCAT money.
I get the sense that, especially if you're sort of caught up in the furor of popular politics and you're on the front page of CNN every day and you're potentially going to be the vice president, I think it's more likely to be Elon is the bad guy, he's on the other side. Maybe this will benefit me a bit behind the scenes. I always get a little bit skeptical of like attributing to real personal aspirations shit that's going on when someone is mega time, because they're so concerned about optics and how does this play. Maybe this is the driving force in the back of his mind. I just get the sense that when there is a big tsunami of stuff happening, you're playing much more for kind of the big game than the smaller personal stuff back home. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, and it's just interesting because, for instance, something as simple as government efficiency, that's what DOGE stands for, Department of Government Efficiency.
What?
Shouldn't that be something we all celebrate? And so when you hear these politicians come out and speak against this stuff, it's like, okay, has common sense left your brain? Because we all just want more efficiency. And
I'm sorry, Nick Shirley. Do you think the name of something automatically means it does that thing? Okay, not hating on Doge, but like, that's a little stupid, Nick. That's a little stupid.
Like 3 to 7% of all taxes go towards fraud.
Tell you what's interesting.
What did he say Doge means? I need to hear that again.
He said Doge means the Department of Government Efficiency. And so therefore, why are people against government efficiency? It's like the name of an organization doesn't necessarily mean that's like what it does and it does that thing effectively. Otherwise, the Inflation Reduction Act that Biden did would have reduced inflation, but it didn't. Like a name can be something, but you could disagree with what's actually doing. I'm not even hating on Doge, but it's just like, yeah.
You know, get like not with the government. That's supposed to be money that's not like not government money.
Doge, the currency is different. No, he's talking about Doge, like the Elon Musk, like the Department of Government Efficiency. Do you not know about this, Bradley? This is crazy.
How do you not know
what I'm talking about? This is you're like the first person in America that doesn't. No,
the only Doge I've ever heard of fucking is Dogecoin. Yeah, no.
I mean, it was named after that because Elon likes his memes. 69 420, right? And so yeah, so Elon was given a special contract with the government to cut. This is why they cut, if you heard of like USAID, like the United States Assistance for International Development, and they were cutting a bunch of stuff and everyone was like mad about them cutting stuff. That was under Doge. And they were trying to like cut like fraud, waste, and abuse. And they estimated a little high. And by a little high, I mean a lot high. And they cut some stuff that probably shouldn't have been cut as well.
Wasn't it like
yeah, that's what they estimated, and then that came out. They were off by like a factor of like 100. Like they literally they were off by a factor of 100. I still like a lot of what they cut. Like no one likes USAID. Let's be honest, we don't want to pay for that shit. But yeah, at the same time, it was definitely over exaggerated. And Nick Shirley having this like weird idea that just because something is called government efficiency, that therefore who's against that? Don't we like government efficiency? It's a little of a low IQ take, in my opinion. Not to hate on Nick Shirley, okay, but
I gotta go take a Doge.
He's demonstrated repeatedly through like the many interviews that I've seen of him that he is low IQ, right? That he's not thinking on a higher level. He's just some Yahoo with a YouTube channel, and this is his 15 minutes of fame, you know. I mean, and let's take it for what it is. I mean, he's basically providing nothing of value here, and you're sitting here talking about it like it has value, and I find that hilarious, actually, that you're doing that, Consulate. So continue.
Anson has me so conflicted.
Yeah, Anson always has me conflicted. Anson's got me acting up, you know, on the gay way.
Nah, that was
some podcast episode with anybody from Doge ever, and it's a guy called Sam Korkos, who is currently the CIO of the Treasury Department. So we did the episode on the same set as the McConaughey one, but instead we had the US debt calculator on the big video wall behind us, and I was asking him just how sort of inefficient, and he's very much on the technical side of this. What are the algorithms that we're using? How are we tracking these things? You know, he's very much sort of in the matrix of this, trying to reprogram it to make it more efficient from a technical standpoint. He's got a big technical background. But if you just think, okay, that's the system, which is designed and relatively easy to be able to investigate, relatively easy to investigate. We've got all of these different systems. Let's put them all out on a whiteboard and we can work it out. If you go, okay, you need to fly to Minnesota, go to this place, investigate this. Is there a person there? When did the kids arrive? When did they leave? Has this guy got 4 wives? What's going on? Is the money being paid in cash? That's so much more arduous. It's like, that's whack-a-mole as opposed to what Sam's doing, which is much more like an atomic bomb of trying to improve efficiency. And he was having challenges. He was hitting limits. So I guess the first thing it makes me think about is when you have a country of this size, the diseconomies of scale of 330 million people, there's going to be so much slippage in the system and so many holes and little exploits and speed runs that you can go through. This is kind of inevitable. This isn't me excusing the fact that it happens, but just
Bradley's drinking his whiskey, man.
How would it not? But the point is now, okay, we have found this. So we play whack-a-mole, and this is not a small mole, right? What's the total amount of fraud?
What whiskey?
Estimated above 9 billion.
Fighting cock, 103 proof whiskey.
Right.
Yeah, that's a significant amount.
It's a lot of money.
Just in Minnesota.
Fighting cock. We're saying the same thing, right? Fighting cock. That's what you're saying, right?
So it makes you think.
That's
like,
what I'm hearing.
One thing I'm super proud about my video is it's the first video you've ever seen where journalism really created instantaneously change. You had feds go and launch multiple investigations. They decided to freeze all childcare funding for the state of Minnesota.
Frozen all childcare funding for the state of Minnesota.
Yeah, we're hearing the right thing.
That sounds good, but
103 proof too
has got to impact people who
hair in your
are
chest,
legitimately
Bradley.
trying to get their children looked after.
My next point
Why
is
doesn't
they
know what
said,
Doge is?
we'll give you back the funding once you prove your legitimate business. To this day, time of this recording, no businesses have submitted to prove legitimacy.
None. How are you tracking that?
The HHS made a video about it just the other day.
The HHS made a video. Have they got a YouTube channel? They should
probably. They've been tagging me in their post on X.
Okay, that's interesting.
So
are they
Health and Human
adversarial
Services.
with you? Are they
He
collaborating
definitely
with
doesn't
you?
seem
What's the
confident when he
tone
speaks.
like with this?
I think they're just appreciative of that.
It's too confident. There's no way that the HHS has said that none of these daycares have proved any legitimacy. Like there's no way.
No way.
He's just this kid is too confident, and I don't think he knows. And he's
too confluent.
Is it
too confluent.
The blank face? Is that what reads as like confident? He's just like citing, like he's just reciting.
Leering.
I think the big problem is like so he's talking to Chris Williamson, right? Who obviously, if you haven't picked up from the accent, is not American. Because he asked him what DHS was at the beginning of this, and then he Nick Shirley stumbled on what it was, and he's like the Department of Homeland Security. So it's like, so that's the thing. I think he's benefiting by talking to someone who isn't American, who doesn't know like what any of the stuff is or how anything works. If he was talking to someone else, it would probably maybe not go as well as it's going.
I think he just needs time.
Is leering a word?
Is what?
Leering.
Leering?
Not leering is, but not spelled like that.
But what so there is no word spelled like that.
Looking with a sidelong glance. Leering.
Wait, wait, Bradley, were you missing when I talked about this? This was a real thing. Bradley, were you missing this? Okay, so this was an actual one of the daycares that he went to was called the Quality Leering Center. Right?
No, I'm aware of that. Yeah, that's. I'm just wondering if leering is a real word. Like what?
No, not spelled like this. With two E's, it is like to leer at someone, but not L-E-A-R.
Not L-E-A-R. Is it a new word?
Yeah, I think
all words are made up,
say it, and I guess you could add to the dictionary. Shout out Section 230 and how dictionaries work and stuff. So leering could be added depending on how many people use it.
Yeah, I think that it's inappropriate to make fun of Somalis not having a good understanding of English. I think that y'all are being racist and acting like colonialists because you have a better understanding of the native language here, and y'all need to y'all need to appreciate their lack of understanding of our language and work to help them assimilate and understand their culture more. Maybe we should put our signs in their native language.
Yeah.
Hell no.
If anything, we should be helping them leer. I agree. We should be helping them leer.
We should.
Yeah. Maybe we
shouldn't be making fun of them.
How does that typo get on a sign?
I don't know.
That sign has to be made. Like you have to submit that in and get it made. Like no one stopped to go, what's leering? Like hit the client back up, be like, what do you mean here?
I will say I worked at a place that was like a restaurant in like a rural area, and they had a sign that was made that misspelled a common food item. And you would think the sign creator would say, "Hey, are you sure you mean to spell this word like that?" Because that's not. But they didn't. They just and it just was up there for years. And it's like,
we have the money. It doesn't matter. Just make the sign. Just do it.
I guess they just don't care. I don't know. It's strange.
So I've had lots and lots of political signs made for stuff I've done in my life, and they're signs of the same quality as that one in terms of vinyl fabric like that. And it's super easy. You just get online and type some stuff in and push a button, and it just shows up in the mail. So it's probably just one person that did it and made a mistake, and the people who couldn't read English just put it up.
What are some political signs you've had made, Anson? I'm curious.
No.
He's gonna dox himself because Anson, we could connect the dots too much because he's already said different positions that he's held at certain political things. So you probably can't say that.
We can't nail him down.
Okay, so but Podesta, do you have evidence of this? He's saying it's not that Somalians can't spell. The original sign was so. Then how would this happen if the original sign was right in 2017? From what you're saying, how did they then replace it with a sign that is not right?
Yeah, that actually
how would that happen?
Sense. That doesn't even.
It does because those kinds of signs don't stand up to weather, so you have to get them remade.
Okay,
but then you misspell it the second time and you don't notice.
Yeah, it's called a typo. Have you never done a typo before?
I have, but not when I'm paying for something that costs a couple $100, like a sign.
Yeah,
and then if I bought it, then I would pay again to get it done.
They just didn't hit the end. The button was never pressed.
Yeah, I don't know. It makes sense. I mean, I think that's the least important aspect of all of this. It's funny, but it's just a typo.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying it necessarily means anything fraudulently.
Yeah.
Is this what you're talking about, Podesta? Is this the same? Is this the same place?
No, it's not. It's a different sign.
That's different.
It's a different door and everything.
They had someone that could spell, make that sign.
What's the? Does anyone know the address of this place? Oh wait, it says it on the sign, doesn't it? No, not on this.
Zoom
sign.
back in and get the phone number and see if it's the same phone number.
Windows so dark.
Yeah, that's your telltale Somali fraud going on right here.
It's a different phone number.
Ass windows. Okay. Quality, because I know in the learning center they have the address written on one of the signs.
Podesta is dying on this hill.
Oh, 14. Okay, here we go. 1411 Nicolette. I think they also misspelled that, by the way, from what I heard, because they were trying to change it. So they also misspelled the name of their own fucking street.
I think if you have 2 points, like 2 signs that are misspelled, I think it's safe to assume someone can't spell.
Yeah, I'm tempted to agree with that as well.
I think that's a safe. I bet money on that.
Why don't y'all look up the ownership of the company over the years?
It keeps
Minnesota
going
Secretary of State.
When I think this is the right. Can you guys still see my screen?
Nicolette.
Yeah. I think this. Yeah, this is Nick. This is the same place. Is there just? Can I go behind it? I know it looks different, but it's the right address. So why does it look so different?
Maybe it's on the other side. It's the back door.
How do we get behind it? Okay, we're going a little side quest. Oh, I feel like I'm in a video game. Okay, we're going around back, boys. We're going around back. Oh,
music theme.
Oh no, where'd I go? Fuck. No, now I'm lost.
Bro,
shit.
You're close. You're close.
Wait, what's happening here? What are these people doing? What are you guys doing?
They're being Somali.
Being Somali. Okay, where I got turned around. Which way was I fucking
to the left?
facing?
To the left of the tree. Okay. Yep. To the left of that tree.
No, it's right.
Like
right. Go right.
To the left of that tree.
Not
behind the dumpster.
No way. Not left.
This way?
You did not fly that way. You go right. Go right.
No, you're wrong. That's the building.
God damn it! I gotta go back. No. I gotta go. Oh God, now it's switched me. I'm on First Avenue.
What are you doing, Confluence?
Now we're lost.
It keeps
wrong
switching.
Street. Come on, man.
We're cooked.
Like that's 14th and First. Where are we? I don't know. Which way do we go?
Turn around.
This way? Or no, not this way.
Other way. Opposite way.
What are you doing, Confluence?
We want to take a left. Okay. All right.
It just jumps. Where are we going now?
Turn around.
Wrong neighbor. No, wrong way. No.
Going back.
No,
we're on
even farther away.
Go that way. Yeah.
Right
turn.
turn.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Keep on going.
Keep going. You're almost there. Left.
We're there, dude.
Nicolette. Okay. Oh, so this is
there's
it.
The
okay. So we were trying to. Okay, so we're trying to go around back. Okay, let's
and there's
try
the theater. There's the theater. It was right beside the theater. I was right.
Okay. So we're trying to not get turned around.
So to the right, behind the dumpster. I was right.
It won't let us go this way.
Then go around the other street.
Wait. So what is? Okay. Wait.
So
that's
it right there.
Yeah, that's it right
there. This
to the left of that. Then, that's it.
Oh, this.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
So why do we not see? Why does this look so different from like?
What's that big arrow on the back?
From like this one, like why is this so like? It doesn't even look like the same.
I thought that was just like a completely separate location.
I think it was a fake sign that was put up just for the YouTube video.
You think they made a? You think they made a fake sign?
Yeah.
I wish there was some.
I am thoroughly impressed.
Look at the graffiti on that building there. Zoom in on the graffiti, please.
Let's find more Somalis to make fun of.
This is the theater, though. So yeah, so this would be it. This is the Leering Center right here. I guess they could have maybe done a lot of restructuring since, because this is now we're in 2022. Wait, did we jump forward in time?
We did, yeah.
I thought it said. I thought earlier.
How often do they update this?
Chuck Sunday.
Like how often?
Because this is saying, this is saying 2022, and it's Learning Center. So somehow in the past 2 years,
yeah, but it's a different look on the building.
Yeah, but that doesn't.
Why does it look different?
Are those Somali words on the top? What is that? Zoom back in.
Yeah, zoom back in on that.
Yeah, right up there on the top of the door.
Oh, like this?
Yeah, it looks like Somali words.
I don't know what is the Somali.
Like
Anson, can you speak? Can you read that?
No, I can't. We're gonna have to like.
Oh shit! I think you might be right. I think you might be right.
Go back.
Yeah, you are. Because look, do you guys see this? Am I showing the right thing? So this is Somali language. And then if we go back here, I actually think it is Somali.
Well, move.
Yeah,
forward.
it is.
We can translate it.
Yo, Confluent.
Zoom in.
Oh, God, I don't
Screenshot
know.
it.
Maybe it'll say
Screenshot.
Learning Center.
Okay, yeah, we're asking AI. Okay.
Hang on. You can move. You can get a better view. Just move down the street a little more.
Yeah, AI is gonna fall apart if you send a
There
screenshot
you
like
go.
that.
There you go. What the
Wait, now
fuck?
we can't even.
Now it's just gone.
Now, it's all gone. What the fuck?
What the fuck? Where'd the?
They took
What
it down.
the fuck?
I don't know.
I got
what's
a
happening.
screenshot of it.
I have the screenshot. So
Answer
I'm gonna
ask for AI.
everyone, yeah, we're gonna try to ask AI. Okay, we're gonna go with Grok. I feel like I trust Grok the most on this. Okay.
Really?
It's just the picture that it gave you. If you went a little further or something, it will change the picture.
Colin, what would you say? What would you say is the best AI?
For talking to in a fun way, ChatGPT. For actual facts, Grok. I would say.
Actual
I
facts.
thought I
Grok?
was your
You know,
snack pack.
Is Grok not biased?
Well, I mean, they're all biased.
Well, I mean, yeah, to the user.
Wait. This is saying it means the Church of Messiah International. What? That's even more confusing. It's not Somali script. Wait, Somali doesn't use the Latin alphabet.
It's Hebrew.
No, it's not Hebrew.
It is. It's Hebrew.
What did you find, Anson?
That says the sign reads simile or simile. It translates to symbolic in English. It's Hebrew.
No, it's similar.
That's not. It's not Hebrew. I know Hebrew. That's not Hebrew.
Yeah, that's what Grok said.
Some of the letters look like Hebrew. Some of them do, but some of them are definitely not Hebrew. Like specifically the ones on the left. Because Hebrew's read right to left, but if we go from the left side, the first and the second one, those are not Hebrew characters at all.
Hebrew.
Hey,
by the way, when
Bradley,
I say I know
how long-
Hebrew, I mean I know the Hebrew alphabet. I
How
don't
long
know
does it
Hebrew.
take you to finish that fighting cock?
What?
How long does it take you to finish that fighting cock?
This is my second drink. Oop, and it's
What's
already
your second from the bottle?
Yeah, it was full. This glass was full just a little while ago.
Fighting cock. Do you like Jack?
Mm-mm.
You don't like Jack?
It's all right. I'll have it if I can't. If they
What
don't have
about
it, I like wild turkey. Wild turkey.
See, this AI is saying it's Devanagari, which is used for languages like Hindi and Sanskrit.
It says get a better image, Confluence.
I can't get a better image. That's the best I got.
It disappears when we move.
Yeah.
Well, try harder.
Okay. You know what? We're going to the worst one of them all. Fucking Gemini.
Gemini will definitely crack the code for sure.
I could ask this prostitute AI system I have. It's called Grok, and you can talk to it. I could ask that. It's pretty smart.
Yeah, get the sexy 18 plus Grok, and maybe it'll help us.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you like Bradley? Do you like the Jack Honey?
It's a little too. I'm trying not to have too much sugar and shit. So I don't know. It's all right. I wouldn't say it's terrible, but a little too sweet.
Yeah, you should stop drinking. You'll be a better person.
How's that though?
Become an exceptional white man.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
I think Gemini's going to
Okay.
solve this. Actually, I have confidence. It's refining, investigating language. Look at all this. Look, I don't know if it's just like gaslighting me, but look at this. Exploring glyph, analyzing seal origins, possible inscription, pinpointing script origin, decoding seal glyphs again. Holy shit, revisiting. If it spits out some nonsense, I would be so mad because it claims to be doing so much. I'll be so angry. Slavonic? It's not Slavic. Wait, why is it analyzing Slavic? Is it maybe it's just going through all the languages?
What's the address number? You could probably just type it into Google and find out what was there before just by doing like a search.
I think I did. It's 1411 Nicolette. It just shows up, and that's how I got to the Quality Leering Center in the first place. Wait, I encountered an error doing what you asked. Could you try again? Fuck off. Stupid. Stupid.
Just left.
Analyzing glyphs. Oh my god. Fuck off, Gemini. I knew I should have trusted you.
Wait, I can't analyze any glyphs. There's an error.
Wait, what am I even talking about? I can't do anything that I'm trying to do.
It did all that just be like, oh, you're still here?
It just was hoping I'd give up. Wait, what the fuck? Did I go to the right?
Execution in progress.
Wait, what? Who did Bradley by accident. Bradley, I don't even know your screen share right now. That is Bradley's screen share.
Let me show you some of these.
I think Bradley's on to something. Okay,
you guys talk. It is now my actual Zen time. Okay. Don't trust Bradley. Fine, I'll put this here, but I don't trust Bradley with the screen share. So we're gonna.
What makes you
just show this one?
What makes you think it's not actual Zen? Doesn't it say Zen on the container?
On mine? No.
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't.
No, I wish. So this is an empty one, to be clear. Okay, so there's nothing inside this because they're in the bathroom. But no, because I'm in Canada, they don't sell Zins. They sell Zonics. Yeah, Zins are not legally allowed to be sold here.
So what makes Zen illegal in Canada?
They just have only approved one of them, which is stupid. It doesn't make any sense. But they only approved one brand. I don't know why. Zin, I know, comes in higher percent. Like, so this is a max of 4 milligrams, and I know Zin comes in higher, but then you think but Zins can also be 4. So you think the government would just be like, you can bring Zins in as long as they're like 4 milligrams or less. Like, if that was really the sticking point.
You from cramming too?
Nothing. I could cram freaking all 24. You know,
like what? That's just stupid. Like
it is. It's so dumb. Okay, I'll be right back. You guys talk. Entertain chat.
So let's talk about remigration and the benefits of remigration. Yeah.
No. Christian, you're in charge. Christian, you're in charge.
I'm in charge. Anson. I want to know about remigration.
Yeah, I do too. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about remigration. It's just a word that I've been hearing people say, and when I say it, it makes people's buttholes clench. So I want to say it more.
I have a question, Anson. How do you do what you do?
What?
I mean,
what am I doing?
How do you do what you do?
What am I doing?
How does one be Anson coded?
Yeah. So were you like viciously abused as a child?
No, I was just abandoned.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So you have to grow up and like every time you walk into a room, like be so hyper vigilant at everyone's actions and thoughts and inflection and everything, in terms of self-preservation, that like certain systems of your like your nervous system like just automatically stay on.
Do you like counter that?
No.
Oh, okay.
An existential crisis, but apart from that,
are you okay?
What's going on?
He Gemini talking dirty to him. I don't know.
Yeah, no, yeah.
In on that ranting.
So hold on. Are you like Alex, where you don't like lay out what exactly you believe in?
So I'm trying to like be honest tonight, right? So
yeah.
So I kind of said before that like I'm over politics. I think the best description of what I am is post black pill.
Post black pill.
Of course I want that. As long as we add some raisins.
So have you ever gotten to the point where you're so disgusted with everything that you think that there's no hope, and so you just give up?
Are you a nihilist?
No. I'm like past that.
What is even beyond that?
Yeah, I know. That's where I am.
Like you founded like
just
a whole new belief
system?
Yeah, it's
that's where Anson lives.
Like I was like in the like despair and like wanting to not exist.
I'd rather you not talk about Elon Musk, as if it was just you and me and a bottle of champagne, that's good enough for me.
Hey, wait.
This is what Gronk is saying to you right now.
I'd guzzle that
Is that
shit.
against TOS? Can you risk up an AI?
Gosh.
Pop
Can you
that
talk dirty to an AI?
Bradley, it's picking it up too much. You're gonna TOS the stream. It's saying way too much sexual things.
There's name on this planet. We're gonna get so messy. Historians will call it.
Hey, I gotta go. I'll be back later.
I'm gonna miss you, Anson.
All right.
Drowning in bubbles in my
I'm gonna say I love you back.
Okay, Bradley, you gotta stop that. You gotta stick. It doesn't know. The YouTube algorithm will not know that is an AI. It's gonna think we're like watching some like.
Is that how you?
She's talking about her cunt juice.
Is that how you normal? Is that how you normally interact with AI, Bradley?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the sexy unhinged version. Unhinged.
Grok does have that.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Podesta, did you find? Did you find the transcript?
Oh,
Or wait, do you mean the transcript of? Do you mean the transcript of Bradley and his stuff? With the Somali glyphs. Oh yeah, you're talking about that. Yeah, the transcript probably does have it now, though. That's the problem.
Did Podesta put the star in there, or does it auto do that?
No, he put it because if he didn't, then it would like block. YouTube would block the message almost certainly.
Shoot him down.
Yeah,
like Maryland's flat Earth theory with the juice.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
In a similar way.
Effort because they saw how obvious I made it to the American public that fraud was happening. And so I think it's amazing what they're doing. And I think this kind of could help combat fraud in a lot of states and across America. Is all right. Obviously, there's a lot of fraud happening. Let's take a week break. Let's freeze the funding. And now everyone show us proof of legitimacy. And if you can't,
yeah,
we're not going to give you the money.
Have you got any idea what proof of legitimacy looks like?
Probably showing
kids pictures,
like there's kids inside the daycares. Maybe that'd probably be a good place to start. Like, hey, here's our video cameras of us receiving our 90 kids that we have a capacity for. That'd probably help prove they're a little bit more legit.
How is that? But that's not proof of legitimacy. That doesn't make any sense.
Elements before, and that's because
you don't think that's a step con if like a whole like 40 kids were in that building running around. If they took the tents off the windows and you saw 40 kids.
No, that would. But he's saying like a video. Who was it? I can't remember. God, my memory's so bad. Who was saying that they could like recycle the same kids? Like, so if he's asking for video, like you could just have 30 Somalians and then take a brief like a video standard. Like that wouldn't prove anything. You probably need like social security numbers, right? I think that would be better evidence, right? Like tie social security numbers, show that these. Maybe financial statements of like the people that are paying for the daycare, like all that type of stuff. I think that's better than just like a video.
So if they had 30 kids, let's say they were using like they had the 30 kids, they had the social security numbers and the finances, that would be it.
I think that stuff is more. I think that would be. I think that's you can. There's really no government, I think, thing where they ask for like video, like, you know what I mean? Like that's such like an amorphous, like from a government standpoint, when you have to prove anything to the government, it's like, videotape the kids. Well, what if the kids' faces aren't seen? Then is the government like, no, that's not good. Like it's such an amorphous standard that's kind of like hard to, whereas like asking for like, give all the SSNs, give, the names of the parents that have enrolled the kids, show maybe the contract, show the payments that they're paying to the daycare. Like there's a lot of other things, financial documents that you could ask for.
Daycare, I haven't like assigned, like I haven't enrolled my kid into a daycare. What does the daycare require when you go to enroll your kid?
That's a good question.
Like I haven't done it. I've thought about it, but I haven't done it.
I mean, I don't have kids, so I don't
require you to be Somalian.
You don't got kids. Get some kids.
I guess, I mean, they must probably require a birth date, right? They must require a name, and then there would be proof of payment. So at least those would be at least something, and then you could probably match from like birth records. Because I doubt a daycare asks for like a birth certificate, probably not. But at least you could like match that up in government databases and stuff.
Right.
I have something to bring up.
No, I don't want to start a daycare. I want to know what it requires.
What if a lot of these daycares, and they're I don't know a lot about the Somali community here nowadays, but what if there is a lot of them that they all have just Somali kids within their own Somali, the people that run the place, that there are enough kids that it does legitimately, but they don't bring their kids to the place because whatever, because whatever.
It says the immunization records. I can't speak. Health statement from a doctor, emergency contact information, enrollment application, parent ID, and proof of guardianship, shot record, allergy.
Okay, so yeah, so a lot of those
payment agreements and the child's birth certificate. You need the birth certificate.
Okay, so yeah, so if that's true, then yeah, I think that would go a long way in showing that these kids are like proof of payment, birth certificate. You could find out a lot from even just those two things.
In the Somali community, I think there is enough kids. They have enough kids.
Well, I'm saying,
are they actually using these daycares? I don't think so.
Yeah, wouldn't it be as easy as the government rolling up and being like, "Hey, give me every single document of every single kid, all of these documents. I want a copy of them right now."
I think I just remembered. I think I'm right on this. I think it was the Quality Learning Center, but it was one of them. But I think it was that one where they said someone broke in and stole all their documents, so they can't produce the documents. I know that was one of them. I think it was the Quality Learning one. I think it actually was that one. So they mysteriously had all their documents stolen.
Couldn't they get in trouble for that?
Whoopsie daisy!
Isn't that like why would you not get in trouble for that?
Well, if it's called what what's the word, exculpation or something.
Like, if you can't protect documents, like what are you doing here right now?
But like, yeah, if it's a break-in, then it's like, well, they should definitely investigate if it was. If someone actually stole the records, then and they actually broke in, I don't know if that's illegal. But yeah, if they're found to have destroyed it, then that's definitely,
I feel like if you can't protect documents, you can't protect kids.
Well, yeah.
the kids aren't there at night, though. To be fair, I mean, the break-in happens at night. Hopefully the kids are
what if the break-in
unsupervised? Well, then hopefully there's Somalis watching kids. Which I don't know if I necessarily trust.
The non-existent kids.
Yeah, the non-existent kids. Well, it's hard to steal that which does not exist if you think about it.
That's Daycare, actually. Can't argue with that. Can't steal the kids if the kids ain't here.
Dependent on it.
We have a freaking ad. Okay, Confluence ad. Super chat. If you don't want Confluence to have to go and do freelance writing in like an hour because he really doesn't want to have to do that. So out of you 5 people watching, yeah, that is my other job, which I don't like doing anymore. So just saying, out of you 5 people, okay, this is the Confluence ad break. All right. Oh, that's the wrong
Confluence.
button.
Do you mind if I do an ad? Can I do an ad real quick?
Absolutely. Go for it.
I want to do an ad too.
Everybody, try this. Brand new boiled peanuts. It'll make you taste good. Ha ha!
It's great ad. Boiled peanuts. Okay.
I can't beat that ad.
All right. Any ad, Christian?
If you need programming or video production done, let me know.
Oh, there you go. A real ad, unless Bradley's also selling boiled peanuts, in which case that was a real ad too, and we all just did real ads. Okay.
I believe he is.
I could imagine, yeah. Bradley's boiled peanuts,
Yes!
Bro, peanuts.
I would buy some of Bradley's boiled peanuts.
I'm going to bed, so have a good night, y'all.
Hey.
All right. Take care. 07's Bradley.
Peace and love, everyone. And definitely hang loose, because I have you.
Man, between that and the boiled peanut ad, I don't know which one is more disconcerting, but it's really, really hard to say.
I think you'll love it. Plus, that's right. So, what's been the rest of the?
What's the next? I want like more pushback. The problem is Chris Williamson just doesn't, I think, know a lot about this stuff is the problem. Which I'm not saying I do either, but if I was interviewing him, then I would learn. Okay, so. Just saying.
All out sort of structurally of what's going on in Minnesota.
You're saying you would like ask questions?
Stuff's been halted.
Yeah, like it's a bit. He's asking questions, but he's not really like following up, you know. So I wouldn't say it's a puff piece or anything, but he's kind of just and that's kind of what Chris Williamson does. I don't think he like from the other stuff I've seen by him. It's not like he tries to like really debate people or anything, but there's just some things that Nick is saying that I'm like, oh, I wish there was like some more like follow through on these like claims, you know.
Yeah.
Whereas Chris Williamson's kind of just asking like, how do you know that they're married to multiple people? And then Nick isn't necessarily answering that question, and they kind of move on. And maybe that says enough. And again, Nick doesn't have to have all the answers and stuff, but I just, maybe I wish there was a bit more pushback, but I always want more pushback in my interviews, you know, maybe because I
think that's how you really get substance, right?
Yeah, well, that's
like
what I think. If
you take a claim and you're like, what's the reasoning behind that? Yeah.
Yeah, and this seems like kind of the answer to a lot of it, you know, is it's obvious. It's obvious. And it's like, okay, but you could also, you know, give potentially a little bit more information.
Yeah, it'll hurt for more information.
Yeah.
Yes. That's been a fallout. Just the other day, the protesters stormed ICE, and ICE actually killed a protester.
I saw there was that the lady in the car.
Yes.
Yeah,
that was very sad to see.
I wanted to talk about this, dude, because I think one of the concerns that everybody has is we've already got some pretty sort of tight tensions around this sort of stuff at the moment. The UK maybe even more so than here. Do you think, how much do you think your video contributed to the tension of what happened in Minneapolis the other day?
Well, they surged the city with federal agents, and they launched these investigations, which is a good thing. Do we want crime to be happening? Do we want illegal migrants running rampant in our cities? Do we want millions of dollars being funneled across to other places? These are all good things. But now the left is saying that you're a bad person for trying to crack down and to uphold the law. And so for that lady to be out there and impeding
feels very body
enforcement and then attempt to run him over.
He feels very like AI.
Oh, body. Yeah, he does. I think that's what happens. Like, I think that's the problem. My theory, I think, is that he even said that there was like some random guy that kind of fed him this story. And so I think he is being used, I don't mean that in a bad way, but I think he's being used for being like young and being like someone who could be local to the area and do this stuff. But yeah, I don't know if he has like anything more than like canned answers is what I'm kind of realizing.
It almost seems like he knows just enough, you know?
Yeah. Where it's
because
like, and
if he was thrown into it, yeah.
But it's also like, man, I feel like for most people, if you were Nick Shirley and then you're going to be interviewed, you could even just use AI and just get really booked up on like how the system works and like all the data. Like you could do that.
True.
So
That's true.
I do expect him to do a little bit more than what he's doing, you know? Like it's because it's just like I get it if in the video, if it was like the next day and someone's like asking him a random question, but this has been like, you know, a couple weeks after, and now he's traveled to do this interview. It's like, just spend some time, even on like Grok, and like just like learn shit. You know?
Do you think after this interview, do you think he'll like benefit from like looking back at it and being like, hey, maybe I need to not just have surface level responses?
I'm hoping, but I don't know. I'd be interested to know how like if any like right-wing people, like just normal right-wing people are watching this, how they take it. Like if they're just like, oh yeah, this is fine. Or if they too, like just like the lowest common denominator of like Republican, if they would like, if they're fine with this level of depth, or if they too were like left wanting a little bit more, you know? And I don't know, I don't know if he picked Chris Williamson because he knew Chris Williamson isn't the kind of guy to really like start debating him and is just going to ask him questions. Because
I've never heard of, I don't know anything about Chris. So when you said a lot of his stuff is fluff, I mean, yeah, if that is the case, then
I wouldn't say it's necessary. He usually does he does a lot of like self-help, kind of like not necessarily self-help, but like about like what's causing like the male loneliness epidemic, or like what, you know, how do you like better your life and stuff. Or he talks to like Andrew Huberman, if you know who that is, about like, what supplements will be really good. And so even when he has someone controversial on like Bonnie Blue, the person who had sex with 1,000 people in a day, right? It was more just like, he's kind of just letting it play out. He's asking some probing questions, but he's kind of just like sitting back and just like hearing the answers, He seems red pill adjacent, but he's very like quiet on it. Like he kind of has a red pill aesthetic, but like he's kind of just saying, so he does think that like some of these things are like harmful to culture and stuff, like the OnlyFans stuff, but he's very calm demeanor about everything. He'll ask maybe a probing question and kind of just like let it ride from what I've seen of him. So I like him, but he's not trying to, I guess, attack or like really push people. Like even with Bonnie Blue, like that's why with Bonnie Blue, he had someone else on, a feminist, that was the one who was actually kind of pushing Bonnie Blue more, and he was just kind of once in a while he'd kind of bring up a topic, and that kind of, which is fine. That's kind of his vibe. It's kind of similar in a way to like, when we think about even like a Rogan, right? Like sometimes Joe Rogan gets heated if it's something he really cares about, but a lot of times he's just kind of like there to have a conversation and just talk and let the person say what they're going to say. And sometimes he'll push back, but that's not the point of Joe Rogan. I don't think that's the point of Chris Williamson. And maybe that's why this guy chose him. Because everyone probably wants this guy on their show because he's really big right now, so.
I know Charlie Kirk was like really young when he started doing what he was doing. So yeah, I wonder if time will tell with Nick here.
Yeah, definitely might. Like maybe this is the beginning of something. But Charlie, even when Charlie was young, same with like Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro started young, but Ben had a certain level of like precociousness of like being like very advanced for for his age. And I think Charlie had like that political drive. This guy, I'm not sure about. I'm not sure. That kind of is. Die out? I don't think he's going to be anything. I don't think he's going to be anything like super special. I don't think he has. I mean, he doesn't have. I mean, I'm not trying to like shit on him or anything, but he doesn't seem like super like informed, which is fine. But then he also doesn't seem super like charismatic. And so it's like, you know what I mean? Like he has a good story and he did like a good video, but is that going to play out into the long term? I'm not sure,
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I feel like charisma though is something you got to like learn. I think there's some people that seem to like,
yeah.
I think people that like are charismatic, like off the jump, I think it's kind of a sloppy charisma until they like refine it,
Yeah, but even someone like Nick Fuentes is still like has always kind of had like some X factor that I think makes people watch him. Even if he's like smug and stuff, he's still like entertaining. And so even if Nick isn't like the brightest on certain issues, right, he kind of gets past that with like being entertaining and being bombastic and stuff and high energy. And I would agree with Podesta. This guy, maybe he could get the charisma, but yeah, Nick at the very least is entertaining. It's the same with like Alex Jones. In some ways, it doesn't matter how like off Alex Jones is because he's just fun to watch. Like if Alex Jones was on Chris Williamson, I would 100%, I'd be watching that before I watch Nick Shirley, even though it's like Alex Jones, I think is like crazy, but he's very funny. He's like a very funny character. And like Nick Fuentes, is very witty and is very, and so Nick Shirley, I don't know how old he is, but he looks like, early to mid 20s.
He's young.
Yeah. So it's like, so there could be potential, but I don't know. But I don't know like what he was really doing before. Like, I don't know how well, like, I don't know if this is like the only thing that really blew up or if he was actually like hitting good numbers before and now this will like skyrocket him. I'm not sure,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not, because this is the first time I heard of him was when he did that video. And then all of a sudden everyone's talking about him, which is why I kind of get an AstroTurf kind of vibe off of it, which I think he even kind of said this a little bit that, that there's some guy who kind of fed him the story and he just was kind of going along with it, but which it's like, so we'll have to see, but and I agree with you, Podesta. Hard to push back on Nick Fuentes because he can dodge and pivot fast. Yeah, Nick is fast on his feet, like Fuentes. I mean, not Shirley, but Shirley could have potential. I will say that.
Pretty evident that she was going to her target was to run him over, and he shot her. Super tragic. I was super sad when I saw that video. That did not need to happen. She didn't need to put law enforcement in risk. She could have supported law enforcement, and she could have abided by what they said. They told her to get out of her door, to get out of her car, and then she goes and hits the ICE agent, and he's fearful for his life, and he shoots her. Super sad, right? No one wants to see that happen. And it's just gotten to a point where people need to really come to their senses and think, okay, this is law enforcement. If they're going to tell us to do something, we should probably do it.
Yeah.
All right.
But then you're seeing these politicians.
I know, Podesta. I do agree with you. She might have not cared, but yeah, I've been for the past 3 days. I've been ultra triggered at the Trump administration saying that she wanted to hit
hard, bro.
There's nothing in any of the videos or in any rational universe where I think she wanted to hit an ICE agent, that she was like engaged as Kristi Noem said, that she was engaged in domestic terrorism. I think she was trying to flee, and I think she probably hit that ICE agent, and that might have resulted in her death. I think it's not a great shot that happened, but I think the people that are saying she tried to hit her, I think it's crazy, or that she tried to hit
Trump's support.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, I mean, I think if I said this, I think yesterday, which is like, it's black-pilled, pun intended, based on what I'm going to say. But if she was a different race, then I think possibly this would be a bigger thing. But I think this will probably blow over, largely because she's like a white lady. Like if this, because there's no like real race angle. It's just like she's not an illegal immigrant. She's just like a.
Okay.
And there's enough angles of her kind of like wilding and like being a nuisance. I don't think this is gonna like, definitely like everyone on the right is kind of in lockstep. So like, is anyone's mind being changed, I guess, is the problem? Is there anyone that's like on the fence? This is the problem with like Trump in general, in some ways, where Trump says such insane stuff that whoever is like, and I say this as someone who is like pro-Trump still, sometimes a little hesitant, but still glad I voted for him, I should say. I don't regret my vote. But
I do think he was the better option. Like,
yes, yeah, I still think he's the better option. But it's like, yeah, at this point, it's like, yeah, who's changing their mind over this? Like, if you didn't change your mind over like the Trump Gaza AI video that he posted, or all the shit he said, all the nasty comments, him just saying that he's going to invade Greenland. Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, it's like none of that is it's not going to change anything. Like for the midterms, it really depends on like what happens close to the midterms. So I think there is certain stuff that could change it. And I said this yesterday. I think people disagreed. I think the one thing that I think will bring Trump down is the Epstein files. I think that is going to be the coup de grace of Trump. Yeah. I think Trump can survive anything else. I don't think if there is enough stuff that comes out, if they release enough stuff, maybe if they just keep like kind of obfuscating and delaying and hiding, and then maybe. But if something comes out that's like a for sure thing that Trump was like doing some untoward stuff on the island, then I think it actually is GG's for Trump. I don't think he can absorb a lot of mud that's flung at him. But there's a certain level of mud that I don't think anyone can really absorb, and like stuff with children and stuff is something that I think is a hard thing to come back from.
I'd say for me, it was mainly the wokeness to Podesta's comment here.
The wokeness?
Yeah, I think it was him shutting down the wokeness that sold me.
Yeah, that was I someone asked me this. I can't remember who asked me this. But yeah, the reasons. I think it was Testicker Johnson. Yeah, it was TJ.
This testing, does he mean what he says, or does he like say things?
No, he means what he said. Well, in the chat, he tries to provoke in the chat, but when he's on panel, he means what he says. Yeah, in chat, sometimes he tries to be a little shit disturber, which I love.
Yeah, I definitely see him in chat. Like when he hops on panel, he seems more tamed.
Yeah, he wilds in chat, which don't we all sometimes? Don't we all? But yeah, I would say Podesta. Yeah, it's like Yeah, the public spending. I'm fiscally. I'm not like super conservative, to be honest with you. Like I'm not against like social welfare programs or like Medicaid and Medicare and all this stuff and EBT and just like food stamps and most of these things, child tax benefit. Like I'm open to these things. I think. Yeah, I think you're right. I think the left seriously it's how people hate the wokeness. Yeah, it's like that's the thing. I think there's a bad direction for the country. Although the border thing I think is massive because I think demographics are destiny at a certain point. And I think if you have so many people coming in and doing asylum claims and then birthright citizenship, which I support, but then if you're having open borders and a bunch of people come in and give birth to kids, then those people now are citizens. They're going to vote for the left, obviously, right? And you have like a chain migration effect that happens. So that immigration's a massive thing. And then, all the stuff to do with the culture and the wokeness and all that.
That's very true. I think just the loudest thing for me was the wokeness. Just me personally. Like that was just super loud.
Yeah. And it's like, it depends. Like I know for someone on the left, I think that can sound like a trivial point, but at least for me and probably for you too, Christian, it's like that kind of encompasses a lot of different categories, a lot of like kind of negative things, right? From like the trans stuff with like kids and all this stuff to the trans in the military to abortion stuff to just like there's so many issues to the critical race theory to like it starts like critical snowballing, race DEI, all this stuff.
Critical race theory is crazy.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like so I know it's like some people if you just take wokeness to just mean politically correct, then it's like, okay, then is that the best reason? I don't know. But yeah, if by wokeness, which is what I mean, is like, yeah, all of these kind of socio-cultural issues. I mean,
they're 100%.
Right, those are fundamental.
They're 100. Like that is wokeness.
Yeah.
Like I think anyone.
But I just hear sometimes when the left interprets ignorant. That, I think they just take it as in like, you don't like that people want to use pronouns that they want to use, and it's like no, it's a lot more than that. It's a lot more than that.
More than that. When you start introducing like polarizing ideologies. There's so much more. There's so much.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I even made this argument to Sticker Johnson about how I think that for him in Canada and myself living in Canada right now, it's like there's a trickle down effect of culture, and kind of everything is downstream from culture. So because he was saying, well, why I wouldn't want someone for 4 years that's going to be like bad. But my argument was like, okay, even if like certain bad things happen, it's like a cultural shift is something that can happen like 20, 30, 40, 50 years down the line, right? Yeah. And the direction everything was going with academia, with all the stuff, all the policies, I think if Kamala won, I think we're just on a road to hell. And whereas I feel like now we're at least coming back. Woke is kind of like, in a way, kind of dead. Like people don't give a shit anymore, which I think is good. I think that's good. I think we're kind of on the right path in that way. And there's a lot of stuff I don't like that Trump is doing.
You hold this sentiment that people don't care about facts anymore.
I think probably less people care about facts than they should. I do agree with that line. Like I think there is a lot of like the people who are like, let's say, deeply like MAGA, then there is a select group of people within that camp that will just accept the official narrative no matter what. Like if you talk to someone about like January 6th, there's like certain facts that people just like won't agree on or just like won't. And I mean, kind of like, I guess like even think about like what we talked about with Kristi Noem calling Nicole Good a domestic terrorist, or Trump saying on Truth Social that an ICE agent was ran over. Like that's factually incorrect, and that's the president saying that. Like, so I think I agree with Podesta. People don't agree on facts.
I think with what Podesta's saying, people don't agree on facts. I would disagree with how we're using facts. Like in the sense that facts should be objective.
Right, but I think, I mean, the example I brought up, I mean, the guy was either ran over or he wasn't, right? like to say he was hit is one thing, but Trump is saying that he was ran over. So that's not a perspective issue. That's just like wrong.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think we can look at the video and be like, bro wasn't ran over. Like he was.
Well,
not
you and
ran
me
over.
you and me can. But how many people do you think in America are like, nah, man, that guy was run over? That just see like the True Social thing and are like, yeah. She was a domestic terrorist. She did try to kill that ICE agent. She like intentionally tried to kill him.
Opinions bleed into fact, right? So the fact is he wasn't ran over. Like his last interaction where he was ran over, I would say that he was ran over, but this one he wasn't.
Yeah.
Like there is like
But does everyone agree on that? I guess like if we have the president
that's where
disagreeing,
opinion bleeds in. I think that the fact that he was not ran over that second time around, it's the opinions that bleed in, you know, of the like just hardcore like Trump is never wrong, like what he says.
But that's people disagreeing on facts. I guess I would say that's some people denying the actual facts of what we're seeing on a video. You know what I mean? Like so. I get that. Yeah, they have but they have opinions on a fact, and they're wrong on that fact. You know.
Yes.
So that's kind of like the problem. And like there's other examples too. Like if you look at like the way that people look at like the tariff stuff, right? With Trump's like tariff chart, right? A lot of people will still try to defend that, even though factually that tariff chart made absolutely no sense. Like objectively, from a mathematic point of view, it didn't make sense, right? It was trying, at least from what Trump said it was to what it actually was, right? He said it was supposed to balance out to get rid of trade deficits and stuff. It didn't do that. It was like he was wrong about the calculations. He was wrong about how it worked. But like, you know, if you talk to a lot of people are like, you know, no, that's fine. And the tariff chart was actually goated and everything. And it makes sense. It's like, that's just factually wrong.
I mean, I think a lot of people speak with confidence with nothing backing that confidence. But that confidence is very, very convincing. That confidence, like you can lay a claim, and if you got good confidence, you can definitely persuade 60% of people.
Yeah, that's kind of a problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, in some ways, I think we live in like a weird like post-truth society in some ways where things are like on both sides. To be clear, this isn't just a problem on the right. I mean, we've seen enough chicanery on the left to know this happens on both sides. But everything is kind of like vibes based, right? All of politics now is vibes based. It's not.
I think that's so like depressing.
Yeah, it is. It's not good.
We got Joanne first.
Joanne has showed up before. Good to see you, Joan. But yeah, Joan is like known for saying stuff that it's kind of hard to parse. Okay, it's not the first time, and I hope it's not the last time you're here, Joan. But it's just hard to parse. Yeah, I have a certain level of chaotic energy. Apparently, I'm like a chaos magnet. Okay. Yeah, I think I do agree with this. But that's what people like about Trump. In some ways, people like that Trump lies to your face. Because at least he's not, you know, in some ways I prefer that versus like Kamala Harris unburdened by what has become or whatever bullshit she says. Like, just lie to me openly. I'd rather have that than you using like weasel words and speaking language and all this bullshit rhetoric. Like, in some ways, I think people like Trump more because of that.
I almost understand what you're saying, but that's crazy.
It is crazy, but there's something weirdly refreshing about someone just telling you a good old fashioned lie, you know, like, instead of just like an endless spin, you know, because at least I'm like, okay, yeah, this is a lie and I can see it as a lie, as opposed to like this weaselly language that all these like, you know, eternal politicians do. There's something that feels so reptilian about that. I mean, that's the thing with Hillary Clinton and with Kamala Harris, right? They were deeply unlikable. That's their main problem, right? And that has to do with how they're talking and how they're acting.
Hillary just rubbed me wrong. Like,
right?
Like you look at Hillary, you're like, nah, that person's evil. I don't know.
That's the thing. It's like there's some degree where that is like the vibes-based politics, but there's some degree where I would like, kind of justify that. It's like, yes. I'm trusting my intuition, and everything inside my body says Hillary bad. And at a certain point, I'm trusting my gut. Okay, at a certain point, I am.
I wonder if the like what people need to train is that distinction between like that vibe check versus like instinct. You know, like when you look at someone, you're like, nah, something is just not right about this person, versus that vibe check, which carries like in a generalized sense. You know,
it's the thing. Vibes can go wrong, but I always say this. Okay, that I think intuition is a underutilized faculty of a human person. Right. I mean, I think I was saying this when you were asking me about tarot cards and stuff. Yeah. I'm all about intuition. I'm all about that. And so, yeah. And I think in this way, you would at least agree with me. When we both look at Hillary, it's like there's something on a guttural level that is like
look
bad.
At Hillary, bro, there is something something wrong. Like,
and I think people need to listen to that. I'm not saying it's infallible. We can be misled by intuition.
How do you know? What makes you know when your gut instinct is wrong?
I think you can. So what I would say, I think it can be trained in the same sense as like a lot of other things. And I think with intuition, I think we can we can look back and then realize when we're wrong and then think introspectively of why we were wrong. So like, let's say we have a bad vibe about like Hillary, and let's say somehow we find out that she's actually a great person. Okay. Then I would look back at my intuition. I'd be like, okay, I guess I was wrong somehow. So let me see, let me analyze that feeling, that gut thing I had. How was I misled? Was it by a cognitive bias? Yeah. Was it by something else? Right. And vice versa. If you meet someone, you're like, this guy feels trustworthy, I trust him, and they end up screwing you over. It's helpful to look back and be like, okay, that part of my intuition, then something went wrong there. What went wrong? And I think the more you do that, then the more you can kind of get it more correct. So it's never going to be 100%, but maybe you start at like 50-50 and you get up.
It would be training people to understand that there's nothing inherently wrong with intuition, but when facts trump the intuition, you need to listen to the facts instead of your
yes.
Gut.
Yeah. And I understand how this sounds, Podesta, but yeah, I think the problem is when people say common sense or it's obvious, a lot of times they're just being like intellectually lazy and they either can't explain it or they're not putting the effort to explain it. But I'm kind of talking about something else, right? Like that guttural feeling. Like, I mean, Alex, I think, was talking about this the other day about when he's like that he said that no one has ever like tricked or deceived him, that he's trusted. And that to me is like a call to intuition. He obviously trusts his intuition. It's not, like Alex, that's not a degree of, yeah, he's really into that. And that's not, I wouldn't say that's the same as someone saying, oh, it's common sense, right? Or it's obvious like that.
No,
so those can be weasel words, but there's a different aspect.
I think that argument that it's obvious or it's common sense is staking the claim that what I feel is equivalent to what you feel, and you know it, you know?
Yeah. And I would say with this, the thing is, I guess, and this may be, I don't know if this makes sense or not. So Podesta says, sure, the difference between right wing and left wing is that we have different intuition.
I'd agree with that.
I would. The thing is, when I say, and no one agrees with me. So I understand if you don't, Podesta, or same with you, Christian, but no one agrees with me when I say this. I don't think emotion is the same as intuition. So I think the difference broadly between the right and the left wing is they have, I think, different emotions on a lot of topics and a lot of different worldviews on topics. I don't know if it's actually an intuitional change. Oh, you do agree?
I would agree. I don't think emotions ties into intuition. I would like that. I would say that those are separate, because intuition is like, I don't even know how you'd put that into words. I feel like emotions you can identify better is that emotions, like 9 times out of 10, I feel like emotions mislead you, hands down. I don't think intuition does the same thing. I think there's some things that you inherently know, and your emotions don't base themselves off of that. I think that would be the separation there. Is there are things that you inherently know that every human knows. I think that's where intuition ties in. I think emotions is just like you could get an intuition and reject that intuition and hate that intuition, and that's emotions.
Yes, that's what I would say. And yeah, most of the time when I say this, people say, "Oh, you mean my feelings," and I'm like, "No, I don't mean my feelings. If I mean my feelings, I'll say my feelings. I have no problem saying I have emotional reactions to a lot of things." But yeah, people act like they're completely the exact same thing. And
maybe that's where, like, common sense or it's obvious ties into intuition. Like there's no way that there aren't things that are common sense or that are obvious, right? But your emotions like don't they don't have to react in the same way as your intuition.
Right. And Podesta, I don't know if you tell me how this hits your mind, because you said that's the use your heart or your mind, emotion is heart, intuition is mind. To me, the way I see a human, and I understand there's probably different ways to see how our kind of like ensoulment works. I think emotion, intuition, and intellect are all different things.
100%.
So it depends what you mean by mind, but I think intellect, emotion, intuition, those to me are all like separate things. There's some interplay and they can like relate to one another, but I think they're separate things. And so I don't think intuition shouldn't take into account your current emotional state. I agree.
Yeah, well, I think you're you can intuitively look at someone and be like, there is something wrong with this person, but your emotions could be like, I really like this person.
Right. Yeah. So that's a good example. So because he's asking what's intellect in that context. So I would say, the example that Christian brought up, if you meet someone, let's say you emotionally like them and you're getting a bad intuition, but intellectually you're using your mind, you're saying, well, no, they haven't, like, from what I know, from the people I know them, so you can rationalize your way. They seem like a good person and they haven't done anything bad to me yet. So intellectually, I think I should trust them. And emotionally, I'm prone to like them, but there's something inside me that is is saying something's off. Something just feels off. And that's what I would say is like intuition.
Your intellect is where the facts lie, right? So the intellect side could disagree with the intuition or the emotions. It could go either way. Your intellect is almost the thing that like should be almost like the final say. Right. So sometimes like your emotions can be wrong and your intellect tells you that your emotions are wrong and your intuition is correct, or vice versa.
Yeah, and I think the thing with intuition is a lot of times it's a weird thing where I think it's something that can be only trained in retrospect, right? You make an intuitive call and then you use your intellect after to evaluate if that was a good call or not. And then if it's wrong, then you try to figure out, well, how can I more strengthen my intuition to get better intuitive beliefs?
Yeah, and
right?
I've met people who have straight up said that they've got a bad feeling for someone, but it's their emotions that drove them to make the bad decision. Like that's a very common thing. It's kind of like with addiction with drugs, you know? It's like your intuition tells you like, hey, you should not do this thing. But it's your emotions to go, oh, this is great. Like, I feel great. Like, I got this, like, these friends to do it. You know, your emotions can drive things, and your intuition can be like, hey, like you're a crackhead. What are we talking about?
Right. And especially in a Christian context, I think when we talk about like conscience and stuff, or even in a non-religious context, but I guess specifically a religious one, I think a lot of times when we're talking about conscience, I think we mean that moral part of the intuition, where it's like, let's say you're smoking a lot of weed and you're like emotionally it feels good, and intellectually you could make a bunch of arguments. You could be like Joe Rogan pilled and be like, actually weed's goated and no one's ever overdosed on weed before, and you could do all this stuff, but maybe in your heart you're like, in my life at this moment this is actually something that's harmful.
That's interesting. I guess that would counteract that would counteract what I said about intellect being the deciding factor, right? Is that you could get evidence that supports intellect in saying that, oh, this thing, like, it's okay, right? Like, it helps with these things and seizures and this, but it's like, and like your intuition's like, hey, this isn't for you, you know?
Yeah, that's the thing. I think the correct order, in my opinion, is I think intuition is something that we should always try to follow. but then the intellect is something that tells us if our intuition in the aftermath was wrong or not. So if you, let's say you did have an intuition, you're like, you know what, my intuition does tell me I should like smoke a bunch of weed. And then you do that and your life, let's say, falls apart, you get really lazy, you don't do anything. Then your intellect can be something that's like, okay, wait, so what I thought was intuition, I must have been off base on that. Now, how was I off base exactly? What was I lying to myself? Was I not being honest with myself? Like what? And there's a bit of a spiritual process there that I think people have to go through to like figure out what happens. But in the moment, I think the intuition is like an important thing. And I think, I think the way you train it, I think it is only in retrospect. Because if I meet someone and I have a good intuition, bad intuition, there might not be any reason that I might have. I just either I'm trusting it or not. It's only after the fact, looking back, that I can understand if my intuition was correct or not. And so in the moment, I don't really know if we have like a better thing than intuition. You know,
I would say I think this is where like I don't know how I would wrestle it all. Like the scripture says that like your feelings lead you astray, like 100%. Like your feeling, like emotions are definitely like not the deciding factor.
Yeah.
When it comes to intuition and intellect, I would say that they do kind of trade off of each other.
The thing that I would say is kind of what you said earlier, Christian, is that the intellect, the problem is you can make an intellectual justification for like anything, like especially in the Christian context with like sin. You could do I mean, I don't even know if I've been hit with a sin that I can't intellectually justify in my mind.
Yeah.
Right. Like you can like easily do that. So it's like, but no matter how much intellect I might throw at a sin, there might still be that thing at the core that's like, this is not a good thing to do. Like, you shouldn't do this.
Yeah. So with that, would you say that you die hard on the scripture that says that like God has written morality on the hearts?
Yeah, I would say that's an aspect of what I would call conscience, which I think is an element of intuition. Yeah.
No, I agree with you. Yeah,
it's like the baby melting conversation we had with Jamie. It's like there's something that you could maybe intellectually rationalize it, and maybe let's say if you're a baby melter, you don't even emotionally maybe feel bad. Maybe you're desensitized, but I think there is something in the heart of everyone that's like you probably shouldn't melt the baby though. You know, and I would say that's an aspect of intuition or conscience.
One portion of that was what was getting me was that the hundreds of years of people trying to stop them baby melting. I think that was getting me in that whole conversation. Like the idea that you had so many people coming to be like, hey, melting babies is wrong. And Jamie was like, no, I'm going to die until I can fix them.
It's very optimistic. Very optimistic. I mean, if only they heard the right argument, then they would change their mind.
I think people
and use it like to yes, they do. But that's what I'm saying. Like I agree, this is what normally happens. But I could be wrong on this, but my recommendation, I think, is that again, you look back in your life. So any decision you've made with intuition, either you trusted intuition or you didn't, then after, let's say it's kind of cooked out, then you use intellect to be radically honest and be like, did I follow my intuition when I should have, or did I follow it and it misled me, or did I not follow it and it hurt me? Like all kind of 4 configurations of like following and not following, and using your intellect to honestly be radical with yourself, and then you can, I think, in that sense, train your intuition to like know in the future.
This might bleed into it, but what would be your take on that with hardening of hearts in Scripture? Because hardening of hearts would be that your intuition is just wrong, right? So how would you tell someone that their intuition is inherently broken?
I think, I don't know how you would tell somebody that, because like it's almost an impossible thing to, I think, hear in that moment. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. It's hard like the hearts, because I think the thing is, if you go down,
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I was just thinking, like, this is something Alex has said to me a bunch of times, which I think is true. That, like, the first time you do something like not good, or the first time you break a barrier, is the easiest time to do it. So this is why Alex says that he like doesn't like use nicotine, because he's like, I have this like thing set up, and the first time I break this, it's going to be a lot easier to the second time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, why would I even bother with that?
Crack right there, yeah.
Yeah, like he's right about that. Like now, like I have opened the nicotine gate. That's why I'm looking at my timer right now and looking that I have 3 minutes and 45 seconds till I get to have another Zin, and that's because I've opened that gate.
Them Zins, that $5 out. the next was it 3 Zins are on me.
yeah. And so it's like, so that's the thing. It's like, I think that works in both directions. Like the more boundaries you set up, the easier it is to then stop that. But then once you go down that path, I think there is a dulling of your conscience. Yeah. And I don't think using nicotine is inherently wrong, but definitely with stuff that is wrong, like probably for people who kill people, probably the first kill is probably the hardest. If you're like a serial killer, probably by the time it's the 10th, you probably don't really give a shit anymore. The first one, you probably felt really bad and stuff, but you start dulling your conscience. So I think when we read about hardening of hearts, to me, that's how I take it. I'm just like, there's a degree where you can just keep going, where you just don't feel bad anymore. Or you're
100% agree with you. It's one of those things like, I guess so we have intellect, we have emotion, and we have intuition. What would be the thing that, because I think Podesta had brought it up, that you'd have to be open to it. What is that thing that would be open to correcting the hardening of hearts?
I think the ultimate thing, this is how I see the world. So I'm not saying this is how everyone has to see it, but I think like what people broadly call like the ego, or like your consciousness in like a specific way. It's like, I think that's where we kind of make kind of volitional choices. I think that's probably saying the same thing twice, but that's where we like choose things, right? So it's like, I think there is an aspect, like just like almost like our awareness. Like I'm in this moment, I can kind of separate different things out.
So is awareness separate from intuition, emotion, and intellect?
Yes.
So what is, okay, so identify awareness.
So like you can do this, like if you've ever like meditated, and even if you kind of haven't, if you just like sit in this present moment and just like experience it. Yeah. Like right now, I'm not necessarily, I could turn off my mind and not really be thinking anything. I can turn off the emotions and not really be feeling anything. I can not listen to intuition or even have a thought about that. I could just be in the moment, being aware, right? There's like some degree of that.
Would that not make you
$5 for a 10-minute argument from Podesta? Wait, are you Australian? Are you Australian, Podesta?
Okay, all right. Well, gotta find something that we disagree on, and we gotta argue about it. What specifically are we supposed to argue about?
I didn't know you were Australian, Podesta, by the way. So that's an interesting fun fact.
Let's see, because I think we agree. I was gonna point towards the other day where we were arguing language, but we were kind of we agreed there. Like we agreed that what is okay, I got it.
We could. There's a few things I have in the tank. Okay, but hold up. You can say it, but we're 15 seconds away from my Zin, so I will have to
go get your Zin. You gotta lock it.
Feels the pressure of being the only chatter. Yeah, look, there's 6 people watching. Okay, but yeah, the only one talking is Podesta. That is true. 3, 2, 1. Okay, Zin o'clock. God damn.
All right.
I'm addicted. I can still hear you guys though. You guys.
I've been hitting my vape. I've been hitting my vape this entire time.
Okay, so you're not judging me, okay?
No. Oh man, I got entertained while Khan makes the mountain trip to get this in, because he gotta traverse a mountain. You know, he got put on the gear and he got to climb a mountain to get this in. What's up, Tommy? What's up, Tommy? was Podesto. I feel the pressure. Oh, only cheddar. Fuck, I don't know. I don't know what to. How you been? How's everyone been? Hopefully, Khan's come back from that mountain. I don't know. 6 people watching. Who's the who the other 4 not talking?
Terrible. 1 out of 10.
Listen. 1
out of 10. Terrible, man. I'm like listening to that while I'm taking a pee, grabbing a hot zin. Where you're like, what do I say? Jesus Christ! I mean, come on.
Listen.
Come
Just
on.
a couple more streams. Now master the craft. All right.
Yeah, I got it. It's training. It's a training thing. Okay. So now use your intellect to think how your intuition led you wrong in handling the situation. Right.
Right. I'm gonna do some studying. I got you.
Good to see you, Tommy. I don't know if I've ever seen you before, Tommy, unless I'm crazy. I'm sorry if I'm forgetting you, but good to see you anyway. Yeah, you popped your super chat cherry. There we go. Yeah, I was quickly spending all the Australian time. I was like, shit, Australian money. Quickly spend it all. Spend it all on Zins, brother. Oh, there we go. Just subbed, which is what 8 people should do. Is hit that subscribe button, okay? Hit that sub button. Send those Australian bucks. If any of you else are from Australia, I'm kind of collecting them now, okay? Now I've become addicted to the Australian dollar.
His Zen diet's got to be funded.
Okay, so wait. So you said you had a debate. I mean, brother paid for a 10-minute argument.
He
so
did,
you know.
Well, you had.
Do you have a topic? I have some backup topics that we definitely will fight on. So.
I have a topic, but I'm curious. I'm curious on what your backup topics are.
Oh, my main backup topic is stuff to do with evolution and a global flood and that stuff. I know I'll fight on that.
Let's get into that. That's what
you want to? Okay. Yeah. All right. So
a timer, or do we just run?
Well, yeah. Let's just go.
All right.
So why? Because I was thinking about this before. Why do you actually think? Do you think it's like against God for me to believe in theistic evolution? Do you think that's actually like an impossible stance to hold, or do you just think it's an untrue stance scientifically?
I think it's an untrue stance scientifically. Because there's this like I wouldn't argue theologically, and I think I take that definitely from Romans and the idea that another Christian with another Christian shouldn't like argue over kind of petty things, right? Like, as long as we're both saved, I mean, call it a day, right? But
yeah, and speaking of that, yeah, we are both religious. We're both Christians, although we express it differently because I'm a bit heretical. Okay, I'm not going to lie to you.
If we were to argue scientifically, yeah, I would say there is not enough scientific evidence to prove evolution.
Okay, so let's stick to the I guess religious part then.
Okay.
In a way, because like I would say that I don't see I was gonna say I don't see the theological conflict, but I actually do see many theological conflicts. But I'm curious what your theological conflict is, right? Do you have a theological conflict, and what is it? If I'm saying it's still God, I just think that he used the mechanism of evolution. What's your main gripe with that?
I think the main gripe, okay. I think it ties science into it, is that I don't disagree that God can do it, right? I think what I found interesting, especially when we were talking about evolution, is that with atheists that believe in evolution, what they insert in what the argument of the whole like God of the gaps, right, is that what they replace God with is time. Is that time is like what they die on. So you go, show me the evidence for that. They go, oh well, it hasn't been enough time. Instead, you insert God there, which I would argue is literally God of the gaps.
But that sounds like that doesn't sound like a theological problem. That sounds like a scientific problem. So are you saying we just disagree on like the evidence, or are you saying that like that it's actually in some ways wrong for me to hold this? Also, Podesta, I think we both think God is sentient. Yeah, human like mind is maybe.
It wouldn't even be human like
mind.
I would say human mind is like God.
Yes. Yeah. I would say to be Christian coded, not Christian as in the guy on the panel, but like the religion. To be Christian coded, I would say that we're made in God's image, and I think a big part of that is that that God is God thinks, and so therefore we think, but on like a way lesser extent, I will say. So like I think God is totally beyond. Wait, so Podesta, you are an atheist? I'm assuming you're an atheist.
Podesta, get up here. Join the panel.
Yeah, Podesta, you could join the panel.
Before we dive in, let me grab another drink. Hold on.
All right. I'll try to pull a Christian and entertain the chat. Guys, we have like 6 people watching. So Christian's gonna be back.
You're wrong for that.
Yeah, but I don't think. Okay, Podesta, I will say, like, at least for me, like, if you're an atheist, okay, so I don't believe in like a sky daddy or anything like that. I do believe in a personal God, but the way I kind of sneak around that is like going to be different than like some other Christians. I'm just gonna say that. So like, to ask if God observes and rationalize it, I think we do that, and that is an analogy, I think, for what God does. But I do think God is so far beyond our cognition and all this stuff that it becomes something different. Oh, Podesta is in the chat. Podesta, is this you? Either respond in chat or hit me with one of these. You can pick your poison. Either say it's you or hit me with one of these on your camera. I don't see either. Your camera's like I can only see the top of your head. Oh, there we go. Okay. Welcome, Podesta.
My camera's not really set up for this.
Okay. I like your background. Is that a camel at the top left there? Or is that, what is that? I don't even know what's going on there, but I like it.
It is a camel and a wizard and a Mayan temple figurine that my parents broke that they shouldn't have had in the first place.
Okay, based. Okay, I think I'm turning you up. Okay, say something. I'm trying to volume balance you.
Well, I'm not coming. Come back on. Hello?
I can hear you.
I don't know what microphone it's using. But as long as you can hear me. That's a good
yeah, you do sound a bit quiet. I have you on max, but you do sound a bit quiet now. Oh, there we go. A lot better.
Cool. Yeah, I'm an atheist. But I was born up Catholic primary school, so culturally Christian.
Okay, if I can ask, what made you be an atheist?
Don't intellectually think God exists. I can't rationalize it. It doesn't make any sense to me, and it doesn't answer any questions. Like when you think about God answering any questions, it just seems to defer the question to how was God created.
So like kind of kicking the can down the road. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
And then I don't really believe in.
Bro, am I saying this correctly? Did Podesta? He joined the panel?
He joined the panel. Yeah, he's a
real one. What are we yapping about?
You said to join, and then I looked down on your.
Are we still talking about evolution?
We're talking about atheism and theism.
Oh, I like it. What are we talking about?
I was just asking. He said that he thinks
religious people. We'll see who wins. We'll see if we can change our minds.
Say that again. You're like really quiet.
Am I quiet?
Myself up. Hold on.
I can turn this up more, but I can't hear how you do it.
turn it up as much as, because I have you maxed and you are still a bit quiet.
Just put your phone like in your throat. Just put it in your throat.
Yeah, just actually swallow it real quick.
Bring the mic over.
Oh God! Oh no! Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! My ears.
I think he was actually putting it in his throat that time.
Say something.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
That is better. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Just talk loud if you can.
Yeah.
Okay. I tend to mumble.
I'll
try and
not mumble. Make sure your mouth is open wide when you speak.
Like this.
Perfect.
Oh, there. Yeah, exactly like that. Yeah. I don't know how hard that is to do, but if that works, that's way better. Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that.
Perfect. So much more clear. Okay, so you said you're an atheist because you think that Christianity just doesn't solve it, or the belief in God doesn't solve any issues. Just adds, kind of kicks the can down the road.
And I'm not agnostic. I'm actual atheist. I think
so. No belief in God whatsoever.
Sit on the edge. I believe that you can rationalize that there isn't a God.
I respect that.
Versus the usual argument that they just use to win arguments is that you can't prove there's a God, therefore I win.
Okay.
I think that God makes no logical sense.
Okay, so what's your first argument against not even a specific God, right? Just God itself.
How do you put it into words? So I guess you start from the afterlife. I think having a God kind of depends on the whole soul and the afterlife ideas, and that there's something in a human that can survive past its brain decaying. And from what I've seen from science is that when you modify the brain, you modify personality. So that a person is their brain. So once the brain decays, you don't have any memories, you don't have anything. There is nothing to go on to an afterlife.
Connor, are you taking notes?
Taking notes? No, I was putting caffeine powder. I was tapping caffeine powder into my water. Okay, so that's what I was doing.
The full-on debate. He's going to take those. He's going to rebuttal these.
I'm not that intellectual.
Are you referring to like lobotomies?
To some extent, but there's lots of evidence of people having brain injuries and their personalities change, and brain diseases. My stepmother has Alzheimer's, and you can watch her change entirely as her brain becomes less and less functional.
Okay.
So I question what people think the soul is, or what they think happens after you're dead, when you can see your whole personality and your memories disappear in front of you.
I guess talking with Alzheimer's, so you're saying that the mental illness of Alzheimer's affects the personality. So you don't think that could just be who your grandmother is, in the sense that she's like, obviously there's mental faculties deteriorating. You don't think that's just her reacting to the deterioration?
It's not I don't want to say it's a reaction. It's her capabilities. Her person changes. Like, she's not the same person she used to be, but her soul hasn't changed. So the only thing that's changed is her mind.
Okay, wait. Let me hit you with something, and I want to hear Brandon's thoughts on this too. If you're listening, but so I know this is like a kind of a jejune argument. Okay, so I understand this. Yeah, maybe Brandon will come up and school us all.
Two Christians versus two atheists. Let's get it.
But okay. So I guess my question, like, do you think it's insane to see things like, from an analogy of like software and hardware, where it's like the software, if we imagine that to be the soul, and the hardware is like the brain. So it's like, if I take my computer and I throw it on the ground, right? We could kind of use that as an analogy for like brain damage. It's going to fundamentally change how the operating system works and how the programs work. But I'm not actually destroying the software. I'm destroying the ability for the software to be communicated because the software is running on the physical hardware. So when our brain deteriorates and changes, that's changing our software.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't think that's a good analogy for people, though. Like software, as soon as you damage anything in the computer, it just ceases to function. It doesn't.
Well,
it doesn't
I don't.
change.
People aren't computers.
I've dropped my computer before. I've dropped my computer,
but I think
if
the
one
argument.
byte of your RAM doesn't work, your whole game won't change.
Yeah. Well, I don't think the argument Kant's making is that people are computers. I think the analogy is more in the sense that it's kind of what I had said, that who she is, which is what I would call the soul, is operating on malfunctioning hardware.
But what is she? If every user-facing feature of her can change,
I think it's
what do you think the soul is?
Yeah, well, okay, so this is where I think you might have misspoke, right? I mean, you're on a panel, but you had said that she isn't herself. So if the hardware is malfunctioning and you're registering that as she's not herself because she's
I just
acting.
mean that she's not the person she used to be. She's changed. I don't mean herself.
Yeah, well, I think if you well, the analogy would be if you broke a piece of hardware on the computer, the software wouldn't operate the same.
Oh, sorry, I was just reading Brandon's message. What did you? Can you read that?
I said it's kind of the same thing. I think you are saying the same thing. You're just your viewpoint kind of rejects the idea that the hardware is failing, but the software is still there. So if the point Khan was making is that if you broke a piece of the hardware, the software is not going to run the same. And you kind of made that point with like RAM. Like if RAM is broken, it's not going to run.
Kind of visualize what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I just don't know that what that leaves you with the soul, because the memories are part of the physical hardware as well. So you're going to.
I would agree with you. Yeah.
All these religions have this concept of going, and I wouldn't mind addressing what Brandon had said, is that because I've agreed with everything that Brandon has been posting as well so far. So it'd be interesting if he came in. But because I'm sort of attacking it from. This is just one point where I'm attacking it from at the moment is. A lot of the views of afterlife is that you take something with you from the current life into an afterlife. And if all your physical sense, all your memories and everything have been destroyed because they're all part of the physical body, what are you taking with you? What is the point of it all?
Okay, yeah, okay.
You've got no memory, you're not you anymore. There's a big philosophical argument about whether or not you even exist. If you have amnesia, you're now a different person the next day anyway.
To answer yes, it's real. Yeah, I'll get to you. To answer yes, it's real's question is that it's honestly the most important decision you'll make in your entire life, and it can literally, your belief in God can literally shape who you are as a person, hands down. Like that's kind of to reference back what we were talking about earlier. It is a very obvious thing that a belief in God fundamentally changes who you are as a person, hands down. There's no argument.
Isn't that all your beliefs? Even a belief not in God fundamentally changes you who you are?
No, yeah, we agree. No, I was answering.
Fundamentally change every.
I was answering a comment. But to answer your comment, to answer your comment, Bethesda,
did you call him Bethesda, like the company that made Skyrim, or did I mishear that?
No, they fell off. I don't think Bethesda's fell off yet. No. Well, I think. Okay,
you can't Google me anymore since 2016. By the way,
I guess let's slow it down for a second. Do you? Well, I'll ask clarifying questions. Do you disagree with Khan? Not that humans are computers, but that you're because you had asked what do you take with you in the afterlife, right?
Yeah.
I would say that there's definitely, which is why we call it supernatural. So you have the supernatural to natural. I would do you agree with the I don't even know what you would call it. I guess the idea that if the supernatural trumps the natural, that you can pull memories into the supernatural.
I don't believe in the supernatural, so that's.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm not.
That's like saying if magic exists, can you do anything? And
Yeah, I'm saying arguing. Because you're arguing the paradigm that someone believes.
That would mean that.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is that if you were to take the supernatural.
If I wanted to live in a comic book world, I could just make up anything, and I can just say, okay, well, what happens is when you die, a non-physical version of your brain gets impersonated into a supernatural space, and now the supernatural copy of the
okay. Yeah, okay. So I'm not arguing. I'm not
anything. There's no
I'm not solidifying. Like I'm not saying what you believe. I'm saying if you're going to argue, right, in against someone's view, so against someone's paradigm that God exists, I'm saying, can you agree in the idea that the person that you're arguing against, that the supernatural trumps the natural, so memories can carry into the supernatural? I'm not asserting what you believe.
The word doesn't mean anything to me. Supernatural. Yeah, you'd have to define what the supernatural is then, I guess.
Okay, yeah. So supernatural. Yeah.
When you say that, in my mind, that translates as, can I just invent words that describe whatever I want to happen? And I go, I guess you can. There's books. I love fantasy books. I don't think Lord of the Rings is real, but I can't prove it isn't. You can invent the entire Lord of the Rings universe and say it exists somewhere. And I can't argue against it that it doesn't exist.
Well, I think I'm taking. Yeah, I think I'm taking that into consideration. So I'm not saying that you believe in the supernatural or that you accept the word supernatural. I'm just saying if you're going to argue against the paradigm, that you could agree within that paradigm that memories can carry over into the supernatural.
The only thing that I can argue is that none of this impedes into our world, or that if there is, there'd be testable ways that you could put some sort of situations where I could say, okay, well, if that was the case, this would happen, or if that was the case, this would happen.
Okay, so let's shift.
That's why I don't believe in ghosts, or where do the neuron, where do the photons go to that you can see the ghost if there's the
right? Yeah, so let's. I guess let's
shift. If they're not capturing the photons, they would leave a dark space in the world where the ghost's eyes are, because they'd be capturing photons to see you.
Well, I guess in this argument, let's shift.
Like that.
Let's shift over. Let's shift over to since you're rejecting the supernatural, then I think the only thing we can do is step into the natural. So I would ask, do you believe that? I mean, even getting into DNA, right? The DNA is a language. How do we get that language from a naturalistic perspective? Because the only way we get language is from a mind. So I would ask, how do you get language from a naturalistic perspective?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Isn't language just an evolved series of communications?
That's the show this camp.
Sorry?
I was looking away from the screen. That's the point.
That means you should cam up too, Christian. You're the only one.
I guess so, bro. I look crazy, bro. Hold on. Outside of the camera. Hold on.
We're ready to see that face card, Christian.
My profile pic is my face.
I heard it's clocking.
Yeah, I think the problem, is Podesta doesn't believe in the supernatural, which I understand. And
we have to argue within the natural, right?
Right. So I guess if I can ask you, Podesta, then stuff when you say mind, Do you just think do you think the mind is equal to the brain?
Oh, let me get my camera set up.
I think that the mind is mostly the brain, but I think there's some evidence that there's distributed neurons throughout the body. So the mind isn't just the fluffy bit up here; it's also spread throughout your body. But it's all physical. It's all, as far as we can tell, unless some new information comes, it's all based on neurons. And
do you think all mental things are physical then? Like all conceptual ideas? Like is everything a physical thing at the end of the day? Like are you a physicalist? Would you say you think that only like what is physical exists, or do you accept that like some non-physical things exist?
No, I'd be a physicalist.
So then I don't want to use like a hackneyed argument, but I'm just curious, like with stuff like morals or stuff like math, like do those things exist physically, or would you say those, like how would you place that in kind of your metaphysics?
Maths and morals. Maths exists physically, and the answer to the maths exists, that we just discovered them and how to use them.
Right, but I don't want to. I'm not trying to do a stupid kind of like internal critique. I'm actually just asking. But like the basic stuff, like the 2 + 2 = 4. That doesn't physically exist. You can demonstrate it physically, but that is like true. It seems like it's mind independent, right? It seems like it doesn't. It's not us just thinking that.
That's just language.
Right, but we've invented language. Do you think we invented math? I guess maybe is a helpful question, because we invented language. I don't think I think we discovered math. I don't think we invented math.
It because maths is a higher concept. The gravity.
That's what I mean.
And maths can describe gravity.
It can. But math is beyond the physical. There's no physical stuff that we're talking about if we're talking about math, right? Like pure math.
Stuff with intellect. Intellect is sort of like software. This is getting back to the software hardware thing. Software doesn't exist, but I guess it does exist because it's bytes in RAM. But if you ignore that part of it, the concept of software doesn't exist. It's just running. It's the hardware that's doing the work. Maths. You can have maths in software. The hardware does the calculations and. Well, that's still if there was no, and I feel like I hate using like these same kind of like arguments, but I think it's a good line of questioning. If no humans existed, would it still be true that like 2 + 2 = 4? Yeah.
Is that still a true
if you had
thing?
2 apples on the ground and 2 other apples were next to it on the ground, there would be 4 apples on the ground even if no humans existed.
Right. So then what is the physicality that we're tying that math to anymore? Right. The fact that like 2 + 2 = 4, or in like higher maths,
like saying
you can't just put apples on the ground anymore.
No, but that's the same to me as if you said, if an apple's on the ground, is it still an apple if there's no humans? Say, well, no humans are going to call it an apple. It's still on the ground. It's still a thing.
Yeah, no, but
I think you would respond with, you can point to the apple. Where do you point to like the number 2? That's what he's going to ask.
Point to the 4 apples on the ground and say that's 4 apples.
Well, you point to the apples, but where's the 4? That's what he's asking.
The 4 of them. If there's 4 apples, that's the 4.
The apples are physical.
That's the description of an apple. You could say, where's the apple? The apple is all the atoms formed in the shape of an apple. The 4 is 4 apples next to each other.
Okay, this could be maybe more helpful.
Apple is really just, if you get in there close, there's no apple there. It's a bunch of atoms near each other, close enough that we make it look like an apple to us.
Okay, I don't know if this is more. This could be like less helpful, but like, what about like that the slope of a line on a graph is like rise over run, right? That's something that's like harder to show necessarily with apples, but that is still a true mathematical statement, right? Or like that sine is like the opposite over adjacent of like a right angle triangle, right? Like that's something that's still true without humans, I think you would say. So now we've moved beyond, I guess, like apples and just saying there's an apple, but that math statement, certain math statements can still be true.
Sure.
And if you get into higher maths,
I can't point to calculus
like
and say that's calculus. It's not a physical like a 2. I just put obviously.
Right. Oh yeah. Okay. So that's the fundamental theorem of calculus. Is that true?
I can't visualize
fundamental
numbers for you.
Right. So, but I guess that's what I'm asking. So are those things true? Is it true to say that a negative number times a negative number equals a positive number? Is that something that's true independent of humans? Or are you saying that ceases to be true if all humans die? But you can't point to it. It's not physical, right?
And humans came back. I don't know if they would necessarily discover maths the same way, or if they would have different language for
but
maths.
think about the words you said, discover it. So the math would still be existing, right? It's just that there's no humans to discover it at that moment. But so the math doesn't exist physically.
It's another way of looking at the same.
It is, but what's the thing that consists? There's something like if all humans died and all evidence, then we wouldn't have English anymore. And if new humans came back and couldn't look back at our stuff, they wouldn't arrive at an English language, right? But they would arrive at like the Pythagoras theorem, right? They would arrive at the fundamental theorem of calculus. They would still, an alien race could arrive at all of those same things. They could arrive at the concept of imaginary numbers, for example, right? It's not. So there's something that is non-physical but is eternal that exists in math, right?
Sure.
So that's an example of something that's non-physical that exists in our reality.
That's like a right. It doesn't exist, but we can always describe it.
Right, but I would say the difference with math, again, like
a social concept, social construct that maps.
But it's not. It's not just a construct though, because again, like with rights, we have no confidence that an alien race would come up with the same rights.
But we do
have confidence that an alien race, if they're smart enough, would come up with math as we know it, right? Because some things are just true.
Necessarily, because there's different ways to do maths, and we wouldn't necessarily come up with the same way to do the same maths. Like there's different ways to do long multiplication.
Give an example. Like what do you mean? Like prime numbers have special definitions, right? You could be an alien race and you would come up with the concept of prime numbers. You might use different words for them of what you like. You're not going to call it a prime, but just the fact that there are certain numbers that can only be divided by themselves and one is a concept that any alien race, even if they're a billion light years away, could come up with that exact concept. We can't be as confident with morals or rights or language. Like all that stuff is kind of like a crapshoot.
Yeah, the
does that
fundamental mathematics of the universe exist, but they're not a physical phenomenon. They're not a visual. Well, are they a physical phenomenon? They're a relationship between physical phenomenons. They only exist because the physical phenomenon exists.
Do you think so?
Gravity only exists because there's two things to gravitate to each other.
Right, but gravity's not math. Like we could imagine a universe where the gravitational constant is different, or maybe a universe that doesn't have gravity at all. At least maybe it's a poverty of imagination on my end. I can't imagine a universe where like math doesn't exist. That seems to be outside of the universe.
Well, no, because
it's
a description of the universe.
No, I don't think math is just a description of the universe.
It describes how the universe functions. That's why it exists.
That's because math describes how everything functions, though. It's not tied to our universe. We could imagine a different universe where, let's say, the gravitational constant is slightly different, right? That's fine. We can probably all understand that. Can you imagine a universe where 2 + 1 = 5? Like that doesn't even make sense to say, right? Whereas we can talk about the fine constant structure or whatever the fuck it's called. That could be slightly different. That's conceivable.
But if you've got two apples, I'm trying to keep it really simple because otherwise it's hard to run through the thought experiments. So if you got 1 + 1, you're saying can you imagine a universe where one apple and one apple doesn't equal 2 apples? But that's the definition of 2. That's the definition of 1 and 1 is 2. That's how.
There you go. Stay on that train of thought.
I don't see how you define it differently. I don't see.
Okay. So there's order.
Not a thing. It's a definition. Definitions are concepts.
On a scale of 1 to 10,
it'd still be true, right?
The dude is here to derail. The dude, we're in a serious talk.
Hey, dude's got to show his face too, right?
Oh, Keelan is here too.
True.
Keelan, is
I
this you
agree
for
with
real?
Keelan got showed.
Oh shit, it is Keelan. Okay, adding you, brother.
Oh, we're all in here now.
James is a perfect example. Like Robert Attenborough never said anything smart, just with the slight British twang. Somehow it comes across.
We're in a serious convo. Okay? We're not derailing. We're not derailing.
I think if you had one apple and one apple, you'd then have two apples.
Well, Podesta, do you?
Well,
if you have one apple,
that's just wrong.
I don't know where you're going with it, but okay. I just don't think it exists.
I agree, Keelan.
It's still a definition. It's not something that exists.
So, Podesta, if you have one apple and another apple, do you have two apples? Is that always true?
I'm saying if you have two apples in front of you visually, that's two apples.
Right. So
that's because we define two as two,
hold on.
It'd always have to be a concept of two because we want to count them.
Okay. So if you didn't
classify them by the atomic groupings that we do, if you were some sort of alien that could see the matter and the energy, maybe you wouldn't use two there because there's actually billions.
Well, hold on. Substantiate that. What else?
But then that would still be math. I don't know.
If you had one apple and you had another apple, that would be two apples. That would that's objectively true.
Right? Yeah. How do you like them apples?
Yeah, I like those apples if they're red. Actually, I like green apples. Okay.
That would be true, anyway? Right?
It would be true. But this isn't a God term.
And without humans, that would be true.
What I'm trying to get you, I'm trying to get you to admit I'm trying to make you admit that certain things can exist without being physical. And so that's what I'm going
not
at.
Things that can interact. Two apples can't do anything. They can't interact with anything. They can't change anything. They're a concept.
Or not. Kant's not talking. Right. Kant's not talking about apples interacting with anything else. It's just the very like just you have an apple and another
Christian
apple.
Froze.
You would get
back.
Yeah, you're roboting.
So if you had one apple and another apple, that would be two apples.
Yeah,
I'm not concerned about like us humans counting 1 to 100.
Well, I guess I'm jumping ahead to try not to lose the argument, but I'm sort of saying, okay, it may exist, but it's not a thing that exists. It's a concept that exists. God isn't a concept; it's supposed to be a thing.
That statement alone would be true.
Can't do anything; it's just an imagination.
Well, do you agree with the statement that another apple and another apple would be two apples, right?
Sorry, you both spoke.
Well, if you had one apple and another apple, that would be two apples. Like regardless of language, regardless of everything else, that would be true.
I agree. Okay, one apple and one apple. You got two there, right in front of you. There's two apples.
Hey, Christian, if you're not aware, there are two caterpillars on your forehead right now that are about to mate.
Dude, we're not in derailing mode. We're in real mode.
Real mode, man. I paid for a 10-minute argument.
LMFAO was kosher. That's
hey, look. Podesta did pay for a 10-minute argument. He did.
It's not a bit longer than 10 minutes, but time is relative. I might be moving really fast.
I'm fully invested in this argument, by the way.
Can we ask Brandon on this? Brandon, you are a resident philosopher on this. Philosophy of math. Can you? Because Brandon is an atheist, right? To his shame, shame on you, Brandon.
I can't even believe it, Brandon.
But
sorry,
it's crazy. So Brandon, is there a way I could be saying this better? Is there a way you can like square the circle between what I'm saying and what Christian's saying and what Podesta is saying?
Sure. So when we have a statement like there is a red apple on the table, there is something out in the world that makes that true, right? There's a red apple. There's a table and sitting on it. So when there's a statement like 2 + 2 = 4, I think what they're asking for is there something out in the world such that it makes that sentence 2 + 2 = 4 true? Like with is that kind of the idea you guys are getting at? Because that would make it objective in a sense. It'd be mind independent, just like the red apple is sitting on the table. What makes that true is the state of affairs where that is the case. And it sounds like you guys are asking for something similar for a statement like 2 + 2 = 4.
I didn't know that when Zangief retired from Street Fighter, he became a philosopher, bro. I'm a big fan, Brandon. You were my favorite guy to play as.
Yes,
Thanks,
Brandon. Yes.
Math doesn't have to be verified by the physical universe.
Agreed.
Right. Right. I would agree with that.
Yeah.
That's what I said. That's what I often the difference between discovering something and a construct, I would say. Like, so all of language stuff, I think that's something that's constructed. I would say that something like math is discovered. And I think it would be discovered, I think, and tell me if I'm wrong, I think it would be discovered in any conceivable universe that we could imagine.
What I'd say is it's a constant that's discovered.
What do you mean by constant?
It's an immutable fact of the universe that's discovered. It's not a god.
No, I'm not saying it's a god. It's
not a proof for anything that can exist that can be non-constant outside of a concept.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not at all. I'm not at all saying. I'm just saying that because I asked you if you're a physicalist and you said yes, and so I'm trying to at least see if you would agree with me that there is stuff that exists in the universe that is not physical.
Well, I'd say that doesn't exist in the universe. You can't find it in the universe. It's a concept. I'd say concepts.
Okay. Oh, sure. Okay, but it exists, I guess.
Just like
so non-physical stuff exists.
I'd say it's
objectively.
Would
you agree?
Discovered, and I guess philosophically, it's something beyond physical.
James, do you believe in morals?
I'm a moral relativist. So I believe that morals are what's useful and good.
You're only moral with your.
Okay, I'm going to own that because I keep seeing people saying that moral relativism is bad, and then it always falls back that everybody's morally relativist.
How do you justify
I'm going to own that.
How do you justify your morals?
I don't justify my morals. I choose morals and then I work with them.
You don't think you have to
morals
justify?
Are meant to be. I was raised Christian, so I just adopted morals. I didn't have to justify them, but then I like them and they seem to work, so I stick with them.
So how do you? Okay, so how do you show
morals are utilitarian?
How do you show that
it seem to work?
How do you show that Hitler's wrong?
I don't show that Hitler's wrong.
I respect that. I respect that consistency.
You don't have to say that as a relativist, by the way.
Why not?
I could run through a thought experiment. I can run through a thought experiment and say that it would be a bad thing to do what he did.
I would agree.
We could run through a big thought experiment and show that what he did was bad.
Well, how do you get
morals? You have to pick some sort of
from
axiom of like what is it that you want out of the universe to be? Like
how do you get morals
a lot of
from
moral people start with the concept of don't cause misery on
right
number of people, that sort of thing.
So that,
and
how is
they
that
obviously caused a lot of misery for lots of people.
How is that good?
I don't know that.
How do you justify
I thought about it enough
that's
to be
the
able
right
to.
thing?
I'm not Sam Harris that I could follow that all the way through with you.
So are you saying you can't argue the point on why that, how you justify that that's right?
I could try. I haven't done it before.
This is safe space, Podesta.
Right.
This is safe space.
Yeah, look at me. Oh, look, Hitler was right. I'm with Nick.
If a tranny uses a woman's bathroom and there's no Christian to see it, does it make it on 4chan? That's my philosophical question of the night.
If he had done it in a forest and nobody was there, would anybody care?
Dude out here just stirring.
That's what the dude does. Okay.
I'm just a moral relativist in that I think that you make up the morals, you work out that they work, they seem to work, everybody's happy around you, happy.
Yeah, well, hold on. What do you mean? What do you mean they seem to work?
They seem to work in that your life is better when you have good morals.
Well, how do you justify that against someone who thinks that the morals that the morals that you hold are not the correct morals?
Lots of people think the morals I hold are not correct morals. I can't change their mind on that.
So you just kind of accept that morals are a thing that exists?
A thing that exists?
He says he's a moral relativist, but then I don't. Can we define what we mean by that?
That's fair.
Because Brandon is saying something different than I think Podesta is saying.
I'm saying there's no objective morality. There's no revelation or anything that can say that this is always good and in every universe.
Well,
this
has
is good.
Brandon,
No matter
has
what
Brandon
happens, this is
spoken
always
on
good.
it? I might have missed it.
It's always
Colin.
good for everything.
Brandon, what
Can
do
I
you,
pose
what,
a
how do you
serious
define
question as the
moral?
neophyte? Can I ask sincerely? Can I ask one serious question?
What?
If you're going to say you're a moral relativist, I think that it's widely accepted that we are pack animals as Homo sapiens. We are not meant to be alone. So morals could be.
I don't know if that's what pack animal means, but
well, how do you get morals from naturalism?
Well, let me finish my question before you walk all over me, Jewish LMFAO. Just give me a second, bro. I'm slow. I'm a crayon eating moron.
A pack animal is like a donkey, though. That's all I'm pointing out. Okay.
Well, when the Fertile Crescent was there, Mesopotamia happened, then all of a sudden, like the nomadic period ended, and people had to live in quote unquote a society, whether you want to agree that that's the real word or not. Morals are how people agreed to coexist without anarchy. So for the evolutionary psychology, I almost think that morals have you could almost call it a physiological advantage for people to coexist. Because if you were in a
technology changes the need for certain
okay, that's fine. But how do you get that from naturalism?
Are you asking me?
How do you just anyone? How do you get that? How do you get that from naturalism?
I don't know what naturalism is.
Are you not? Do you? Okay, so you said you were atheist, right?
I didn't say not naturalism. I said I don't know what naturalism is.
Oh, well, how do you believe in evolution?
Yeah.
Do you subscribe to that?
There's questions in it. I'd like to see them, but it's the best explanation I've seen so far.
So how do you get that?
I think it answers everything really well yet.
Okay, how do you? Right. Okay, I can. Okay, so how do you get morals from evolution?
I kind of just
that's what I mean. From how do you get it from naturalism? Well, that doesn't. You're kind of asserting that you get morals from that. What I'm asking is,
I think morals were a byproduct of the need for interdependence.
For that.
Just to answer his question really quick. I'm sure a lot of our values were probably produced that way out of the specific wants and needs of a given group of people or even individual.
So wants and needs of a specific group or individual.
But
but I'm just giving an explanation. I'm not.
Does things and it works for them, and they keep doing it.
My point is how do you? You're talking about something immaterial. So how do you get something immaterial from the material?
Well, tell me this.
I don't think that's entailed.
That's what you're talking about. You're talking about something immaterial.
Well, I thought he was talking about evolved morality. Isn't that what he said?
What am I saying?
Right. How do you get that? That's what my whole how do you get the immaterial from the material?
I don't.
What are you calling immaterial?
Was immaterial there.
Well, what is he referring to? I'll just clear it up.
Morals are immaterial.
No, morals are content.
I don't.
Not all. Not like the way I see morals. They are, but you could have a moral system that.
I mean, I don't take a view on that, but I think
because morals result from the act of something being immoral or moral. How do you get the immaterial from the act? Like you could. I'm not saying
about ethics.
Well, you're just begging the question.
Ethics versus moral. Ethics are material. Morals, you could almost make an argument, are immaterial.
I think you're just begging the question against naturalism when you say that morality is immaterial.
Right. Well, I'm saying,
or physicalism, whatever you want to say.
The act of something. I'm not saying that you can't evolve to kill someone. Right. What I'm saying is what makes that act of killing an individual moral or immoral. Where do you get that from? How do you from a naturalistic
and when you say
how do you get where do you get that from?
Well, you could be asking a few different things. It depends. Are you asking if somebody's a relativist, where does morality come from? Is that what you're asking? Or are you asking for like a causal explanation for why humans have the values they have?
Both.
But those are two
well, the latter.
Those are two different things, though.
They are different. I already forget the first part. I remember the last part. I mean, the causal explanation. Somebody that is a naturalist or a physicalist, they would probably just give kind of what the dude was giving. Kind of give an evolutionary story about why we have those values.
Right. So
that's the causal explanation.
Pack mentality.
But how do you account for the fact that every civilization has different moral standards, except through relativism?
I would say there are a few genuinely accepted universal truths. I think that's I'm not disagreeing with you, but I think that's either a flawed or a undeveloped.
That's consistent with relativism. All of that's consistent with relativism.
Morality is not just the few really easy ones; it's all the hard ones as well, and they're all different between civilizations, and that's all through moral relativism. Every civilization works out all the edge cases, not just the should I kill or not, or should I rape or not. All the hard bits are like, should kids watch social media? Is that a good thing? Is that bad? All the little bits that aren't going to be obvious to work out, you work out through trial and error and evolution and moral relativism. And what does it work for your community?
So is morality, Podesta, is morality just what works? Is that what you would say? And then I guess, do you mean like, because you said before, like happiness, is it your own happiness? Is it your society's? Like, let's say what makes us happy is to plunder a different nation. So let's say
society, some societies might think that that's moral, but other societies won't agree with them. Because
but I guess I'm asking, like, what is your standard though? Like if Australia, let's say they could go to New Zealand and take all their shit and enslave the New Zealand people, Australia might be very happy, but New Zealand is unhappy. So like your culture would be happy.
If New Zealand is unhappy, would we be happy? But yes, you're inventing a situation where that wouldn't work and saying if that worked, would it be moral? Okay, well,
I don't know. I don't think I'm really inventing. I mean, societies have subjugated other societies through all of human history, right? Like that's not that. I understand that Australia isn't doing that to New Zealand, but it's not a crazy hypothetical.
But then we're doing things now that are probably going to be considered in 100 years, perhaps carnivorous people will be considered immoral, and we're going to look back and think, I can't believe everybody was
that's what I'm trying.
Right now, it's moral to me.
How do you get immaterial from the material? Y'all are just kind of going like pack mentality.
You don't get immaterial from the material. You get it from your intellectualism.
I agree with you.
Intellectualism, you always have the immaterial because you always have thought. So you don't need to get anything from the material. You always have the material in your mind.
If you have material, if material is evolution, we get to where we are. How do you tackle the immaterial? That's the whole point I've been trying to point out. That's the whole bit.
What are you calling immaterial? Our values?
He thinks everything that's not physical is immaterial.
Anything that's not physical is immaterial.
I understand. I understand the immaterial and physical are different. I'm asking, what are you calling immaterial? Are you calling like morality, like oughts,
morals, ethics, right, wrong, like maths?
Everything derived from thought.
Everything. Because
if you're
even thought is immaterial.
Thought itself is immaterial.
Even thought is immaterial.
It's a bridge. What is a bridge between the material and the immaterial? Because of the way it works for electrical, it's software in a material situation. So it's not immaterial, but what we come out of it. So your question is thought. Thought is the bridge between material and immaterial. In my mind, right now.
Where do you get thought? My mind. That's like that is like
it's an electrical process.
You can't simply go material ergo immaterial. Like you can't just make
how do you get material from immaterial? Why couldn't that be flipped?
You can't get material from immaterial.
You would need
yeah, that's what I'm asking. Why couldn't it be flipped?
If we're arguing from an atheistic standpoint,
I would
say you can't get the immaterial from the material.
I think you can get immaterial from material.
Yeah, but if we assert that everything's intelligently designed, then we can argue immaterial.
Have you ever
from
played
material.
Minecraft?
I don't think we can
You
say
get
that
some
because
redstone
we
and you
don't know
create
what the
immaterial from
immaterial
material?
is.
Well, no, we
Yeah,
okay.
I agree. I don't know what the
inherently
immaterial is.
we inherently know what the you know what the immaterial from the material.
tell
is.
me
I don't.
right
I actually
now- tell
don't.
me
I don't
right
even
now
buy
what
the
cognition and
distinction.
consciousness
If
is
I'm
made
being
of.
frank with you.
You don't buy the distinction.
Yeah, people
Is
talk about
Christian punching above
physicalism
his
and
weight class right
idealism.
now?
I'm not even. I don't buy the distinction.
What, are you a fucking monist?
What does that even mean?
He's given.
Yeah,
Brandon,
because
are you,
they're
you think it's all one?
But these are just going to argue into
well, physicalism is a type of monism. I mean, there's neutral monism.
No,
where
I'm asking you. I'm saying, are you a monist?
I think that's
like, I
probably
guess
the
a
most
substance-
parsimonious
a
view. Like
substance
I'd probably lean towards a view like that, but I don't know if there's like a like
What's
I said,
the
if there's
monist view? I've never heard that one.
it's just saying that like the world is made of one substance, whatever the fuck that means. I do not like this branch of metaphysics because it just seems a lot of it seems
Why are you
really
using
confused. Because you brought it up, bro. Talking about immaterial material.
Okay, look. I think there's
I
an
did bring
issue.
up substance monism.
I think,
so
well,
that-
I
that's
think
on me.
there's an inherent issue if you're having to entangle views that you disagree with into your belief. Like I think if it ends up that being the case, there's an inherent issue in what you're holding to be true.
Hey, Mr. Christian, you're a sandwich artist at Subway, and you're on Iron Chef right now, bro. Like, you are punching way above your weight class, sir. I don't know what's going on, but I know
Jesus.
that. Look at that. I made Zangief laugh. Look at Zangief.
Yeah, Lutch is here.
Bro, we got Zangief and Dalsim. We got Zangief and Dalshim on the fucking panel.
So, Lutch, what's your thoughts between substance dualism and
They were so off track now. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
I'll excuse myself. I ruined the panel. I'm sorry.
It was just a little side point about substance monism now. Fuck.
We hear now.
No.
I just came from a intellectual property debate, and it sounded like you guys were talking about some more interesting stuff.
From nerd shit to nerd shit.
Yeah, nerd to
What
nerd.
a night. What a night, Lutch.
What are you guys talking about?
We're broadly talking about
Don't
theism
stop on my
versus-
account.
Broadly
We talked
theism
about
and
it.
atheism, and then
A female
yeah,
used
how do
a
you-
women's bathroom, and there was no
not
Republican
that.
within
not
earshot.
that. No, don't listen to the dude. And
Then we talked about Zangief retiring from street
there
fighting,
difference
becoming a
between
philosopher.
physicalism and non-physicalism, and if like you can get material from material, or if that makes sense to talk about. And yeah, what's
And the reason we were
universe
talking
made of?
about that is because we're talking about morality, and the reason we were talking about morality is because we're talking about physicalism. I mean, it's just, you know.
Well, we started talking about
turtles all the way down.
How did we even get here?
With a hint of Israeli propaganda.
We haven't done that
Always,
yet.
always
I think
true.
it's because we jumped to the front. Yeah,
Someone did mention Hitler at some point.
I definitely mentioned Hitler.
Yeah.
100%. I mentioned Hitler.
What's that like the internet theory that the longer a conversation goes on, someone will bring up Hitler at some point?
Always.
If,
So why not?
if
Can we just
worked
go?
out like Brandon? His name would be Adolf Hitler.
Can we just go? Since we're talking about religion and stuff, can we just go around real quick and everybody say, Christian, Orthodox, atheist,
Sure.
whatever?
Yeah, let's go clockwise.
Warning
Christian, esotericist, theist, pan-psychist as well.
Jesus.
Christian?
Christian's a Christian.
Christian? Christian's a Christian. Christian's a
Yeah,
Christian. Wow, so
I'm
on the
Christian.
nose. Wow, Christian's a Christian. Who would have thought?
Okay, the name right there.
Atheist.
Okay, Podesta?
Just atheist. Just hardcore atheist.
The dude?
I'm a slippery little snake.
Non-committal.
Non-committal. Non-committal.
I like that.
I'm a devout practicing Catholic for the outward manifestations of what that represents.
That literally meant nothing.
Who said that? That dude, you work at fucking Chipotle with your Jufro. Like, shut the fuck up, you unexceptional unibrow twat.
Wow,
You are probably gonna.
That's some unexceptional rage to the dude.
You are literally you have the high eyebrows, but you are the lowbrow commentary of tonight's discourse. I'm completely a neophyte in this arena, and it is so painfully obvious you're punching above your weight class. Don't bring the smoke, pal. Don't bring the smoke.
Right. Yeah, right.
Bro, you're unfuckable. Look at you. You are the walking manifestation of an incel.
I feel like
There's
like
smoke. What is going on?
The dude, you gotta settle down, brother. You gotta settle down. Okay, Brandon.
I know Brandon's.
Bro, he looks like he's straight out of Auschwitz. Look at him.
Okay. We're serious. We're having a serious talk. Okay, I feel like I said that like 10 minutes ago, but it still kind of holds true at this very moment. Brandon, your theological position.
I'm a presuppositionalist Orthodox Christian. I'm currently a catechumen. Just went to liturgy.
Shut the fuck up.
I don't know. I'm agnostic towards some gods. I'm atheist towards others.
I think I'm gonna.
Except for Confluence is God. I believe in Confluence is God because everything is God, and I think everything exists. So
stop.
It's not based.
Disavow.
You're an atheist, bro. You're an atheist.
Disavow. Thank you.
Atheist fluence.
No, not atheist fluence.
We'll get him there. I'm definitely agnostic. I mean, that's a really good way to put it. I'm agnostic for most gods. And atheistic for some. Just because when you say God, I don't know what you mean, so I go with agnostic. But I do call myself an atheist.
Okay.
Wait, Keelan? Run that back again.
I'm an agnostic atheist.
Okay.
But I stick with the agnostic part because, in the words of Alex O'Connor, if I don't know what you mean when you say God, I don't know if I believe in that thing. So
okay, I'm gonna default to agnostic.
Fair enough.
Okay.
I'm going to assume when I say atheist that people are talking about God being some sort of sentient, existing, dynamic thing, not just a concept of everything being a god.
Right. So that's the difference between theism with a TH and deism with a D.
Wait, what's Keelan?
Lutch, I saw you talking about the IP thing. I dabbled in that live a little bit.
Right.
Were you having fun? Was that fun?
I mean, I'm here, right?
I hopped in when someone was like reading. They had to they wrote like a 3-page long essay on the thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't want to say negative things about people.
Right. Yeah,
but there's certain aspects of the platform that if you're not the debater, then there's a lot of waiting. And so I was the judge in this debate. So the whole thing was just me. Yeah. So I was, so the whole thing I was just waiting. And so then, I got to talk a little bit, but the topic itself is a little bit over my head. So they were getting into deep rivalry thing versus this. And I'm like, I don't really know what's going on. I don't really have much to say. And so I was like,
you didn't make the audience the judge. Or would you were the judge or like the moderator as well, or
no? So the host is the moderator. Then there's 2 on-panel judges. Then in addition to that, there is a straw poll that the host puts out, like a link, and you vote. So between all 3 of those, we usually pick a winner. So like if the 2 judges are split, then we might go to the audience. If the judges agree. So.
Okay. Keelan, what do you believe in?
I used to be pretty atheist back in high school, but then I stopped caring about religion in general. So now I'm going back to reading about the different stuff involved with religion.
So are you agnostic?
Yeah, I would say agnostic, but I've been pretty interested in I don't know if anyone's going to flame me for this, but I think occasionalism is pretty interesting and cool as an idea.
What the fuck is that? I don't even know what that is.
That's the first time I've heard it.
So occasionalism. Yeah, what does that mean?
I haven't read a ton about it at this point, but as I understand it, it's that there are no causes in the universe that are not God, so that everything that happens is caused by God directly.
God just causes stuff on occasion.
I'm getting the theory that all things exist or are controlled by chance. So you're saying that chance would be God?
No, it's that. So say I can't really explain it that well because as I hear it explained, it's usually like fire when put next to cotton causes the cotton to burn, but in this case, the fire next to the cotton would be God causing the cotton to burn.
You know what the occasional part?
It's just
I
the
think it's
theory
the
that all
opposite of
things
what-
exist are controlled by chance.
Is that a
I
situation?
don't
you
think
can't
so.
define
I think
God?
it's the opposite of what Brandon said. I think from just looking it up, and from also
Well,
what
I
Keelan
mean,
said. I
that's
think,
what
and I think
Keelan
Brandon
I think that
knows
would make
that.
sense. I was
Right.
trolling, so.
Okay, you
If-
were trying. Yeah, I think. Yeah, it's.
if-
I think. Wait, a brief read, but I think. Yeah, every event. I think what Keelan said. Every single event that happens is directly caused by God. So like those, it doesn't make sense
Yeah.
to talk about like pre-existing physical causes.
I'm saying-
does that sound right, Keelan, or no?
Matrix?
The definition,
Yeah,
the definition he gave of the word just says that by chance. But if he believes this,
Yeah, I'm not sure what the basis of the word is.
Yeah.
Or like what
Yeah.
the different parts mean, but yeah, I've been interested in that lately. I am like in the beginning stages of learning about it. It's just been an
Okay.
interesting thing.
You don't,
This
since,
is from
since you haven't
Wikipedia.
I thought you
Great
were-
assaulted, but
since you haven't fully fleshed this out, if you don't have a good answer, that's fine. So do you think like causality is God, or do you think that God is something independent of causality, like a mind, or neither?
Yeah, I haven't gotten far enough to like where I feel like it could be a mind, right? Like, I think I'm more on the side of like causality being a definition of what God is than I am to like saying that there's a mind.
No,
Doesn't that
okay.
break
So
down
you're
language
similar to
of-
confluence. Instead of
Where's
defining
the-
everything as God, you define causality as God.
So since we have most of the panel being non-believers, I'm curious what you guys think about the notion of essentially the ortho bro notion that the only way to be to have morality, the only way to do anything is to be Orthodox Christian. Obviously, you guys disagree, but
That's
what do
my
you have
view.
to say?
Yeah.
Well, we're getting to some of that with morality. 'Cause isn't that one thing that religion is supposed to provide? Community and morality?
Mm-hmm.
I think everything approximates, I think, the truth. And so I think different religious systems are more true and less true. And so I would never be able to commit that any one way of framing things is ultimately true. I think everything is we're getting closer, spiraling upwards to an approximation. And I do see human history moving in that direction, which is why I actually agree with Lutch when he says that there could be better systems that we create. I actually do agree with that because I think we are going in a trajectory that is leading us toward Godhead. I think that this is going to sound retarded maybe to most of you, but I think that the way creation works, I think God makes us, and then I think we move back to God. So I think it's like an ebbing and flowing of like divinity into humanity back into divinity.
Okay, L. Ron Hubbard Jr.
What?
I called you L. Ron Hubbard Jr.
That's the
do you
nicest
believe in-
thing you've ever said to me, the dude. So I'll accept that, I guess.
Do you believe in reincarnation with that? Or is it just a one-way?
Is that powdered milk?
I think it's possible. I'm not like actually anti, even though like I know reincarnation is not Christian. Don't listen to what I'm saying right now. Yeah, I'm not actually anti reincarnation. I think it's possible. I don't know if I have good evidence for it.
Is it possible?
But I'm
in a
not
sense that you
opposed
can-
to it.
Possible in a sense that you can remember your old carnations, or just you're a bunch of energy, you become a human, then you become a bunch of energy, and then obviously energy becomes human again. So
I would say I'm not saying this is like evidence, but I have talked to enough people that I really trust their like intellectual and like spiritual perspicacity that have claimed that they remember past lives. And I'm not talking about the woo-woo people. I mean like legitimately like smart people like in the past, like in the 1800s, 1900s, like Eliphas Levi and Aleister Crowley and people that I'm like, I think that I have a degree of trust that they're not just like making stuff up. So
And they
that
actually
gives
had-
me some reason to believe it, but I'm not them, and I obviously can't verify it. And so that's why I'm like, it's possible in my mind, and I think it's possible to maybe remember, but I don't know. It could also be not possible, and maybe reincarnation doesn't mean anything, but it's something I'm like open to at the very least. Because people that I really respect that I think are the smartest among us have claimed as such. So I'm like, okay, maybe, but I'm kind of I'm agnostic on the topic.
Someone in my chat said Crowley was a goon.
Well, just to answer your
Crowley
question,
was a
Lutch.
goon. Crowley
I
was
mean,
an absolute
a
goon.
gooner?
He was a gooner.
That-
He was so gooner coded. He was insane. The stuff that man did. Jesus Christ.
So then,
Disavow.
so then what? Like, because I'm trying to get more of a different perspective on like what I'm trying to do, and like I'm trying to bring America, humanity, whatever, to a place where we either can understand that there is nothing better than the God that we have, or we find that thing that is better than our notion of specifically Christian God, but like a monotheistic God. Seems as of right now, that's the best idea we have in terms of something that underlines the universe, creation, morality, all of those things. But how can we get to a place where, you know, non-believers like us can accept, okay, maybe that's not true, but there's nothing else better?
Anyone want to go?
Not all at once.
I don't want to monopolize.
I've talked to Lutch enough right now where I'll say that even at a subconscious level, there's something in you that drives you, and it's not completely learned. There's a reason when a 3-year-old kid hands you an invisible and the gentleman Podesta, he's obviously painfully intelligent, but he's, from what I've seen so far, like void of. Are you a happy guy, Mr. Podesta?
Yeah, I got 2 kids.
What brings you?
You don't sound happy.
And there's a reason I'm asking this. What brings you? What puts a smile on your face that just changes your whole demeanor? What do you find funny? What do you find brilliant? What do you find breathtaking?
There's a lot of different questions.
They're all the same questions.
Well, what I find breathtaking isn't necessarily what I find funny.
Valid.
Hyperliteral.
Valid.
Well, but this is
I enjoyed.
That was the autism speaking.
This is good because
are you autistic, Mr. Podesta?
I don't think so, but my
Someone
daughter
said it. I'm
is
not
on the
being
spectrum,
rude.
so
Someone just said that.
it's possible
Yeah,
when I was
that's my
younger,
bad. Sorry.
It's
Okay.
possible I have some autism, but I've never been diagnosed, and I don't think I'm autism. But I may be on the spectrum.
Look, it's Saturday night,
I
I think,
think-
and we're all on StreamYard talking about philosophy. We're all a little bit autistic, probably.
Yes,
Like,
we're
somewhere
all
on
very
StreamYard.
wide.
I'm gonna disagree with you, Kyle. I'm gonna disagree with you.
Let him answer the question. What is it? Here's the questions. If you're going to put in a movie to make you laugh, you wanted something to bring you joy, you're having a down day. What is it? What is something that's going to put a smile on your face and make you laugh?
Because I used to love slapstick. I used to love all like Steve
Martin
movies. I absolutely used to love like
My Blue Heaven, The Jerk,
and The Man of Two Brains.
Okay, I love
I
Steve.
love Monty Python. You'll hear me quote Monty Python a lot. I'm a big absurdist. Yeah.
Shout out to absurdist.
That's the very definition of
When I'm
comedy.
not in a mood of being very serious, I just like to troll and be really absurd. I just find everything absolutely absurd.
That's literally that is the definitive definition of comedy, is to treat the absurd with hyper literalism. That's where what's the guy, Ricky Gervais? I think he's the most
Yeah, I
brilliant.
love
I'm
Ricky
assuming
Gervais. Probably my funniest guy. Ricky Gervais.
His new special's good.
So that's where I was just kind of, and the one thing I noticed with people who live in the intellectual sphere, whatever it is that you guys call it, where you live, there seems to be a void of, like, Lutch does a good job of like straddling that line. You know, so does Confluence. They have one foot on one side, one on the. Even Brandon, I got a couple little chuckles out of him tonight. There's something when people revel in their own magnificence and their intellect that, like humanity and you know, food loses its flavor, music loses its luster, the stars lose their allure. And I don't know what causes that with people who are incredibly developed intellectually. And I think that's the disconnect from God. Maybe we're reaching sentience.
Well, if I could piggyback on that, Podesta, are you more right or left leaning politically?
More left.
Yeah, so I think correct me if I'm wrong, the dude, but it seems like you're going towards this notion of you know, that spiritual emptiness that a lot of
disenfranchisement might be a better word. Like they're disenfranchised.
I agree with you, Lutch.
Yeah, and I think you definitely have a point that there are too many atheists who don't have that thing. Whatever it is, it doesn't have to be God, in my opinion, but there has to be something. And I am always curious well, curious is the wrong word, but I'm always very understanding of the Christian or just religious perspective of, atheists don't have anything to live for or any of that, which of course is not the case inherently.
But I find nihilist really freeing, but I would never recommend it to anybody because I don't know that many people could handle nihilism. Because when you don't have the afterlife to look forward to, I think that would freak out a lot of people. You have to find your own purpose in life. You have to find your own things to make you happy. I think religion is a really easy crutch that just would work with so many people. It's so utilitarian and it's so useful, but it's just not true.
And you can be an atheist and believe in the afterlife, to be clear.
You subscribe to nihilism?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean,
what does an atheist believe? Just in the DMV for eternity?
It depends on the atheist. There's nothing about the afterlife in atheism, so you can be an atheist and have other beliefs.
Atheism is basically, and I think Ricky Gervais put it really well, is do you remember what happened the year before you were born? What happens the year after you die?
No.
So one more quick question. Is anyone here, do y'all consider Jordan Peterson to be a respected intellect?
Well, it depends on what you mean by respected.
He's not respected. He's not respected. I like Jordan Peterson, but he's not respected.
I think his old stuff, it was great.
Well, I'm going back in the day, and he had the whole idea to act as if God were real. Like, what is there better to do? What is there better to do while you wait than to try to alleviate the suffering of others and have an incredible journey along? So when I see people who...
Maybe you're lying to yourself. Do you like trans? Do you think it's okay that trans people act as if they're a woman because it feels you like acting as if something's
I think it's fine that they do it in individual instances, but it is bad that it is being done and it is not in alignment with reality. So because I'm more right leaning, but I am I don't believe in the claims of Christianity. So the notion of God made it so that there's a man and a woman, that doesn't appeal to, or fly with me. I appeal to biology, and so we have the two genders, and we don't need to pretend that because people feel a certain way that biology isn't what it is.
I think can I drop a grenade?
Oh, Collins to drop a grenade.
I think being atheist and being anti-trans is crazy. I don't think that makes any sense.
I'm not anti.
Why? Whoa, wait. What about atheism has anything to do with trans? Please explain.
Because I don't see. I can't. Maybe it's a poverty of my imagination, but I can't see any reason to place biological markers and say that you shouldn't be able to switch your gender and that we deny a difference between sex and gender. Why can't we? If we're atheists, why can't
biology? What do you mean?
Right. But trans don't claim to change their sex, right? They're claiming to change their gender,
right?
So why is that?
They made up they made up a bunch of shit.
Difference between sex and gender. That's a confluence. That was a bad take.
But it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. Even if we go with the people who say no, gender and sex are completely different, and I understand that I am a female, but I present as a man, so I am I am a female. But if you have that position, then you are just wrong. So it brings me back to the question: what does any of that have to do with the notion? What does the question is, what does any of that have to do with me not having a God belief?
The reason for that is because I would say the main argument from a Christian point of view would be God made them male and female and punting to the how it's written in the Bible. But without that, I don't know why you're so opposed as an atheist to saying that gender could be something that's different from sex.
Because of the truth idea.
But
it's just semantics.
Okay. Let me try a different angle. So would you say that it's crazy in the same way for someone to be an atheist and to believe that humans only have two arms?
Humans most of the time have two arms. Yeah.
No. So again, wait. I'm bringing it back to the way that you said. I'm making a comparison. So I'll ask for a yes or no question and then make my point, and then you can tell me if I'm wrong. So you're saying it's crazy to be atheist and anti-trans. And you were talking about, well, the reasons that you are anti-trans comes from the Bible. The question was, why would my lack of a God belief have anything to do with biology? And so a different question in that same realm is, do you think it is crazy? Do you think it is crazy for an atheist to believe that humans have 2 arms? Is it crazy to hold those 2 beliefs?
No, that's not crazy.
Okay, so if that's not crazy, then what is different about the trans argument?
Because the trans argument is not a biological argument. The trans argument is that gender is a social construct which is separate from biology. And we can even see this when we say a lot of stuff like you're acting like a man, you're acting like a woman. We gender stuff in society. All societies do this.
Okay.
So it makes sense to talk about gender. Even as a Christian, it still makes sense to talk about gender, because if we say, like, I would say wearing a skirt, if I saw Brandon and he stood up and he's in like a mini skirt, I would say that's losing.
Gotcha.
What I mean, I'm not making a biological argument. I'm making a gendered argument. So those they're not the same. Yeah.
I would think he was role playing in Braveheart if I saw Brandon in a skirt.
But you're actually making it is specifically about gender, but it's more a philosophical take on whether or not gender theory or whatever is real, and that just brings us back to the same question: what is inherent about not having a God belief that would lead you to accepting gender theory?
I feel like I just explained this. Like, again, I don't see, if you agree that Brandon standing up and being in a miniskirt, that would strike us all as odd. That's because we have some idea of gender. In other cultures, Brandon, if he was wearing a skirt, would be totally normal, right? So gender is a useful category. You're saying gender theory as if it's like some scary thing to say.
Brandon,
what, Brandon?
Right now?
I said put a bra on me too while you're at it.
No way, man.
I'm doing a bit of Brandon fanfic right now.
You're doing exactly what so many Christians do. You are conflating the ideology of leftism with the philosophical position of being an atheist.
Nothing to do with leftism. No, that's you conflating something now. Nothing to do with leftism at all.
The notion that you would accept
politics here.
But I'm saying you inadvertently did. The notion that you would accept this new thing that gender is separate from sex is a political, philosophical position. It has nothing to do with religion.
No, first of all, that's not the case. I already explained this. And you're not responding to what my claim is. Okay, so in every culture, there's something you can do that people would say, that's strange. That's not what like men normally do. But we admit that's cultural. In certain cultures, they wear skirts. In certain cultures, they wear pants, right? So we mean something with gender. It's not a nonsense term. Again, that's why I said you're using gender theory as this like scary kind of specter. And it's like, but it always has existed. We might not have put it into those words until recently, but there's always been something that we mean when like, oh, you're not acting manly, you're not acting like a woman. Every culture has had ways to distinguish those things. Okay. So even if we haven't made that divide between sex and gender, every culture acknowledges there is some divide in those two things.
Okay, well then I'm American. That's why. Like the point that I'm trying to make is that you are using the God as your justification as to why you have your conclusion. Fair. You are implying that without that starting point, you cannot end up at the same conclusion. And I'm saying there's nothing inherent about the difference between those two starting points that leads you to the conclusion that trans is stupid.
I explained. Well, let's test it out. I explained why I think that trans doesn't make sense under a Christian worldview. Can you explain why it doesn't make sense under an atheist? Like, build an argument. You can't just say biology.
I don't know
we're not.
What is an atheist worldview?
Biology.
I don't know
under
what you
your
mean by
worldview. No.
Okay, so in my worldview,
I mean what you believe. Yeah.
Okay,
build
so
it up for me.
In my worldview, gender and sex are correlates of each other, and yes, there is a difference. But being a woman is tied to being female, and being a man is tied to being a male, because that's, I went to school in America, and that's what we learned in America.
Okay, so is there something bad about a woman deciding that they want to take hormones and they want to start dressing like males typically? Is there something bad about that?
And directly on an individual basis, no, I don't care. But as it's become a fucking trend, and kids are being fucked up, then yes, it leads to a bad thing. But no, if somebody randomly were to put on a dress and fucking go do whatever, I don't think that would be a moral.
You got to focus on that. What the
Okay, so
key,
then
what you
that's
just said there is you don't like the
then. So
kids
under an
being
atheist view, you don't think trans bad. So I was fucking right the whole time. You think trans is totally fine.
No. You said just wearing a skirt.
Does anybody here not think trans is retarded?
I just asked you. I said,
I don't. You think trans is retarded?
I said, is there something wrong with someone taking HRT and like?
I don't have an opinion on that stuff though. What Confluence is talking about right now.
Okay, so there you go. So
took HRT and Brandon wore skirt and bra and did all this. Is something morally wrong?
No,
you just said, it sounded like you said no.
That does right. But there is no point there. I am saying, despite the fact that I don't have an inherent absolute reason to think it is wrong, I can look at the effects of people doing that and saying, yes, it is wrong when people do that. Because of the effects.
Asked you, build it up. Why is that wrong? Why is it wrong for someone to be like, I want to use these pronouns and I want to dress it a certain way and I want to take cross-sex hormones? Why?
Because it's not true.
You haven't said anything.
Because it's not true.
That doesn't mean anything. I said why. That literally doesn't even follow at all. I'm saying why would it be wrong for a male to take cross-sex hormones and to dress in female clothes and to want to use different pronouns? And you just said that's not true. That doesn't make sense. That's a non sequitur. What do you mean that's not true? I'm not saying that they've changed their sex. I'm just saying what's wrong with that. You can't answer that's not true.
So what's wrong with it is the fact that it is not aligned with reality. It is a lie. Lying is wrong.
Well, how is it not aligned with reality? Explain that. You keep asserting stuff, but you're not unpacking it at all. You just say
what do you mean? If you say you're a man and you're a woman, that's a lie.
I didn't say. I said if you want to. I'll try repeating myself. Okay. Is there anything wrong with someone that's using cross-sex hormones that wants to dress as the opposite gender and prefers to use pronouns of a different gender? What is wrong with that? How is that not true definitionally? Like you're saying it's just not true. How is it not true?
You can't use pronouns. So you're saying people to use your pronouns.
So you're saying just the action of addressing and taking the HRT, not the claiming of pronouns, not the effects of it, just the act of doing it. Is that what you're asking me?
Well, the act of, I said, I'll repeat it again. The three things I said. Let's say you're dressing in the clothes of the opposite gender. So again, I'm going to keep using Brandon and build on my fanfic. So Brandon is wearing female clothes. He's taking estrogen. He's taking testosterone blockers. And he's asking us to refer to him as she, her. He's asking that.
But I still date women.
Sure, he still dates women. So he's a lesbian. I'm just kidding. But like, is there anything wrong with that? I guess is what I'm asking.
No,
from a Christian point of view, you could say there's a lot wrong with that. That's what I'm saying. From an atheist point of view, I can't imagine the argument if I was an atheist
because
that
it's
I would
not
say
coming
that
from
what Brandon is doing is wrong.
Right, I understand, but because it's not coming from anything that has to do with atheism. That is my point. It's my political position. It has nothing to do with God or not God.
It does because, again,
no, it doesn't.
Well, let me speak. What I'm saying is I have built up the argument. I've already said all I have to do is say that God has decided that, and I'm done. I know that's a bit of a cop-out, but let's say I'm saying this, and I'm saying what from an atheist argument could you possibly say in my hypothetical related to Brandon to say that he is doing something wrong? Can you come up with anything? So I'm not saying that you have to believe that. I'm just saying if you started atheism, how do you get to Brandon doing something wrong based on the three criteria I said of cross-sex hormones, of dressing a certain way, and of asking people to use certain pronouns for him?
By forcing him to partake in someone else's self-delusion, that's wrong without a God argument. Forcing someone to partake in someone else's self-delusion is just wrong.
See, that's one of the things I disagree with.
That's what I've been saying the entire time.
I've repeated myself so many times. In any of my things, did I say forcing somebody? No, I said Brandon is choosing the clothes he wears and the gender roles he fulfills. He's choosing to take cross-sex hormones, and he's asking people to use the pronouns he wants to be referred to. There's no force in this.
Yeah, asking people to lie. Asking people to lie is wrong. Asking people to lie is wrong. I don't know how many times I got to say it. Lying is wrong.
Shit.
Asking somebody to do something that is wrong is also wrong.
So you think that's insane. So you think it's wrong?
Yeah, it's insane to say that lying is wrong.
That's not what I said. I'm saying you think that a trans person just asking, be like, hey, this is the pronouns I want. I'm not saying you have to do it. They're not forcing you. They're not trying to cancel you. They're just like, hey, this is what I would prefer. You're saying that even that simple, them saying this is what I would prefer. I prefer, if Brandon says, if he says, I prefer she, her pronouns, you think that's a moral thing. And you can build that up from fucking atheism.
Yes.
That's insane.
Why,
That's crazy.
again, why do you keep shoving atheism into it? Atheism has nothing to do with trans.
I don't know
how
if
do
you
you build
really
that up
remember
from
how we got
again,
there. I would
just
say
because
can
you get
build
to the
that up.
conclusion from just because you get to the conclusion from God does not mean God is necessary to get to the conclusion. I think the thing we do for different reasons. Being atheist has nothing to do with it.
Lutch, I feel like you're missing how we got here. I'm saying from a Christian worldview, I can build that up by simply just saying God said this. God said that male and female. God said you shouldn't be effeminate. There's like different passages, right? There's like, if you look at the Bible, you could easily make an argument that's like, hey.
Okay, so now do it from the glasses wearer's perspective. Now do it from the glasses wearer's perspective.
And somebody make a joke about transubstantiation right now, please.
So
because that
what
would
is the
make me smile.
glasses? What is the glasses wearer's perspective on trans?
I don't know. What do you say? Glasses? What? I don't know what you're
People
saying.
who wear glasses. People who wear glasses. What is their position on trans?
You're totally missing what I'm saying. I have built up the argument.
Why?
Do you deny
I hear you.
built up the argument?
I agree. I feel like you're missing what I feel like you're missing what I'm saying.
This. Okay, before you let me go, let me say my thing, then you can say your thing. Okay, so I'm saying, do you agree with me under my Christian thing that I have justified why trans is bad under my Christian notion? Because let's say I'm a divine command theorist. Okay,
yes.
And now I'm saying my claim is that that's impossible to do if you are an atheist. That's my claim. If you disagree with that claim, then I want you to build it up.
I don't disagree with your claim. I disagree with the notion that the only way to arrive at trans bad is from God.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You are presenting it as such because of the fact that I'm not. Hold on. You are saying because I'm not using God, it is crazy that I end up at the same conclusion as you.
Yeah, until I see a good argument from your worldview, which you have not provided. To be clear, you haven't even provided a
biology, social contagion, children being trans, mutilation. I don't know what you're asking. I don't know what you're asking.
I've repeated it 3 times. I think I've repeated it like 5 times.
Can you steel man my issue with what you're asking me?
I'm not. I want to. I don't know. I don't exactly know what you're saying because you said like the glasses.
Then why are you fighting me? Right. The point with the glasses wearer thing.
I'm trying to understand.
Okay, so let me explain. We'll go back to that. We'll go back to the glasses wearer's perspective on trans people. That is not really a sensical question because some people who wear glasses are pro-trans and some people who wear glasses are anti-trans, and there's a whole spectrum in the middle. Correct or incorrect?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and in the same way, some people who don't have a God belief are pro-trans, and some people who don't have a God belief are anti-trans, and there's a spectrum in between. So the fact that one is an atheist is not relevant to their perspective. Hold on. The fact that they're an atheist is not relevant to their reasoning as to why they are anti-trans. Just because God is relevant to your reasoning doesn't mean that God must be relevant to everyone's reason.
It doesn't have to be, but then you need to give me an argument why trans is bad. You have
my God.
Oh my God.
Okay, we'll go down the list again. We'll go down the list again. We'll go down the list again. So at the very basic level, it's a lie. At the very basic level, it's a lie. Then we have mutilation. Then we have the psychological problems. Then we have the aspect of gender-affirming care.
You asked me for
the fucking reasons, and I give you the reasons, and you like gish gallop. I have 5 very clear reasons as to why trans is bad, and none of them are God. You asked me for my reasons. I'm giving you the reasons, and now you're saying I'm gish galloping. Do you want the answers? Do you want the reasons, or do you not want the reasons?
I don't want you to say like 6 things that I can't respond to in a row in rapid succession. I want you to build a cogent argument. I don't think that's too much to ask. I'm sorry. If that's too much, it's too much.
We'll do them one by one. We'll do them
Good
one
morning,
by
Did you
one.
want
Let's
did
go.
you want a steelman for Lutch's position? Because I think I can build a steelman for his position.
Sure.
Sure.
All right. Premise 1, the word she is a truth claim, asserting that someone's gender is that of a woman. Premise 2, someone's gender is that of a woman if and only if they are female. Premise 3, Brandon is not female. Premise 4, it is morally wrong to lie.
You got a steel man.
Premise 5, it is morally wrong to ask other people to do something that is morally wrong. From premise 1 and 2, we get that from premise 1 and 2, we get that the word she is a truth claim asserting that someone's gender, that someone is female. Premise 4, together with premise 4, we get that the word she to refer to Brandon is a lie. Like referring to Brandon with she is a lie.
I'm doing something, but can you also put this in the back chat if possible? I'll be right back.
I put it in the front chat of Confluence, but I can.
I only see your
I
two
only typed out the
premises.
first half. Premise 3 was Brandon is not female. Sorry for the loud typing. Premise 4.
You type so German, I know it's been said before, but it's true.
Yeah, premise 4, it is wrong to lie, and I mean morally wrong. Premise 5, it is wrong to ask wrong of others. 1 and 2, she asserts that someone is female. 1, 2, 3. Calling Brandon she is a lie.
Argue that she doesn't mean you're
1,
female.
2, 3, 4. Calling Brandon she is wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Identifying as gendered female.
Brandon asking people to use she is wrong.
Wrong. No
That's my
God
seal,
necessary.
man.
Great job.
I think
Robert. Beautifully
there's
done.
a
Beautifully done.
it's a good steal, man. I think there's a lot of points to attack though. Like premise 5, it is wrong to ask others to lie. I at least I think maybe you mistyped it, but is that what that's supposed to be? Premise 5, it's wrong to ask of others to lie.
No, that is
It is wrong to ask other people
that
to
is
lie.
a combination
You
of
disagree?
4 and 5.
Oh, it is
4
wrong
and
to
5
ask wrong. Oh, okay. I misread it. It is wrong to ask wrong of others.
Yeah, 4 and 5 is it is wrong to ask others to lie.
Okay, yeah. To me, that seems like probably the weakest one because I think it depends. I think there's a lot of circumstances where we are totally fine asking people to not assert something that is like known to be true. Like if let's say I weigh like 600 pounds. I don't think it's wrong for me to ask people, hey, don't like call me like fat. I don't think, yeah, that's in some ways that's asking them to lie, but that's like a weak moral claim.
No. So this is a good example. So if you're fat and you ask people not to call you fat, you are not asking them to lie to you. You're just asking them not to bring something up. Versus if you say, please call me skinny, now you're crossing the moral boundary.
But that's the fight they're trying to win, is that she doesn't mean you're female. She means your gender is expressing as female.
Right. Yeah. I guess. Okay. So yeah, that could be actually a fair argument. I think I agree. Yeah. It is different to ask something else. The other thing that I think is a problem. I'm just looking in the back chat. Probably I guess premise 1, right? Like words are descriptive, right? They're not prescriptive. So to say that the word she is a truth claim, asserting that someone's gender is that of a woman, and then with premise 2, someone's gender is that of a woman only if they're female, that's like a prescriptivist view of language that I don't think makes a whole lot of sense. Because like again, dictionaries,
it makes a lot of sense if you're not atheist.
And so Podesta's, bringing up a good point. I'm sorry. Was that directed at me? I was reading the thing.
No, you go ahead.
So yeah, pedestic brings up a good point, saying she just means identifying as a woman, not that you're female. And so that is when we get into the philosophical underpinning of what is a woman. And again, you don't need to have a God belief in order to land on the tie between gender and sex.
Well, let's focus on the steel man then. Engage with what I guess I just said, which I could be wrong on, but what is the problem with saying that language changes and that when we mean she now, we mean someone that just wants to be identified with a gender that doesn't match their born sex? Why is that like so immutable that we can't possibly change that?
Well, because of the importance of language itself. Of course, words change, but they have to change organically. It has to be with the usage. It can't be, oh, now we mean this.
You don't think this is an organic change?
This is an organic change.
The LGBT agenda is totally organic and
I'm not saying something can be both astroturfed and not astroturfed at the same time. The LGBT is it's grassroots and it's astroturfed.
It's a grounds up movement, though. Somebody might have stirred it up.
But the people invocation of P and not B, to be clear. That's a terrible.
There are children all over the world that support the movement. No, that's why it's got momentum.
I didn't you're just misunderstanding how the law of non-contradiction works. To be clear, maybe you're joking. If you're joking, I hope you're joking.
I'm joking. Jesus fuck.
Okay. Well, I can't tell sometimes. A lot of people say some insane shit. Okay. So I guess why is it a problem if you acknowledge that other words change meanings over time? Sometimes in a ham-fisted way, sometimes in an organic way, oftentimes a mix of both, right? So why?
I sell a shirt that says end semantic obfuscation, right? Part of my core thing is the woke. It used to be the woke left, but the woke use this tactic of semantic obfuscation, which is twisting the meaning or usage of words to help their agenda. That is how we've gotten to this place where people can't answer the question, what is a woman?
I don't know.
I don't think the right can answer that question too, by the way.
Nobody can answer that question. Female. What's a female?
That's right.
You can't say what's a woman by using the word female. That's a woman. What's a female?
Yeah. How do you define what a woman is?
See, I can do this. I want to see if Lech can do this. I'm going to put him on the spot.
You're going to go with
this
X, Y, and
so we have two different distinct sexes. And we call one of them female and one of them male. The one that has the at least in humans, the one that has the body and organs oriented towards growing a baby is a female. The one in the opposite with the organs towards insemination is a male.
Oriented towards.
So how do you handle all of the edge cases?
So you just ignore the edge cases?
Nope.
Can women just be women even if they get all? They don't have any breeding. You can be born with no orientation towards breeding. And you can be a woman.
I actually think Lech's definition is actually goated. I actually
just understand that biological sex is bimodal. That we have two categories, male and female. But that there's overlap. There's a spectrum on what it means to be a male and a female, and there may be some overlap where we have intersex people that don't fit cleanly into the two categories. But that in and of itself does not make a new category.
Yeah, just so you can't make a definition that people can just go by. You just have to.
Did I not just do that?
No, you didn't. You just said oriented towards female reproduction. That could be a woman with that's born with no reproductive organs. It's still a woman.
I did give you that definition. How did you just repeat the definition I didn't give you?
Because it's not a definition is my point. That doesn't cover all the women. I can find women that don't meet your definition.
Yeah, I don't actually think you can. I think Lech's definition actually does cover them.
What's the definition?
They're of the bimodal.
Orientated.
They're of a bimodal category of people that are oriented to bear children.
What does oriented to mean?
Well, I mean that's a
in line with the process necessary.
And what does in line mean? That sounds like realist talk.
No, you're gonna keep asking this, aren't you?
Yeah, because a lot of the people that I speak to on the right, when they use language like that, like ordered towards, they're smuggling in realist language, and I take that to be gibberish.
Can you define what you mean realist language in this context?
Define what? I'm sorry.
Realist language.
Like like something like when like a moral ought that is independent of our stances.
So how am I doing that with oriented?
Well, when you say ordered towards, what are you pointing at? Like, what does that mean?
Can do. Physically can do the thing. So physically can have the baby.
Well, if you reduce it to can do, there are people that can't have kids or bear offspring.
Right. That's why we say oriented to. Oriented to means
well, it doesn't mean can to because.
Yeah, tangentially, the distance from the ability to actually do it versus the intention of the organs.
Organs have intentions.
I don't know the intention of intention of the order of organs, or the collection of organs. The fact that there is a uterus, the fact that there are ovaries.
But you kind of just pointed out the issue that I have with it, because you want to say intentions, right? When we say stuff like ordered towards, that's what I mean when I say people are smuggling in realist talk, because we're obviously not referring to our intentions, right? So.
Sure, and maybe people do that. I don't think and I'm sure many people do that. I don't feel that I was doing that.
I think you just need to acknowledge there are edge cases that don't fit your definition.
I already did. That was the whole bimodal thing. Just because edge cases exist doesn't mean it's a new category.
And what's
defining
the edge
groups,
cases?
assuming that they already exist. We're not creating a definition that like we can build groups from. We're creating a definition that says these groups exist.
Well, what sex are the edge cases?
It depends on the case.
Brandon, can I ask, just for my own edification, you're saying, first of all, I think realist language can be based, but besides that, like if you were giving a definition of like a bipedal mammal, what would you say? Because there is, and maybe I'm not understanding, but that's something that has edge cases, right? Like, so how would you define that without, in your own words, like smuggling in realist language? If I ask, like, what's the definition of a bipedal mammal?
Well, if we're taking a definition to be necessary in conditions, I wouldn't give one, because I'm skeptical of certain categories having necessary and sufficient conditions. I'm a contextualist a lot about these things.
Okay, but that betrays something then. I think that's something that we have to focus on then. When you're critiquing Lutch's definition, then you're also critiquing a whole bunch of other definitions that are like scientifically valid definitions, right?
Maybe. Yeah, that's fine with me though. Because I might be a scientific anti-realist. I have a lot of buddies that are scientific anti-realist, so that might be fine.
Right,
but
I feel like we got to be clear on that though, because the way, maybe I'm misreading this, but the way I was hearing this is that you have like, this is like a special problem with Lutch's definition, but your actual problem would apply to the category of dogs. Like, how do you define a dog? How do you define a fish? How do you define bipedal mammals? All of those would fall under the same critiques of smuggling in realist language.
Not realist language, but necessary and sufficient conditions. You can give a definition of like a dog talking about their genes or something, maybe, with no realist talk. So you can still do that, but the issue I'm probably going to run into is the necessary and sufficient conditions part. So what I'm critiquing...
I don't think you could do that with a dog, by the way.
Oh, why?
Because there's always going to be some, like, you could say something about their genes, but you would have to say that usually have this exact genetic code, but they're...
But I know what usually means. That's not realist talk. Usually isn't realist talk. I understand that.
Okay, so then let's plug that into what I was saying before.
Yeah, when I hear let's say oriented toward, I'm thinking, like, I would say it's of the type that usually produces, like, large gametes. That's what I usually go to. And that's what I would say is like as a female.
But then you're just saying I have. You're just saying I have edge cases, and then it's just like, well, what are those? Because
there are edge cases that are not men or women.
But if you gave that gene definition of a dog and you said it usually has this genetic code and you laid it out, I wouldn't then be able to say, oh, that also then means a cat could be a dog. What you probably mean is that there could be dogs that have slightly different genetic codes, but they're all kind of like dog coded, for lack of a better word. But like probably the category of cat doesn't enter into this. And the same with Lutch's definition, probably male doesn't enter into the female. If a female is something that usually produces large gametes or is oriented towards or whatever we want to say, right? So,
Sure.
like, how could you
All right,
construct the
well,
definition of dog
so-
that wouldn't include possibly cat? Because if you're saying usually, that could include a cat. Then maybe a cat's a dog, right? That would be
Well-
the problem with that.
Yeah, if you're taking a definition to be giving necessary and sufficient conditions, but it sounds like you might be taking on my view that this is contextual and there aren't necessarily necessary and sufficient conditions, but rather we kind of have these cluster of traits that we are referring to when we say a given word, but none of them, in them of themselves, those traits are necessary or sufficient. Or maybe you could say sufficient in some cases.
I think I agree, but as long as we make it consistent that because when I say dog, then I don't mean cat, right? And then
Yeah, you can have that on this view. Yeah.
And then, but in the same way, when someone says like male, they don't mean female. And so, in the same way with the definitions, if you're saying someone that usually produces large gametes, then you are excluding the people who produce small gametes, right?
Wait, say
In
that.
the
Say
same
the
way,
last part one more time.
Like if you say the people that usually produce large gametes, then you are excluding the people who produce small gametes in the same way.
No,
I understand
because they could also
no,
produce large gametes.
They could, but I'm saying in the same way that when we're talking about the dog genetic code and we say usually, we probably don't mean it could also be a rat, it could be a monkey, it could be like any, because otherwise if if that's what we mean by usually, that could apply to any fucking animal ever or anything with a genetic code, right? Like, and that's not what we mean.
You could pretty easily define genetic code, like animals by their genetic code, because if they don't have a certain number of chromosomes, like they'll just die.
But we can't, even with humans. I mean, Down syndrome is an extra chromosome. So even if you tried to do that, then you'd be getting fucked up.
If you had 2 extra chromosomes, you'd be dead. If you had 1 less chromosome, you'd be dead.
So then should the definition of human be this amount of like how you would have to be like so ultra specific, but also not specific to both exclude everything that we consider not a human, but also include everything that we know to be a human. That would be like an onerous definition that I would posit is possibly impossible because there's so many edge cases, maybe hypothetically, but it would take up like 20 volumes to like actually like properly define that. And then we're asking what's a female. Obviously we're not looking for like a 60,000 word definition of what a female is. That would just be unwieldy.
So it sounds like you're brain encoded in taking the family resemblance pill and rejecting necessary and sufficient conditions to define these sort of categories.
I'm a bit branded pilled.
Okay.
I'll say that. A bit.
Because the people on the right that are constantly asking, well, what is a woman, right? What they're asking for is necessary and sufficient conditions, because what they want to do is well, if you think a woman is somebody that dresses like a female, well, that seems sexist. Well, what about somebody that identifies as a woman? They don't dress typically as a female, but they say that they're a woman. Are they still a woman, right? But because they're treating that case as a necessary condition, that's what they're looking for. But if you reject the premise of their question, I mean, it completely falls apart.
I think the problem with rejecting that, though, then, is that when we move into any other definition, we are also in the same way cucked.
Yes.
Why is that bad? Why is that bad?
It's not.
And wait, why is it
language useless? It renders
no.
the language.
What's the argument for that?
The point of language is to understand each other. If you're getting this,
and why can't you do that on this view?
Well, I would say you can't, because then if you any way you define a dog, you're. Like I guess.
But by define, do you mean necessary and sufficient conditions?
Well, I'm asking, like, what would you say the definition right off the dome? What would you say a dog is?
It's typically a 4-legged mammal that barks. I don't know. Maybe I would throw in some sort of gene thing that has some sort of archetype.
It has to bark.
Exactly. You just treated it as a necessary condition. Did you see what you just did?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out where you're coming from. So that's
exactly.
what I'm trying to.
He said it typically does.
Yeah.
Okay.
The problem is then it's
I'm
like
not trying to gotcha anybody. I'm trying to.
No. I didn't take it that way, but I'm just saying you literally did the thing I've been explaining.
Explain what I did. Yeah. Explain how did I do that?
So I started giving traits because when we say like give a definition, we want to give something that covers everything. But when I give these traits, I'm not saying that it must have this trait, right? That's not what I'm saying. For it to be this thing, it must have this trait.
Just
right?
like I was saying, usually, or I was saying oriented towards, and Confluence came up with usually. So a dog
Sure.
usually barks
Mhm.
in the same way that a woman usually has a uterus. I don't understand why that's.
Words like usually are oriented in a definition. Definition is what one person does, not what one person doesn't usually do something. One person either does it or they don't.
Well, now
Definition
you're
defines
disagreeing with Brandon.
one person
You're-
fits in the
Wait,
box.
what are you saying?
A definition
Say it
is what-
again, Podesta.
Mhm.
Am I not coming through? Definition is what one person fits into the box. One person does not usually do something. One person does it or they don't. So you can't use usually in a definition.
Wait, why can't you?
What?
It doesn't define when you apply
What
the
is-
definition to a person. It doesn't define them. If
And
they
when you say
usually
define
bark
them,
or they don't bark, then
What
that's
is
not
a
the-
person?
I think when you're when you're saying define,
can't
you are
define by
also
averages.
when you're saying the word define, I think you're also smuggling in necessary and sufficient conditions. I don't know why anybody would
Definition
accept
is
that.
necessary and sufficient. Definition can't be non.
Okay, then it's just a semantic dispute. That's not how I use definition. If you want to use it that way, that's fine.
Definition. No, you're describing, not defining. You're describing.
Yeah, but defining you
use
just
as
mean
many
giving necessary and
grey
sufficient
words as you
conditions.
want.
We're not
Definition
disagreeing.
is
You're just using the word
actual-
differently.
Okay. Well, I'm using the definition and describe as different words because English is useful.
Private chat.
Yeah, I agree. And English is useful. Yeah.
Private chat.
Words should have meaning.
Yeah, I agree. Words do have meaning.
Yeah.
Definition has a different
None
meaning.
of
to
that-
describe.
What is that?
What is? Oh, wait. I need to get clear here because both Lutch and James have done it now. What's the argument that if you don't have necessary and sufficient conditions when explaining what a word means, that therefore it's
I'm not arguing
meaningless?
against sufficient descriptions. I'm arguing against everything that you put in your definition has to be correct. You can't use words like
Correct.
usually or
Definitely.
averages or sums or things that don't are necessary. You can't have non-necessary words in a definition.
I don't even know what you're saying at this
Yeah,
point.
I don't know what-
Do you
I
do
don't
you
know what you
do you
can't say a
think?
dog? The definition of a dog is that it barks if some dogs don't bark.
Can you
Can't
give
Right,
me
say
one
so-
describe
necessary
a dog. You can
condition?
say
And-
describe dogs well. They usually bark. They kind of have 4 legs.
Right, and let's say you give a
Definition is
definition.
something that actually applies to all dogs.
Let's say you give right, and you could say that. Okay, so are you saying that to define a word, right, is to give necessary or sufficient conditions, and if you don't do that, the word is meaningless?
No,
Is that
I'm
what you're saying?
that you can't
No,
give
okay.
conditions that don't apply to all of the members of the set. You can't define a set by mentioning words that some of the items in the set don't apply to.
You're smuggling in necessary and sufficient conditions when you say the word define and
I'm not
definition.
smuggling in, I'm just speaking English. When you define a set,
Yeah, and I understand you. I know exactly what you're doing. I know you're speaking English.
well, there's nothing wrong with what I'm saying.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. Holy shit! Do you know what a semantic dispute is? We're not actually disagreeing on a proposition. We're just using the word
I'm
definition
saying what
differently.
my definition of the word definition is.
Right.
So let's
Okay.
try to put that into
I'm not
practice then.
smuggling anything in.
Jay,
I can't
We're
smuggle
literally
things into
debating
my own
words.
definition.
can you give me one necessary
Smuggling
and
means that I'm
one-
trying to hide, sneak things in so you don't see them.
Okay, wait, Ivor, what
Smuggling
are you
is into
saying?
my definition.
Can you give me one necessary condition and one sufficient condition for a chair, and then see how much that narrows it down?
Good luck defining
Confluence,
a
can you
chair.
move Indian Jesus?
That's a classic example. I mean,
You can't define a chair.
Yeah, so you don't want to. You just don't think that definitions.
so
You
when
just
somebody
don't think
says
that
the word,
definitions are
so you
private.
can't define a
You
word
can't
chair.
define a chair.
If you so you can't define a word chair with necessary and sufficient conditions.
can do there
When
is
somebody
describe
says the
chair.
word chair, do you know what they mean?
I have ideas of what they might mean, but I don't know. No, if I say there's a
Is
chair
Brandon
and
sitting in the chair?
room, you can't tell me what it's going to look like.
Is Brandon sitting
Is
in the
this a
chair?
chair?
That's not what I asked. I said I've got a chair.
No, I'm asking.
I'm going to put it on camera. Tell me about it. I've told you the word
Okay,
chair.
so
Tell me
the
what it's gonna
question,
look like.
so the
I'm gonna
question
show you
was,
in a minute.
the question was, is
I've
Brandon
given
sitting
you
in the
word
chair?
Tell me what I've just told you.
I mean, I ask you when somebody says the word chair, do you know what they mean? I didn't hear
Yeah, I
a clear
just
yes or
said.
no.
I just said I'm going to show you a chair. Tell me about what I'm about to show you.
But
And
that's
then
not
I'll
an
show
an- you
you.
So is that a yes or no? I
Yeah,
don't
what?
understand.
It's a yes.
You can even say sometimes. Yes, no, sometimes.
Maybe.
That's a description. You can get a vague idea, but you don't have a definition of what
So
I'm gonna
yes
say.
then.
So
No, you can't. I'm just saying, if I say, I'm going to show you a chair, now you tell me what I'm about to show you. You describe what I'm going to show you.
I am not clear on the answer. So
when somebody says the word chair to
Why
you,
not?
do you know what they mean?
That's why you're not. That's the whole point is that you're not clear on the answer.
Am I
You
ever
can't
going to
give
get
me
a
an answer
yes
because
or
there's
no
no
or
yes.
sometimes?
Fucking
So you
God.
just don't think that things have definitions?
No, chair
You
is
just
a
don't think
particularly
that
bad one.
definitions
Chair
exist
is
for
like
most
the one.
concepts?
Chair is the go-to one that people bring up because there's no way to define the damn thing. Because it's
Right,
such a
but
vague
but
word.
when somebody says the word chair, do you know what they mean?
So do you think that most things cannot
If
be
they have
defined?
more context than just chair, I will.
If
you
chair
think
can't
that
be
most
defined,
then I have a
then
pretty good
probably
idea
like
what it
most
is.
nouns can't be defined.
I mean, he
is the
basically said
problem,
yes, that's
right?
fine. So he basically just said you can
Because
use
there
a
was like
word
a-
and you can know what it
like a
means without
chair.
giving necessary and sufficient conditions, which is generally speaking my view about certain categories. So it's not
I don't know what
meaningless.
I didn't say it was meaningless. It was just to give you I might have said those words, but I meant that it doesn't really give you an idea of what the word is.
So you're
the main
quibbling. You're quibbling over a proprietary definition. Why are you quibbling over a proprietary definition? Why don't you just say, "Hey, this is a definition that I think best suits this situation." You both like state your definitions, and then the differences you can argue
Yes.
over the differences.
Yes.
But like to say, "Hey, you can't make this definition." You're like saying, "Look, I'm telling you the no true Scotsman fallacy of quibbling over definitions that are proprietary. Like it is the most annoying fucking conversation I have heard on the internet in a while. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I didn't know I could be annoyed that much over a fucking conversation over.
No, I agree. No, I agree. I mean, it literally we weren't even necessarily. Well, I guess we were disagreeing on one thing, but most of that was just like a semantic dispute to where we're not even disagreeing. We're just using words differently, which I don't care. If you want to use a word differently, I will take whatever you mean by the word. We'll use it in the conversation or vice versa, or maybe we can just use our definitions, but we know what we mean when we talk to each
I
other.
don't want to
Like
use the
that's-
word differently.
You don't want to?
So I just want to make
That's
sure.
fine.
We're arguing about trans.
Yeah, I just want to make sure Confluence comes back and said that it is not crazy to be an atheist and anti-trans.
Yeah, I'm an atheist and I'm anti-trans.
But according to Confluence, that's crazy because why would you be anti-trans if you don't believe in God?
Because he is suffering
For
from
very
the
many reasons.
misconception- He's suffering from the misconception that just because you're an atheist, you've discarded with all forms of tradition and actual meaning of words.
That's exactly what I said to him. He's like, "No, I'm not, bro." That's what so many Christians do.
Does he think that because you're an atheist, you don't have a moral framework that you can have good and bad?
Mm-hmm.
Like you can still think trans is bad. You don't have to have God to have a moral framework.
Yeah, and that would that would have been a more interesting way to attack it. So if I'm saying I think it's bad, and he were to Andrew Wilson me and be like, well, by what standard are you using bad? And I say, well, just my preferences. Then okay, we could say that we have different opinions there. But saying that it's crazy, meaning nonsensical, to be an atheist and also be as if they're directly connected. And that's why I use the glasses wearer example. Because
I got the feeling he was trying to argue that you couldn't justify your morals as an atheist.
Yeah, that's well. If he went that way, then I would be like, yeah, you're right. We're all preferences.
Congratulations, Lex. You and Anson are both retarded. Okay, I have no problem saying that. Okay, so you guys might agree,
but you agree.
You're both a little crazy. So.
So you don't think that something can be bad without a God, in someone's opinion, not your opinion.
In someone's opinion, and anything can be bad or good or Yeah,
Okay, so what does God have to do with it? I should have brought it all the way back. I think X is bad. Do I need God for that?
Because even you, I honestly want you to present like a good argument, like a utilitarian or some consequentialist thing, and the closest you got was a Gish Gallop, because I think there is good arguments you could use, I want to hear one of them.
I said I was willing to go one by one.
Okay, well then maybe we should do that, because I guess, I'm just thinking if I was an atheist, I could, there's some arguments I could use to be against someone being trans.
Why
but
would
specifically what I said about Brandon, sorry, Brandon, I know you just got back, but you're getting fanficked again, bitch. I'm just kidding. Okay, but for real though, again, those three things I said about Brandon, if he chose to wear the clothing that usually women wear, if he took cross-sex hormones, and if he just asked to be called a different gender, And I understand we have Ivor Steelman. I don't think it is. I think it's a good Steelman, but I think there's
I'll
like a
give you
lot of
this.
problems with.
Here, I'll give you some.
argument.
Hold on. I think this might help a little bit. The big sticking point for me is the asking. So if you take out the asking and you ask me if it's morally wrong for Brandon to do this, that, and the other, then I would say no. It's the asking. It's the putting it out into the world. You can think whatever the fuck you want to do, whatever you want to think. You could do whatever the fuck you want to do until.
No. Isn't there an argument that atheists would even be more against trans because the reason that we're not religious is because we feel like it's not true and we have a particular dislike of things that aren't true.
That's just dogmatic. That's such a low resolution view of like trans though, and I'm saying this is like a conservative.
No, it's not that. It's not that. It's not that. It's I'm not talking about you personally, Podesta, but just in general, the people who have this adherence is a dogmatic adherence in the same way religion is. So it's not Christianity, but it's still in any useful sense of the word, at least in the political context, a religion.
What is?
All right, I would like to clarify one detail about the Steelman I made.
Going along with the
Steelman
trans
I made was incomplete. There was a hidden premise number 6, which is to make a false truth claim is to lie, and I think Confluence successfully challenged off this premise 6 and gave reasons for why someone can make a false truth claim that is not a lie.
A false truth, so you can say something that's not true
Confluence.
And not lie. Well, yeah, you could be mistaken. You could be a moron. Yeah, that's
you can make a false truth claim.
Or you can say something in a fictional or social context, and you like if everyone already knows the truth. I think Confluence's argument was that if everyone already knows the truth anyway, which is that Brandon is biologically male.
Connie, I think you got someone backstage.
Then to use the word she is not a lie because it does not override the truth that people already know. For example, you can all see my profile picture. If I say that my profile picture is facing to the right, I'm not lying because I'm not overriding the truth that you already know.
No, it's still a lie. Like, you don't have to have somebody to believe you because your lie could be so ridiculous that it's unbelievable, but that doesn't make it less of a lie, right? It's an internal lie on your part where you're being dishonest with yourself. Just because other people recognize the dishonesty doesn't make it less of a lie.
Interesting. So you think that premise 6 holds, and Confluence challenges premise 6, right?
What do we even think about? Like, tell me if this makes sense or if I'm retarded, all of you. But like, wouldn't a white lie kind of like the typical thing? Like, if your wife says, "Hey, do I look fat in this dress?" Right? Is that actually? Are we actually all accepting that you're doing some moral harm by being like? By saying, no, you don't look fat. And let's say, in your honest opinion, she does look fat. Are we going to be that Kantian, who's a fucking cuck, by the way? I'm just kidding. Well, he kind of is.
You can make it more extreme with the Jews in the attic hypothetical.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's like, so are we really going to commit that like every single time you say something that is not exactly true that you have done a moral harm? Like, I think that would be, that's a hard pill to swallow. Although Lech is nodding, but he might be nodding at his chat, actually. Yeah, he says 1 second. Okay, so he's not nodding at me. And I will just full screen.
I am nodding at you. I am nodding at you.
Morty. Oh, you are nodding at me. Okay.
I am nodding at you. So I do believe that Kantian categorical imperatives hold. That doesn't mean that the consequence of not holding to the imperatives is as serious as Kant would say. So it is always a lie. Lying is always lying, and lying is wrong. But just like there's aspects of how wrong it is, and the context and all of that. So I'm saying that yes, it is always wrong, but that doesn't mean that we always have to like clutch our pearls or do something about it. But
this is something I was just talking to Alex about this the other day. I think it's called like threshold deontology, where it's like they're like the categorical imperative holds, but there's a certain threshold where we're like, fuck that gay shit. So like the Jews in the attic would be, it's usually bad to lie, but if you're protecting someone from dying, then you should probably like lie. So there's some like threshold that we give that might be a bit arbitrary that we would say, we go against the rule.
I used to call myself a threshold deontologist.
Saying that just because something fits into the category of wrong doesn't mean that it is more wrong than the alternative. That's basically what we're saying here.
Right. Yeah. No, actually, yeah. Right. Yeah. Because in that example, in the Jews and is your wife, does she look fat? In both those cases, saying the truth would either result in people dying in the case of the Jews or result in your wife feeling bad. And so we're picking the lesser of, I guess, two evils in that instance.
Well, I don't think you can. I don't think you can say something is always wrong, but in some scenarios you should do that because of the consequences that will happen after. I think that would be contradictory.
Yeah, maybe the word wrong is not the perfect word. I like to think of it as a moral cost. I think that some decisions have a moral cost to them, which means that there is some morally negative, something that's morally
French,
negative.
are you still waiting backstage?
But there can still be a morally least negative option.
So you gotta give me one of these, brother.
That will then
Backstage,
be
you have to give me one of
morally
these.
So
there we go.
I think we're really close to pointing out the fact that there are more virtues than just honesty, and sometimes virtues compete with one another.
Yes.
And you have to have the context of the situation: who's involved, what time is it, where are you, how long have you been in this situation? There's a whole lot of parameters. Morality is not universal in terms of its individual application on a micro level, right? On a macro level, sure, you can do these great grandiose philosophical things like the Kantian categorical imperative, and it sounds great on paper, but when you're actually trying to apply it into real world situations, it's a lot more difficult, right? So you have to ask yourself, what are the competing virtues involved in that situation? And in the example that you're providing, where there are people whose lives may be ended because you are honest, the competing virtue is it virtuous of me to cause someone else's death? Right?
Base pluralism. Yeah.
So no, it's context-based virtue ethics.
Oh sure. Yeah.
That was about.
So I mean, it's not, so y'all are adding. So if you remove competing virtues from the question, then yes, you should tell the truth. So you have to list what competing virtues it is that are making you have to lie.
And what is making Brandon lie about his gender?
Yeah.
Just the fact that he wants
no.
Yeah.
To go back to that, I think to I think explain that with what we've talked about, at least with the threshold deontology, I think the argument would be Brandon is requesting in this hypothetical that we use she, her. He's not demanding, he's not forcing, he's requesting, and then
in real life.
Yes, and it could be worse. Let's say for Brandon's mental health, if he did not request that, maybe he is harmed. If I was to call him a he, so it is better off for him to at least request it. He's not harming me because it's a request. I don't have to follow it. But Brandon, let's say, will feel a degree of gender dysphoria that is extreme harm to him. So it makes sense for him to ask, and he's not demanding; he's just asking. Is that not the same as like the wife wanting the husband to say that she looks not fat in that dress, right? That's a fair thing for the wife to want, in the same way that it is fair for trans Brandon to want that. Is there like and this is just me asking, is there a problem with what I'm saying? I'm honestly not sure.
And it annoyed so many people that they ended up voting for Trump, so it's bad.
Well, you could, possibly.
No, that's a fair question. It just sounds like you're asking for like a symmetry breaker.
Yeah. Anyone have one? W confluence? I'm going to take that silence as a W confluence. I'm just saying.
That's a W, yeah.
No, lying to someone, like simply because they feel like it would hurt their feelings, is not a sufficient cause for me to impair my virtue on their behalf. You've not given me any sort of competing virtue. Your feelings aren't a fucking virtue. Fuck you.
Okay, so Anson, so you would, if you, maybe this is, well, okay, I'm not gonna say that, but I was about to say a joke, but I'm not gonna say a joke, but it was still a joke. Anson, you know what I'm talking about. If you were married, hypothetically, would you then do you think it's wrong to give a white lie to your spouse?
It depends on the context. As someone who's been married and white lied and not white lied, there's like a cost benefit associated with that, right? So
Sure,
if you mislead a woman into thinking something she's not for long enough, she'll become a fucking terror. So no, I think it's better to tell them the fucking truth because it doesn't give them a delusional sense of self-perception.
But in some cases, yes.
No.
But Ann said, okay, we talked about this earlier. We were talking about like age and stuff and biology, and if someone, and you and Alex were going at it about like, is your wife more attractive to you at this point versus this point? And you were like, well, no, biologically speaking, she's more attractive when she's younger.
Yeah.
And so is that like, you think that if your wife asks you this, let's say your wife is 30 versus 24, she's like, hey, am I just as attractive to you now? You think you have to be like, no, actually, you're a little haggard right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. Is that actually like the best thing?
Yeah, you're talking about self. So your perception of someone who you are like physically attracted to, right? She can still be a fat cow, but you want to fuck her, and you know, yeah. I mean, what's the fucking difference there? I mean, you could say, hey, yeah, you're a fat bitch, but more cushion for the pushing. Let's go. Come on.
I don't know if most women like would want to hear that though. I guess it would be my counter argument.
They fucking love that shit.
So some of them perhaps, but I think like you have to, when someone asks you a question, I think you have to interpret it in the correct. That's why I guess I don't know if I would say it's lying. It's like if someone, like let's say someone asks me if their life is worth living, and let's say I'm like, no, your life kind of sucks in my mind. I don't think I would ever be like, you know what? Yeah, your life's not worth living, actually, you know, to be completely radically honest. Like, because what they want is they're not asking for an objective. Like you have to, there is a degree of intuition where it's like, if your wife is asking you honestly about the dress thing, you have to then, give an honest answer. If you truly think in your heart of hearts, she wants to know, does this dress make me look good or bad? Then give the honest answer. But a lot of times when someone asks a question like that, just like with is life worth living, they want just like hope. They want like affirmation. So you have to interpret the question not in its verbal like absoluteness.
For affirmation. That's the dumbest fucking shit. Unless I'm trying to manipulate them, like there's no fucking purpose for me to lie to somebody just to make themselves feel better about themselves.
It's not a lie. My argument is that you can't look at the words they're saying. You have to look at the intentions.
They fucking need tough love. I'm not gonna lie to them. If
words are trying to express some intention, and I'm saying sometimes you can't look at the literal words.
Because somebody else feels bad.
It's not impairing your virtue. It's correctly understanding the question they're asking.
What I'm gathering is that Collins is pro-trans.
You can be honest with people without being mean to them in like every single case. Like you never have to lie to people to save their feelings.
There's no reason to be cruel. But it's also kind to tell people the truth when they're accustomed to being lied to.
Wait, Keelan, I disagree with you. Why would you ask that? If your wife says, "Hey, are you just as attracted to me as you were 3 years ago?" And let's say in your heart of hearts you're actually like less attracted to her now. How do you say that? Like pretend I'm the wife, Keelan. Tell me in a way that I'm not going to take that in an offensive way.
Well, you're not the type of woman I would normally date. Sorry. But yeah, like the people I normally talk to, if they ask me such a direct question like that, are you as attracted to me as you were so many years ago? And I'm not, I would answer it directly saying, I am not as attracted to you as I was so many years ago. And then we have a tough conversation.
No, but
okay, so I thought you said, Keelan, that you could say it in a way that's like not going to be hurtful. That would be hurtful to like the vast majority of women,
this
right?
is like that whole Jordan Peterson on Jubilee thing where he's like, I would never be in that position to lie about the Jews.
Yep.
You've committed so many sins that nothing you can do is not a sin. Yeah.
I would never be in a situation where a woman would ask me that question without me having proactively been like, we should break up.
Yeah, I would have turned the Jews in myself. I mean, hell.
Yeah,
don't make me now. I have to pull up my.
If I hadn't done,
if you hadn't what, you muted yourself. sentence, Ivor.
If I hadn't done it, someone else would have.
Unfortunately, there's only one. But hey, maybe you're just better than I.
Oh, I've summoned Marilyn with her own gift. Marilyn's here.
Hey.
I've summoned her. W. Marilyn. So anyone, does anyone have a response to what I said? Because
you're just
Keelan,
shouting nonsense.
But is it even a lie though? Because you're using a pronoun. You're not even using a pronoun because pronouns are something you use about somebody, not to them. If you meet a trans person, you just talk to them and call them by their name. You don't. If you're saying she, you're talking to somebody else about the trans person. So,
I mean, you could be talking in a group where they're present.
Right.
I understand.
Like, for example, you could be playing Blood on the Clock Tower where there's 10
I usually
people
just
present.
get their name so I can just use their name. Then I don't have to make that decision.
That's also
not how we
possible.
talk. That's not how
Everybody
we
gets
talk.
along
Like
and
English
society
is based
rolls along
on
like normal.
English is based on using pronouns to refer to proper nouns. That's.
I disagree with the whole.
Wait, no, that's not true. That's not true.
I guess, yeah, it's possible.
So Confluence, every time you're in a group and you talk about somebody, you directly address them, and when you
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
we use
pronouns are always
pronouns
used to address proper nouns. I'm saying I'm not trying to be pedantic, but that's not because you could use a pronoun about a dog. You could use a pronoun about.
Right. I didn't mean like capital P. I just meant like an actual noun versus a pronoun.
Like a legit noun.
I
have
an adjacent question that's much lower stakes.
Because they is the noun is the pronoun you use when you don't know someone's sex. And then you're not lying to anybody.
I always got, and this pisses me the fuck off because I've gotten so many papers. I'm calling papers, but assignments when I was in language arts in like 4th grade and whatever, and I would use they as a pronoun for an individual, and you say, no, that's incorrect. It's he or she. They refers to multiple people.
If you see somebody walk by and you don't know what sex they were,
now
then
it's
you can call them
changed,
they.
which I also hate that.
No,
I will agree with
But
you.
I do think
I
that
hate
part of it is organic.
They.
That part of it is organic because when you're talking, like, let's say we see people, a group of people walking, you would say, let's say you see somebody walking doing something weird. You would say, what the fuck are they doing? And like that is an organic change.
If you see somebody walking, you didn't see if it was a guy or a woman.
Hold on. Whoa. I was in the middle of a sentence though. So that is an organic use of how we use they in the singular. But I don't think that equates to, because we now can refer to an individual as they, that it becomes a legitimate, identity or whatever the fuck you want to call it.
It does show that it can be used as singular.
Okay, but I think if I'm understanding Lutch correctly,
I'm saying yes, but it's not supposed to. Like that's a perversion of what the word intended.
So this is what I would say. Lutch, tell me if you agree with this. I would say if you don't know the gender, then it's totally fine to use singular they in an oral context, right?
Yes.
But if you do know it, then I would say it becomes incredibly cumbersome. If I actually for me to actually try to talk to Brandon and say, "Oh, I want to hear what they have to say," that is incredibly unwieldy to me because I know what Brandon is.
I have a question.
Do you agree? Do you agree with that, Lutch?
Yes. Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
Is it that deep?
What if you know the gender, but the person you're talking to isn't supposed to know the gender? Would you then use singular they? Like, for example, if I said, I was talking to a friend yesterday, and here's what they said, and I'm not disclosing the gender of the friend that I talked to. I know the gender, but I'm not disclosing it. Would that be fine?
Basically the same example.
Yeah, and then I would say they, if you're asking what I would say, because that now to me it's a I don't know that person, so I would use they because
but even if you know the gender and I did not know the gender, you could still use singular they.
Yeah, so we can at least put
That's true. Actually,
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah,
real quick.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's
Quick
true.
PSA.
I don't know why that is though.
Quick PSA, guys. If you stream on Twitch and you block somebody and you have your StreamYard chat, then it still shows up in your StreamYard chat. So just be aware of that.
I have a question. So, like, how do we know that Brandon was born a man? Like,
I could
why?
share some.
No, don't
details
do it. Don't, no.
if you guys want, but
I'm wondering, like, why are you calling him? Do you like know from experience that he is a he, or do you just say that based on his appearance?
Yeah, I say it based on his appearance, right? Yeah, I'm totally fine with that because I'm a conservative Christian based red pilled person. So yeah, I'm absolutely totally fine judging people on that.
No, it's deeper. We evolve the ability
It's
to
a guess.
determine the difference between the sexes because it's how we determine who we can fuck and have children with because we're biologically required to have that knowledge.
Yeah, and we can't fuck Brandon.
But Anson, sometimes we can be wrong about that, right? Like I was
but
just
that-
watching, you
but
guys know
you're
Caleb
wrong doesn't
Hammer, the
mean
guy who
that
does
you're-
financial audits. He had a trans person on. I wasn't sure for like 60 minutes of the episode until they said I was like,
just
it could be a
because
trans
someone-
male, and it ended up being the opposite.
No,
it actually was
no.
someone who was born a
No,
man. I thought it was
no,
a trans
no.
male.
Just
trying
I
because
would have
to
spent a lot of money on that.
that you should buy into their deception.
So wait, before we move off of the specific word thing, I want to go around and just a quick yes or no compliments. I want to see if this will work. So you obviously will go last. The question is conversate a proper word? Vanessa?
I've never used it. I think I've heard it before, but I couldn't say if it's a real word.
Like in relation to conversation, is it converse
I know what you're
or
talking about.
conversate
I
or
don't
both?
think so. I wouldn't use it.
All right,
I'm gonna say
Ivor,
no.
what do you
I
think?
could be wrong.
I'm gonna go with no.
All right, Keelan?
No, because the shoe brand is Converse.
There you go. Not fat. I'm going to assume that's Anson.
Yeah, so words are a social construction. It depends on whether or not someone thinks that it is a word. And since I think that conversate is a word, I'm going to say that it's a fucking word.
We're not going to.
Well, and that is precisely. I'm not.
I'm sorry. Do I not get to say?
Oh,
Are you skipping me?
Oh,
Are you skipping
well,
me? I
with
would
the
say
point-
conversate is the word because the words are descriptive and dictionaries are not prescriptive. And so enough people have said conversate that now it is a word. And IJ, I'm just going to say, you said earlier, you said the word sensical. And because I'm such a gentleman, I didn't call you out. Sensical is not a word. Nonsensical is a word. You can't take away non. In the same way that
He did.
conversate doesn't exist, sensical doesn't exist. I'm
did.
just saying
Okay,
that.
well
I'm
then
just saying that.
you can't.
the hell
You,
did
you
you do?
just made the argument that you understood what I said. Therefore, it is a word. So if you can say conversate, I can say
Yeah,
sensical.
I agree. They stand and fall
So what
together,
is the
though.
word? So what is the opposite
stand
of
and fall together.
nonsensical? What is the?
Can't you
what-
agree and disagree with
You
yourself in one
can't-
sentence?
you can't do an opposite in the sense of just removing the non. That's like
I didn't. That's not what I'm asking you. What is?
Wait, the
What,
prefix.
that's no. Yeah, I understand that you can't just take it off. So what is the word that is the opposite of nonsensical?
Probably like sane, reasonable.
I don't know about that. Hold on one
I'm
second.
saying it doesn't. I'm saying it's not a word. I'm
it's like
just saying
sensible.
it's not.
But maybe it should be a
So
word.
they stand and fall together. It should be a word in the same way that
Sensical?
conversation should be a word.
No, it shouldn't because we already have converse. But hold on one second.
Sensible.
I put
How do you
sensible.
refer to
yes,
one
yes,
of most
sensible. Why
sensible
sensible is
is
obviously
probably
nonsensical,
the
but
best one.
All right, I gotta go. You boys have fun. All right.
07's Brandon.
Peace.
See ya.
Brandon's about to put on a mini skirt.
But I was also gonna
just
ask-
gave him too many ideas.
It was
Crazy.
nice
I was
having
also
her.
going to ask, like,
It
imagine
was
you
nice
have a
having her.
friend. Imagine you have a friend named James, and he doesn't change his name legally, but he comes up to you and he's like, "My name is Cody now." Are you against calling him Cody?
You don't have a choice usually. But a lot of people just don't out of habit. It's hard to break the mind pattern of calling them their old name. My friend Colin, and he after 40 years, he decided to change his name back to Arthur, which is his actual real name, but nobody would call him that, so he had to go back to Colin.
Yeah, I use different names to describe me as well, depending upon social context too, so I can identify where people know me from.
It's like,
So you're kind of trans.
No, I'm not
Well,
trans.
I'm joking. I'm joking with
Trans,
that.
trans
he
adjacent,
water
perhaps.
He water stamps all his information so he can see who's spread it.
Well, no, it's more like I have.
I'm not going to put you.
firewall.
I'm going to move you over here so no one connects.
Oh, dear.
What? Next what? Methfluence. Yeah.
And this terrible photo you insist on using.
What, the photo of you from 2 weeks ago?
Sorry, what are you?
I've had a glow up. If that was me 2 weeks ago, I've had a glow up. At least you would be able to admit that, I hope.
I feel like we need to ask you your pronouns.
Yeah, Confluence, what are your pronouns?
Make it the good trans confluence at least, okay? Don't make it the weird. I don't even know what this is. I don't know why I'm full screening this. Fuck me. Impulse.
Why did you put Trench in the back, Confluence? He didn't do anything to you.
I didn't. He dropped. Trench, give me one of these. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Holy shit! I don't know if you saw it in the back, but Trench, holy fuck! I need to find a picture of my brother because you look like a spitting image. It's
Can we remove
crazy.
that picture?
What's that?
Can we remove that picture to the right of me?
I wish we could. We can put it on the bottom, but unless Anson changes it, because I don't like it. I don't like it. No one hates it more than I do. Okay.
I'll change it. Hold on. Y'all don't get your panties on a twist.
Make it the good trans confluence at least, okay?
Here we go.
Oh, Jackie,
We'll make it the methfluence with the bikini on.
It's gonna get worse.
So what was our position on premise
probably is.
2? Premise
Yeah,
2
yeah,
was
bottom half
that
of
someone's
the body.
social gender is that of a woman if and only if they are biologically female. What's
Well,
our take on premise 2?
I think that men and women have different ontologies.
Yep. Well put.
Wait. I think I agree, but say
what I was-
say a bit more.
What I was trying to chime in on earlier was like I don't where's the harm? It's like the argument of why we've got to rush these people through treatment and conversion is built upon, if not, there's a trauma that ends up in a deletion.
You're talking about the prepubescent rush to
That's
do it
not
before
my
they've gone prepubescent in the wrong text.
Just the transition at gunpoint, so to speak.
I think that only happens prepubescent because if they've had a male pubis, they'll never pass again. So if they don't transition before they go through puberty, they will never pass.
Well, that's the thing. It's all built on this concept of passability for acceptance, or
Pretty much.
I mean,
Nobody takes you
it's
seriously if
kind
you're
of-
trans and you've got a beard and you look like a guy.
It's kind of a valid concept, yeah.
But it's also like, what's still the end game? Like, you're talking about a people who have, in most cases, lost the ability to orgasm. That's kind of an important like life feature.
Well, the ones I've known a few trans, especially in computers. They seem to, I don't know, seems to be a hotspot for trans people, but they live their life and they go to the end. They're usually quite smart, probably a little bit autistic.
Yeah, I took care of one for a couple of years, and it's super autistic, like too smart for his own good. Brilliant, actually.
They just seem to live, and they seem to like living that way, and then they die eventually of old age or whatever kills them. I don't think there's
like
any huge purpose to it.
So there's like what a 46% post-conversion self-deletion rate, and then there is
Well, there's a self-deletion rate either way. Well, no matter what they do, they're a problem to people.
I don't know if it's that high. I don't think it's that high.
I don't think
pretty
it's
high.
46% completion rate. Like I don't
Yeah.
think
Yeah, like
46%
suicidality and
throughout their
attempts maybe, but not actually like game ending for real.
But on the flip side of that is,
if it's 46%, that probably includes the
there's an
times
important-
before they started transition.
It's higher after.
There's an important caveat to this though, because there's like a 98% mortality survival rate for psychotherapy.
Okay, hold on. We got a chat from Sticker Johnson. It's Steele.
Don't say it. Say it.
What even
Say
is
it.
the Democrat Party in Germany?
Always makes me say gay shit. He says,
You know who the Social
"Vote
Democrats became in
Democrat,"
Germany?
which immediately after Thank you though to Sticker Johnson.
Yeah, the
for
Social Democrats, but who are the Democrats?
Yeah,
Does
but
Germany have Democrat?
it had Social Democrats, and they became another party.
Well, Australia doesn't have Republicans. Actually, no, we got little Republicans. Our right
Germany has
wingers.
Republicans. German Republicans are tiny.
Hold on, I think Indian G-Bus is muted, or
he's talking to his
no, he's streaming as well, so he's talking to his own chat.
Oh, okay, I thought I was tripping for a second then. Okay, cool.
I don't know.
It's a tough subject, though, because
it's not our job to try and perfect their lives. It's just whether or not their path infringes on us enough that we want to get involved. So that's why it usually comes down to the kids, because when it comes to the kids, then we feel like society should get involved. But when it's just older people deciding to do weird things, unless you got a reason why it's making your life painful, you just go, well, those people have got problems either way, no matter what they do.
Yeah, it's not something that you like. I've seen it firsthand. It's not something I'd wish on people, to be honest with you. And
that's why I was laughing when people try and make those arguments like they're going to fake it or something. Nobody fakes being trans. It's
it's very clear in the self-deletion rate.
I actually don't know about that. I don't know
And
about
that's,
that.
and that's the number one argument for an ought to transition somebody.
I think there's a social problem where you start playing with girls' things now. They instantly, instead of just saying, "Oh, there's a guy who likes Barbie," they go, "Oh, it must be a girl." I think that's a little bit of a problem.
I liked his
Can you see that
earlier when he was talking about the overlap, and where that overlap is? We have tomboys, we have effeminate men, we have histrionic gay boys.
Like before all this big trans stuff, we were moving towards sort of gender abolishment, where men could do whatever they wanted. If they wanted to wear dresses, people would just accept it, and you could just do what you want, and you could wear makeup, and you could. I was goth, so I had all makeup and shit on all the time. But then trans came along, and now when you're being effeminate, they start pushing you to being trans. You go, no, I'm not a woman.
I mean,
I'm a guy. You're
trying to get your boy George on and shit, you know?
Yeah, boy George shit.
Y'all are hitting on actually a really important aspect of this that you're not allowed to talk about, which is enforcing cultural norms to prevent maladaptive behavior from becoming normalized. And being trans is a maladaptive behavior because
it's totally maladaptive. It's like giving when you transition somebody, it's like giving a heroin junkie heroin.
Chum is like fish. Isn't that the fish
have
food?
A controversial opinion about that.
Giving a junkie heroin is killing them. Giving a transition, trans. I mean,
with as high as a self-deletion rate post-op, there exists, and this being the number one reason to transition somebody, or else this person needs to transition, or else they're going to do X to themselves.
Yeah, they say you can have a trans kid or a dead kid.
I'm a bit libertarian. I don't care. People.
I'm a recovering libertarian myself, so I get it. I mean, once upon a time, I believed that gay men should be able to grow their weed fields armed to the tooth, and I still feel that way. But like, there's got to be things that are outside of social health, because we're also talking about the health of the superorganism of our society and culture. And
it sounds like we just have a disagreement about the facts and like what the actual statistics on the attempt rates and the completion rates are.
Well,
yeah, I don't think that it's.
You can't. My
understanding is that it was less.
Separate the two, and that's used as the number one reason to transition somebody. It's a complete.
No, I'm just saying that if the numbers were the way that you described them, then we would be here agreeing with you. And if the numbers were the way that they are, then you would agree with me.
We had a study come out from the Ivy Leagues here.
If the facts were the way that you think they are, then we would agree with you. And if the facts were the way that I think they are, then you would agree with us.
Okay, so there was like a Harvard study that came out, and it ended up ultimately buried. It was peer-reviewed and all that jazz, but ultimately buried by the surveyors themselves, because their exact answer was, we don't want this to become a political thing. And the data that was released was pretty shocking. And it seems that if there is an ought to be prescribed, it is psychotherapy. Like having somebody deal with themselves, with their body, having them deal with the trauma, whatever trauma, because that is the universal diagnoses, is there's this trauma. So let's address the trauma. Let's address, hey, maybe you're gay and you have this trauma. And then, if this is a continued thing that has to happen, it's done at a mature age. I don't even think you should be in your, younger 20s. While you can reproduce, I think it should be like the bare minimum 25, 26, to be honest.
Okay, I wanna ask a question, I think, to everybody, or at least the people. No, I think to everybody, or at least the people who are anti-trans to some degree, however you define that. But this is punting on what Ivor said. Let's say we did have like a study that we all believed that said if you have sex reassignment surgery, let's go the full thing. Let's say we found out that depression goes down by 80%, suicidality goes down by 80%. Would we, if we're anti-trans, would we all of a sudden switch and actually be like, no, okay, now we're actually pro gender reassignment surgery? So I will start with myself. I would say the reality is no, even if I found out it had the best outcomes, I would still not support it. And then going around to Podesta. Podesta, you're pro-trans?
Trans. I think the trans is a bit of a stupid idea, but I'm fiercely libertarian when it comes to it. I think you should stay out of people. Their doctor and their parents should look after it, and the rest of society should butt out.
Line for line, though, with the parents thing, what about people who have had their parental rights stripped from them and under threat of serious jail time?
Before that, we'll go to that. But I want to hear. Yeah, I want to hear each so much. So if you heard my question, if would you change your mind if we found out that gender reassignment surgery changed things? So it made gender reassignment surgery. Let's say let's say it was clear in the studies, suicidality drops 80%, depression drops 80% post-op.
Yeah,
you change your mind at all?
I would change my mind for adults.
I mean, okay. I would have a taco that a unicorn shat in front of me. It's just not.
Pardon?
I mean, yeah.
What?
I would have a taco. It's a unicorn.
But engage with. You can imagine a hypothetical. Imagine a hypothetical.
Yeah, I would take part in that taco most likely, but again with the caveat of
let's pause.
26. 27, there has to be time to consider childbirth.
Yeah, I'm also for raising the age of everything to 25. So
fair enough.
I bet you're over 25 when you said that.
Okay, Ivor, you wouldn't change your mind because you're already fine with this, right?
But if we found that it reduces negative outcomes by a factor. I mean, I might change my mind. I might say that maybe it shouldn't be, maybe the surgery itself should then not be 18 plus, but 16 or 15 plus, if it really was an 80% confirmed reduction.
Can I ask what's confirming the reduction, though? Is it passability?
No, let's just say we know that just statistically broadly.
Yeah, let's just say we have solid evidence that all of us agree on that it's an 80% reduction in attempt rate, completion rate, depression, everything. Then I would probably want the minimum age for the surgery reduced from 18 to 16 or 15 with puberty blockers and hormones unchanged.
Okay, Keelan?
I wouldn't change my mind because I don't at this point really care about the issue. I think that transgender people likely largely come from societal failures, and we need to solve those societal failures to prevent the symptom of the problem, which is trans people.
Wait, but Keelan, to press you, you're fine then with someone over 18 getting bottom surgery?
I am totally okay with people doing whatever they want to solve the symptoms of whatever problems they have.
I'd want to put a caveat on my yes, though. That would come with like society and laws can't bend around these people. Like there's no being a 215-pound fullback and then you're on the girls lacrosse team the next year. There's no
just the moral point.
We're not asking that.
None of that, and you can't mandate society and the culture also play along with somebody.
Yeah, we're not asking that. Yeah. No,
I also think that like Olympic rules should not be dictated by the law. They should be dictated by sports committees, and the sports committees have a responsibility.
Wouldn't that let that dude beat the shit out of that chick?
Okay, well, that's
what's it a dude though?
Good topic.
Yeah, that's a standard woman who might have had Swire syndrome and was definitely not trans, but might have had Swire syndrome.
We'll go to that. We'll go to that.
I don't even care about that. I don't even care about that.
Hold on. We have to complete. We can't leave Anson out unless Anson wants to be left out. But Anson, would your opinion change?
Yeah, no, it wouldn't change because actually, I'd probably be even more vehemently anti-trans. Because if we're making decisions under threat of someone deleting themselves, the premise is I'll delete myself if you don't let me mutilate myself. Then I think that the answer is actually a padded cell and a straitjacket.
I mean, when you say it like that, it's super satanic.
No, I don't think that's engaging, honestly, with the hypothetical.
It is, absolutely. I think they should all go in straitjackets.
Wait. Why would someone? Wait. Answer. Why would somebody need to be in a padded room if they weren't suicidal?
Well, the premise is that they are.
Do we put insane people in padded rooms though? They aren't necessarily
suicidal without being a drag on society. You'd rather pay for keeping them in a padded cell than just
so does that
keep them away from normal people too, which is an added bonus.
You're gonna pay for that as well.
Yeah, that's correct. Business is an enormous waste of money. You want to have as few people in prison as possible.
Well, we'd have a lot less of them if we did that. That's all I know.
I think if we went back to like the early '90s, this has been going on. And it was going on before.
Gentlemen, I'm gonna take my leave. It's about 2 a.m. here on the East Coast, so I will dip. But thank you for letting me hang out. A pleasure as always. And come subscribe to the channel if you have not already. Live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it, like right now. And you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications. Don't just hit the subscribe. You may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus party live ever again. Goodbye. Peace out, guys.
Peace out.
Have a good.
That's a professional talker.
So, Khalif, we can move into that if you want. I can hear you guys. I have to take a pee. Olympics, sports, trans, all that stuff. Sound off.
I'll let somebody else lead off.
I don't think.
So essentially, as a summary, there was a boxer who was born as a woman, raised as a woman, and who ended up having Swire syndrome probably, and that was found out, and people got mad because a lot of conservatives called someone with Swire syndrome a man and said that they were masquerading, when like that is not how Swire syndrome works. But yeah, there is a fair argument that someone with Swire syndrome should not compete with normal, healthy women, and that would be a decision that an Olympic committee could reasonably make. It's just unfortunate that it was presented as masquerading when someone was born as a woman, raised as a woman, lived as a woman, and there is no trans involved in any of that.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but I have a different take on who I don't know. The whole Olympic thing was a propaganda engine. I was more upset about being gaslit about the opening than really anything that happened with the
Oh, the gay
man lady.
supper.
Yeah, well, it was totally a mockery, and it was totally a whole in your face, that whole nanny, what are you gonna do? So when it came out, this chick, dude, whatever.
It was French. What do you expect?
Well, I mean, yeah, they have
French are a bit like that when it comes to taboos.
They love their taboo and they hate Jeebus. But it's hard to care about the genetic thing. Where I'm mad at the Olympics for that is somebody knew. Somebody had to know something. I mean, they screened these people up, down, left, right, sideways, back and forth. So
I guess they don't do chromosome checks. Didn't she
I'd be more surprised if they did
a chromosome check or something. That's why they were calling her a man.
They did know, and actually, this is why I would disagree with Ivor. It is a masquerade, but it's not a trans masquerade. Khalif knew about her Sawyer syndrome before competing in the Olympics, right? Ivor, you'd agree with that?
But does anybody think
before the 2024 or before the 2023? Yeah, before the 2024, I think there's a good chance that you knew.
Right. So then I would say that is like a bit of masquerading, not in a trans way, but in kind of hiding the ball, pun intended.
Like he wasn't playing tennis.
Well, it was done for, and this is the real fuck you part of it, is it wasn't done out of some like ideal of fairness and just let this poor person compete in a game. It was done for like political, ideological, cultural engineering reasons to cover up and champion this person.
Like an Asian woman?
That's a possible hypothesis.
That's why I'm going way out.
Does anybody actually think this is a government problem? Shouldn't this just be
it's a culture? It's an
Olympics problem.
And the athletes should decide how they're going to run their sports.
Women's have taken over
the Olympics
every single institution
insane,
man has built.
in my opinion.
But I mean, Olympics kind of been insane for a while.
Like, there's no law saying that the Olympic Committee must accept people with Swire syndrome as women.
The athletes,
no law says that.
But I guarantee you, if we go through all the decision makers and all the committees and all of like the board members, support, and general staff that make the Olympics internationally, right? We're talking hundreds and hundreds of people, maybe even thousands.
So you keep saying...
Hold on. I guarantee you the majority of them are women.
It's worldwide. It's a lot of other countries that are more liberal than America.
It's worldwide.
And it'll ultimately be a PR issue. If people turn off the Olympics and they start losing money, they'll change their opinion, just like Disney and everybody else doing weird things.
I think they have. Am I crazy? I thought recently they have changed the Olympics.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of pushback. I wouldn't be surprised if they said we're going to.
I don't know. I think I heard that. I don't know if that's right, but I think they did actually make a stronger stance on the sex testing.
Ivor is wrong. These women aren't going to stop until they fucking get put in their place, or until enough women call to action, like to calm down on the gynocentrism.
Yeah, so Ivor is wrong. He doesn't have some kind of Swire syndrome. This Khalif guy, he has XY chromosomes. It's come out in a lab result that came out this past year. He's a dude who was going around cosplaying and beating up
hermaphrodite.
Wait, Anson, can you post it in the back chat? Because the last I looked, it was ambiguous chromosomes. That's the last report I saw.
I think I remember that.
I heard it was a Russian test, and they just missed the Russian test because that test itself was corrupt. I didn't hear anything from this year.
All right.
Okay, so Anson
posted I just typed into a Bing search Swire syndrome definition, and Wikipedia says it's XY chromosomes. So we're just using different words. We're just using different words for the same thing. Someone who has XY chromosomes and is born and develops as a woman.
Yeah, but he didn't look like a woman.
No, but I thought. Wait, am I wrong about Sawyer? Or is it? I've always said Sawyer. Is it Swire? I've always pronounced it wrong.
Yes.
Maybe.
Like
okay, but Swire isn't that XXY or Oh wait, no, Swire
XY
is
just,
XY.
just XY. Just the same chromosomes that a man would have, except developing and being born as a woman.
Yeah, but he's not
Just
developed as a woman.
biologically a
Have you seen him?
woman,
But
except
they usually
with
become
a
women
Y
that
chromosome
they make the
instead of the
decision
second
at
chromosome.
childbirth, like which one you're more successful to be at and like reproduce and all that jazz.
Yeah, so they mutilated him when he was born and did it wrong, and now he gets to beat up women. I got it. Okay.
No, but the point is, I do think Khalif, from the stuff I saw, it is intersex. There is an intersex case there, like from what I've seen, and the New York Times thing you said doesn't go against that. In fact, it's quoting from the thing I've read, the chromosomal test that was released, which says that there is an abnormality, right? So it's not a simple case of just being XY. And that's what the New York Times post that you quote in the back chat is citing. So do you agree with that, Anson? Like there is still an intersex case there. It's not as simple as just like being.
So he has male chromosomes. He looks like a man, and he decimates women when he fights them. Yeah, okay. I'll concede to whatever you're saying is totally fucking irrelevant.
Did you ever seen a lady boy?
Okay, I'm just that's fair. Anson, I agree. And I don't think Khalif should have been allowed to compete. I don't think that.
Yeah, that's
so I'm on your team. I'm just saying that I don't think it's a trans thing. It was an intersex thing. At least from the thing I saw.
I don't like that people like J.K. Rowling and Richard
conspiracy.
Dawkins have
It was
made
just-
it about trans.
It was a whole event that women were in charge of, and this is what we got.
Yeah, it's because women can't manage shit.
My child is a girl, raised a girl.
It's not that they can't manage shit. There's a wheelhouse. Men and women have different ontologies.
Yeah.
I'd love to see the women. I'd love to see the women that beat her in fights then, because she's lost before.
They make fabulous nurses
Yeah,
and
but
mothers and
that
teachers.
doesn't, Podesta, that doesn't mean anything, right? Like,
Well, you're just saying that he's beating the shit out of all the women, like some big guy's beating women. So what are these women that are beating him?
Why
are they allowed to fight?
Did you see the way that white lady cried when she was getting pulverized by that?
Like the thing is, it's not like if you look at like Leah Thomas, the argument is not that Leah Thomas can like beat any other woman ever. That the argument is that there's some unfair advantage.
The problem with women's sports then is there is a woman out there that's even stronger than that guy beating the shit out of women. If that's your problem. If that's your problem is a woman can't take a punch from him, how the hell does he take a punch from the people that can beat him?
That's outside the norm.
No, I feel like you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying the problem is an unfair advantage. So let's say I could somehow participate in women's boxing. I'm not going to beat all the women's boxers. There are going to be some women that destroy me, but I would have an unfair advantage based on my.
Have you ever seen the boxing match? It's like a regular ass dude, and he fights like 10 women at one by one in the boxing ring. Big women, skinny women, buff women, and he's just a regular.
If I got into a boxing ring with these
dude.
women, I'd have an unfair advantage.
Yes, you're stronger, you're faster, you're smarter.
By all these women.
I think we're talking about two different goalposts here. I think what Buddy Satan and Trench Deacon were talking about was like violence against women, beating up women. And in that situation, it is fair to say that there are women who would be more violent and more capable of beating up another woman, and that therefore it is not outrageous that this person, that Imam Khalif, gets to fight against women.
I mean,
but what Confluence was saying is that
look at woman fighters too. No. They all look like.
Wait, let Ivor finish one at a time.
Yeah. So James was saying that it is not like outrageously dangerous or brutal violence against women, because there are other women who would be able to be more violent and more dangerous to women in the same fighting disciplines. And what Confluence was saying is that, sure, it's not brutal, it's not about brutality, it's not about violence, but it is still about a sports competition. And in a sports competition, unfair advantages are bad, even if they're not about brutality or violence. And so Leah Thomas, for example, who is not being violent towards other swimmers, still has an unfair advantage, even if she maybe cannot beat every other woman, but she still can beat more women than she would be able to
most.
beat men if she identified as a man.
Yeah, he was cheating. Yeah,
agree
like
with
if you're a cheater, then you don't deserve it. And if you commit fraud and pretend like you're a woman, like these trannies do, then you definitely deserve to not participate.
Well, the fault lies on the Olympic Committee because it was being run by women, and they knew about this, and they were like, it should go on. Maybe in the Special Olympics, but I don't know. I don't necessarily have a
Yeah,
I don't necessarily have a moral position on it.
wasn't a
because the
trans
person
case. This
who
was
was
somebody
raised as a woman, considers themselves a woman, has the biological anatomy of a woman, just was born with the biological anatomy of a woman and a man. So it's like, and if you look at, like, if you ever met a stud before, you know what I'm talking about?
What species?
A female stud.
I don't know what that means.
You don't know what a stud is?
A female.
I know what a stud is. I don't know what a female stud is.
They've been compressing their chest since they were fucking 12 years old, dude.
Oh, like a okay,
A bodybuilder.
Yeah.
I've seen the female weightlifters and stuff on.
Well, that's different. Like the professional, it's funny because the professional bodybuilder chicks, they're all taking fucking juice, dude. They're shooting themselves up with testosterone, bro. How do you think they're getting? How do you think they're getting man gains and frames?
Some of them, but what is it? The ICBM or whatever? Not the ICBM. Wait, maybe.
So you could
the
say
International
that, yes,
Bodybuilding ICCB, I think. Right, they do test. And there's women that are like jacked as fucking shit.
Oh,
They're
yeah,
not
for
on.
sure.
They're not on TRT. They're like freaks
yeah,
of
they're
nature.
real,
I
and
don't
they
know
got
what's
like
even
7
happening.
fucking kids too.
Mm.
And their husband is some big fucking barrel that they roll around. I've met these people. I've been around them. And those chicks are pretty masculine, and like I imagine they have a big clitorati.
Some of them look like how the hell does that head fit on that body?
To Secretary Johnson, I will disagree with you on this from the data I have read. He says it should be noted these advantages are only persistent if transition occurs post-puberty from a hormonal level.
That's not true.
I guess in the brackets, if you're just talking about hormones, maybe, but there are still advantages. Me and Ivor have talked about this in depth. It's not so clear in some sports. It's very clear in others. You still have stuff like bone density that changes. Even if you do use blockers and use HRT, there is still a difference.
Yeah,
it's way less of a difference, of course, the earlier you transition.
And we're
to
learning,
be clear,
and
it's very
we're
way
absolutely
less,
learning more too. Like AI has, like before, you couldn't necessarily tell the ethnicity of bones, and AI has been telling the ethnicity of bones.
This is also touches on a point I have is
biology is real.
When trans first came in, it was about a separation of gender from sex. So everybody sort of said, okay, I can understand there's gender roles, and if you want to be a female gender role but have a male sex, I can buy into that. But when it gets to sports are separated on sex, not gender. There's no reason to separate women.
Sometimes it's separated by weight, sometimes by age, sometimes by sex.
Yeah. But when it's separated by sex, it's never separated by gender. It's never gender roles. We had to distinguish male gender roles from female gender roles. It was sex.
Yeah,
so trans person is
I
still
will
not.
say it depends on the sport. Depends if what you count as a sport. Chess is separated on gender lines, unfortunately.
I could see, for example, figure ice skating being. I could see an argument for separating, for example, ice figure skating by gender.
The reason that they originally would have had female sports is because they weren't winning anything. So they said, okay, if we separate the sexes because men have a sexual advantage, then
wasn't it the women who were winning, and that's why the men wanted a separation?
You say you're a libertarian there. The Wilt Chamberlain fucking mental experiment, right?
Remind me.
So there's 10 of us in Utopiaville, and there's $10, and we're going to distribute it 10 ways, and everything's going to be even from the get-go. We want entertainment, and Wilt Chamberlain is putting on a hell of a show. Long story short, by the end of the mental exercise, Wilt Chamberlain and company and all those around him end up with most of our dollars because that's what we've been spending it on. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's the reason why so women's sports didn't exist, because women suck at sports because they're physically inferior. And we gave them a separate set of sports to compete in that didn't have men in it because they can't compete against men on average.
But
and
it was
so
still
they're a protected
because
class.
of the sex. Because of
They're
the sex,
protected
not the
class,
gender.
And men who are pretending to be women are infiltrating that protected class because they can't compete against men because they suck physically compared to most men.
But it should be an easy argument because trans men are still trans women are still biologically men. It should be divided on biological.
No, what I'm getting at is I unpacked that mental experiment because women's sports are a flop. Like as far besides like soccer.
Yeah, but did you see how many people got interested in them once trans men started going into them? Before trans men went into women's sports, everybody kept saying nobody cares about women's sports.
So there's a reason why. There's a reason why, like
now
Kim
it's the most
Kardashian.
important sports in the world.
There's a reason why. There's a reason why Kim Kardashian is a multi-billionaire, and all of like the American professional female athletes cry about not making as much as their male counterparts.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Absolutely.
because women do not support women's sports. They spend their money on 50 Shades of Grey and Kim Kardashian products.
It's to be expected because women don't
have a different ontology than men. They're not interested in warrior games. The Olympics, tying this all together, is a warrior religious cult that was overseen by a fucking priesthood to help keep the peace and reestablish the culture of the Hellenic peoples. So it's like that's the purpose of the Olympics. What's the Olympics at the end of the day? From ancient Greece to modernity, it's a dick wagging fucking show. It's a dick measuring contest.
They used to be naked.
Well, yes, but it wasn't just some homoerotic bacchanalia. In fact, it wasn't the appropriate holiday for any of that. And in fact, the bacchanalia was banned by both Greece and Rome as a degenerate fucking thing. No, but what I'm getting at is the games were dedicated to fucking Olympus and to Jupiter, to Zeus. And it was a warrior game for the city states or the nation states in modernity to flex on each other. Don't fuck with us. Think of like the 80s fucking hockey movie between the USSR and America. That shit, because we were in a fucking Cold War. It's a warrior game. That's why football is the most amazing fucking sport.
I guess so, but I do
modernity and rugby and MMA and boxing and race car driving, because race car driving is a homage to chariot riding, which is an homage to maneuver warfare.
Sure, but people like the athletics now. If the women spinning around,
yes, but what does it imply? What do athletics imply? Virility, male virility. This is why all the woke movies suck balls, because at the end of the day, all of our classic franchises that we grew up with were male power fantasies. So when you lesbot out fucking Star Wars and kill the male power fantasy, guess what happens to your fucking genre, dude?
I think a lot of people like Alien and Aliens, and that's a female power fantasy.
There's always been good female characters, but again, men and women have separate ontologies.
I think the problem
and we respect and love all of the classic archetypal females, and we loathe all the classic anti-females. There's either the good, beautiful mother, the Theotokos, the Mary, or the Joan of Arc, or there's the crone, the Munchausen syndrome mother who fucking poisons the well.
Trench Deacon, are you an Orthodox Christian? You are. You're a fucking Orthodox Christian. I can tell.
I'm a newbie.
He's based. I don't know what he is, but he's based. What do you say right now?
You don't say Theotokos unless you're an Orthodox.
Yeah, I guess so.
So if men and women are cultural archetypes, is it possible for a biological male to fit into the archetype of a woman?
Well, there's an archetype for that. It's the lady boy. There's already
So
archetypes.
I don't know if I want to admit a lady boy is a legitimate archetype. I'm not
But
sure. I'm not
it's
sure
there.
about that.
It's a. I guess if we're gonna go Jungian on it, it'd be a hybrid between the lover
Like
and the innocent.
Okay,
and the
sure.
fucking
Yeah, like
creator.
a hermaphrodite. I guess yeah. I will accept.
No, that's
that.
biological. The hermaphrodite thing's biological.
No. I'm talking archetypical.
Yeah,
I'm saying the same thing you are. I will admit that.
Are you talking
But,
like archetypal, like the OG Adam, the proto Adam?
I think
Like Adam Cadmon, or what are we saying?
Yes, Adam Cadmon.
Yeah.
Restricting everything to the past because technology's opened up new types of archetypes and things we can do. So I wouldn't.
Well, but it's 50-50. So there's a left
100
hemisphere.
years ago, this all held true that there isn't ways you can expand it now.
And there's a right hemisphere, right? Like I view the psychological world is my psychological world is built off of a hybrid Jungian and Freudian model. That everybody hates Freud because he was super right and did cocaine and maybe was closeted gay, maybe he was a Nazi, maybe he was a communist, maybe he was this, maybe he was that. That just means he was highly intelligent to me. That's all I hear. His shorts are the only thing that bug me. But he's spot on with his nature versus nurture. So you have to balance this. Like there's the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere. There's the Jungian thing, the world of archetypes, and your individual conscious and unconscious, and shadow self, blah blah blah, all that jazz. And then there's the collective unconscious and consciousness. And then on the other side, there's our natures and our nurtures, our biological selves, and the environment we grew up around. So, like Rousseau, he's right, calling for a fucking, his vision of the social contract and his angle standing from the thing where we're all innocent, born into a thing, and it's society and civilization that puts all these impositions and ideas and things that we might not be about. It's a programmer through violence. But he's no more correct than Thomas Paine, life, liberty, and property for the individualist. Rousseau's more of the collectivist, egalitarian virtue. Paine is more of the individualist, libertarian virtue. But then we got to go back to my boy Hobbes, and we got to remember Leviathan runs this motherfucker. The whole Machiavellian angle, it's not that it's a playbook to conquer the world or to be a shitty fucking ruler. It's just the Machiavellian truth that in the Game of Thrones and nation states and city states and warring tribes and warring gods, the good Christian king gets his head cut off and hammered to the wall, and his people get hauled off into fucking slavery. So you have to balance this triangle of absolutism, individualism, and collectivism, and it's biological. There's a reason why it's all boomer white women out here chimping out about fucking immigrants and insert the new cause, because that's what they were hardwired for. We're 3 generations into, or 3 to 4 generations into the postmodern world, and it's served its purpose. It's been a full cycle. The old adage, if you live long enough, you see yourself become the bad guy. The people that created the international rules-based order, they're all fucking dead. We're on a ship with no captain, and what's happened is we're landing this bird finally. We're in a culture war masquerading as a political war that's actually a gender war. It's biological. It's the reason why all your white women of the West are inviting foreign invader military-aged males into their shores.
Not all of them, though. How do you square? I mean, it's self-evident what you say, but how do you square when you get conservative women who love the cruelty and getting rid of people and than others who are more reasonable.
Yeah, that's neither here. I think all women are poisoned.
Not like women are hard coded to it. It just seems to be a disposition. But then, how do you square that with the women who are on the other side who?
If you get one of these women, you hold on to her feverishly.
But she's biologically a woman too. Where did she not? How did she miss out on that programming?
What were you talking about here? Are you talking about
the women who don't fight for the immigrants and things, who want them all deported?
The exemplar, fucking blonde hair, blue eyed, Sarah, apple pie, conservative girl.
Yeah, how do they avoid
normal women?
She doesn't fucking
biological
exist.
programming?
She doesn't exist in modernity.
In modernity?
Yes, where we are right now.
In modern times, yeah.
She doesn't truly exist.
There
There are limits, but sooner or later, all women have realized that they're kind of in charge. And it's been a 50-50 thing throughout culture. We control violence. They control the generative.
Women don't realize how much power they have.
Well, they know how much power they have. That's why they don't break rank.
Letting them in.
Even the conservative women. Look at Charlie Kirk's wife.
Yeah.
I'm sort of.
And I'm not saying anything bad about her. I'm just talking, like, even my own wife I don't live with her because she's got BPD, dude. She's nuts.
Oh, yeah. I'd say bipolar is pretty scary. I've known a few bipolar people.
Chris Deacon, I might go on and tell you, man, you are one of the most interesting panel people I've run into in a while. I hope you come back over here to Confluence's channel. That way we can have more conversations, because you're not an idiot. Everybody else on this channel is always an idiot. You're the first person I've ever talked to on Confluence's channel that's not an idiot.
Well, I'm not really right wing.
Besides Confluence, I hope.
No.
Yeah, Confluence just attracts idiots.
More of
is true.
A drifter and a wanderer. I have an old saying that I got from a fucking college professor forever ago. It's like, if you're young and you're not liberal, you have no heart. And if you're older and you're not conservative, then you have no brain. And then I sold him an AR-15.
And he killed himself by accident.
No, he's fucking he's killing it out here, dude. He's a brilliant artist.
Cool.
He's a raging libertarian, actually. He's what that was.
When I say I'm libertarian, I'm
in college. I was balls deep in my fucking libertarian fucking cycle, dude. I was challenging everybody, the commies, the fucking right wing. I hated it all.
I
had no friends in college.
I believe in the organism. I just think I'm libertarian when it comes to social matters, where let people do what they want to do if it doesn't affect the organism.
Yeah, that's like the height of Western degeneracy.
Well, it's affecting the organism.
I'm actually at the height of Western degeneracy.
Yeah,
well, that's well and good, but like in the 90s, the degeneracy seemed kind of at a balance. Everybody knew Babylon was on the corner. You could go there at any fucking time. But either Donald Trump happened in 2016 or Hillary Clinton was going to happen. So either way, where we are right now was inevitable.
I think the biggest problem right now is all the cruelty. Like, say someone would put a dead woman as their avatar. That's more degenerate to me.
No, I'm consistent, right? I make fun of all of the things that happen, right?
I thought it was in bad taste that Charlie Kirk was mocked so fucking feverishly. I have memes and pictures and clips for days that I'm saving for a project. And I'm saying
doesn't make everything right.
Well, there's
cruelty doesn't make cruelty right.
You have to understand where we are. Where we are right now is we are at the towards the crescendo, at the crescendo, or in the middle of the crescendo of the culture war, right?
No. I have the problem that I was raised as a Christian.
It's not going to be some civil war.
Jesus Christian views, even though I'm an atheist, and I quite like Jesus.
But you're an atheist. All of your morality, all of your morals come from Christianity.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, one second. Confluence has to be plugging, okay? Confluence has 10 minutes left in the tank. If you want to see the stream extended, then please super chat. Otherwise, Confluence has to go do some real work at a certain point. So Confluence is going to grab Zen. Always be plugging, okay? You guys keep going.
Yeah, so Testicular Johnson, I absolutely made fun of
About
Charlie
Twisted
Kirk
Shambles.
immediately after what happened to him because that's the kind of person I am.
I found out when my buddy started doing cartwheels up and down the fucking hallway, dude. He was ecstatic with jubilation. What the
So
fuck?
I
is
wasn't
that?
happy about it. It's disgusting what happened. Just
Well,
like what happened to that lady up in Minnesota was disgusting. But that doesn't mean that you should not make fun of it.
I think that woman gaslit her own self up into the position of being some kind of Che Guevara freedom fighter, and that's like the whole premise of the useful idiot, right? And it's
still unpleasant though. It's still unpleasant.
It's a tragedy, the useful idiot, because ultimately we're at the point in the culture war where it's just boomers out in the street, old bunch of boomer ladies out in the street screaming like the black people that can excite the thing to the flashpoint are done after, what was it, $6 billion that BLM made globally, and the leaders of that organization bought fucking Malibu beach houses for themselves, and there was never. That's not even my critique. I mean, I understand the hustle and the grift, whatever. The point is, there wasn't one competent, straight, black male attached to the movement in any way, shape, or form. It's like black, straight boys got completely yeeted off into the void when they're supposedly the mascot of this movement in the form of all the injustice, all the death, the police shootings, the etc., the gang violence, the poverty, all of the social and cultural milieu of the black experience. But there wasn't one positive, for lack of a better archetype, Bill Cosby. There wasn't a Bill Cosby now around the fucking Bill Cosby that thing up and gather positive male energy into the movement outside of this angry, lesbian, Marxist, handicapped, overweight, degenerate, loser. And it's not that gay people are. I've met some pretty conservative gay people. I don't even say that when I mean it. I mean the nihilistic, wanted hate for life and the complete and utter worship of materialism. Because to these people, that's all there is stuff to buy and die, and maybe have a good experience as far as kind of morbid keeping up with the Joneses. That's why Burning Man is doing your pilgrimage to fucking Burning Man. Women are
the mecca of the liberals. Okay.
Yes, and women are trapped in that. A woman will nuke a perfectly good situation for her, where like she's taken care of, she doesn't work. It's been 20 years since she's fucking done anything outside of the very important work of running the home and raising the children. The real world hits in a divorce. I'm bored. No fault divorce is really the loaded gun here.
Yeah, it is. They don't even give a fuck about breaking up the family and splitting the children up.
Because it's an automatic. You get child support, you get the kid, so on and so forth. Just blanketed. Versus the old way where, well, you can leave. You want out of this marriage. All right. Well, he's got the house. He's got the kids. Later, ma'am.
Yeah, you know where the door is.
You're ditching your family.
Yeah.
So are we all against no fault divorce? Probably based on I don't know about Podesta.
No, I don't have a problem with it.
We're all against that.
I don't have a problem with no fault divorce, but everybody else can be against it.
Well, it encourages hypergamy, even if like someone's gay. You're
I have more trust in people. If they can't handle being together, that's their problem. Once again, I don't get involved in other people's marriages. I don't want the government telling me whether or not I have to be in a marriage.
Yeah, but the problem is what Deacon said is that
but secular marriage keeps it out of my church's hands.
it relates to
keep it out of
kids,
my
right?
children's hands, keep it out of the government's hands. Just me, my wife, and my children will work out if we want to split up.
But
what happens with the
marriage
kids
at the end of the
possessed,
day outside
We
of
work it out.
God? Like outside of
That's up
God,
to my
marriage
wife and I.
as a contract. It's a secular bond, right?
What?
Let's
Just
define marriage.
because there are crappy people in the world who can't work out their marriage and their children doesn't mean that the government should be telling me what to do in mine.
No, but I'm asking. I want to push you on that, Podesta. Then what happens if you're like what you're saying sounds good on like a low resolution level, but like
child care payments and all that sort of thing that the government can.
no,
make
but I'm
sure
saying who decides who gets the kids? Right now, it's the government. So like, what would you say? Because that's why I'm anti no fault divorce. Because I think
normally the couple
government a place where
the couple decides who gets the kids. If the couple can't decide, then you go to a court and you fight over it.
I mean, have you ever been with a woman? Like a woman can't even decide what she wants for dinner, dude.
Oh, you don't like women? That's your problem. But I
no, I married them. I love my wife, man. I take care of her.
Married if you hate women because you give respect to women.
Why do I have to hate women? I can be generic.
Women,
I'm a chauvinist. There's nothing
you can't come in
hateful about it
on a biological basis. Say because some women are inferior to some men, then men should have all the rights.
Women aren't superior. So biblically speaking,
well, you're saying that women can't decide.
Hold on. I'm gonna throw down some orthodoxy on you. Neither is the man for the woman, or the woman for the man, or the husband for the wife, or the wife for the husband. We're one body. We have two different ontological purposes. It's a left hemisphere, a right hemisphere. As far as being like the in a dance, when you're dancing, someone kind of leads the dance. That's the man, right? You lead the dance.
Yeah.
Because
when you divorce, usually the man doesn't want the kids, and if the man does want the kids,
okay, so I
have both want the kids. You work out who's better at looking after the kids. Usually, a woman is better looking after the kids.
That's not how that works at all. How many guys do you know who? Okay, so I was in the United States Army for a period of time. I know a couple of bros who, self-deleted because they didn't get the kids.
Okay, somebody's not going to get the kids. Then those men should have tried to save their marriage.
Every guy I know who is hemmed up on child support makes just about, I'd say 7 out of 10 of them.
You're saying that the women should be kept hostage because the guy's going to kill himself if she leaves him.
No,
I'm saying 7 out of 10 of them.
I need to address each point that you make before you go on a diatribe.
7 out of 10 of them make more money than the woman, run a more stable, reliable environment.
Yeah, and they make more money by not being around, which means a woman is a better caretaker.
Actually, how many guys do you know that pay child support?
A handful. The ones who are divorced
a lot of people that I know.
My brother used to pay child support for the last 15 years of his life.
A lot of people I know that are made to pay child support. It is a life ruining fucking event. Why do you think so many kids
don't get married?
Why do you think there is a population fucking crash right now?
What's the alternative?
Nobody wants to have kids.
We're not talking about ideal. We're not talking about utopias. We're talking about alternatives and which is best.
I'm talking about normalizing.
And they're fighting each other, and they just want to split up.
Okay, so I think
who should get the children?
Okay, so we're going to deal with we're going to seal this first because there's economic shit, there is cultural shit that has to be addressed to normalize things. But traditionally speaking, the father got the children when the mother wanted out of the marriage. And statistically speaking, it yields much greater results. Do you understand culturally being raised by a single woman is a fucking cultural nightmare?
My parents split up. I was raised by my dad for a while, and then I was raised by my mom.
Okay, so you're around strange men. Single mother homes have a higher.
Yes, my dad used to get prostituted every week.
It's like black and white though. That's you. Well, I'm not talking about you, buddy. I get that, and I'm
saying there's awesome. Different people, different things, and you got to make a rule that works for everyone.
So when we look, it's like you don't want to hear. You really don't want to hear the statistics.
I don't care about the statistics in this situation.
Well, then why care about the then you can't claim to care about the organism.
You haven't got statistics. You're talking about 100 years ago before technology.
No, I'm talking about them now.
Yeah, no, you're not.
Yeah,
statistics?
it is. Pay
There are no
attention.
statistics
Pay
now.
attention, James.
Men haven't got the women for like 20, 30 years.
Dude, the black community has like a 75% fucking single mother home rate.
And you think that would be better if the men
You know
had
why
the women,
white
the men
people
had the
are-
kids and the women had left?
There's no incentive for a fucking black woman to be loyal to a nigga. At all.
Fix your incentive systems.
That's what we're talking about. Removing
That's exactly what we're talking about. And child support.
just saying, hold them, give it to their freedom,
No fault
hold them,
divorce,
hold them
no
to the
fault divorce and child support are probably 60% of the
They'll even
cultural
worse because
meltdown.
all you do is come up for fault. It's not that hard.
No, I'm telling you, this is probably 60% of the cultural meltdown. People would take, okay, so if you can't easily get out of a marriage, do you think it would be some
Black women
weekend
didn't even
thing?
get married. They had baby daughters and they left. There was no fault divorce in those situations. They didn't get married and then the dad
How do
left.
you even know what
They
I was
never
going
got
to say?
married.
How do you know what I was going to say?
You were just talking about the black people not being around with all the children. That was not because of no fault divorce. They
You
got married.
you better be careful there. There's no reason. Okay. We are on.
Okay,
5
sorry to
gener-
interrupt. Confluence
Oh, let me
has to
say
do
this,
some contract work, which is super gay, and he doesn't want to do it. But but I'll give
No,
you
you're good.
guys 30 seconds each. James, then Deacon, then Anson.
We'll pick it up next time. I just like the freedom. I don't like rules. I think if people aren't getting along together, they shouldn't be together if they choose to, but it's up to them to work it out, and I trust people to work out things for themselves. I don't want other rules coming in and making that decision for you because of some big statistic or someone's decided. I also think drugs should be legal.
Okay.
I suppose I'll end it on a more orthodox note. Marriage is not just supposed to be some willy-nilly thing you cartwheel into on a Vegas weekend trip with some chick that you are lusting after or some guy that you're lusting after, if we're going to include the secular world of marriage. This is a lifetime commitment that one ought take and weigh extraordinarily seriously, because it's going to be for the rest of your life, in which children should be the focus. But if there's the secular thing going on where that's not the focus, that's all well and good. You are still sworn to be a contracted partner and builder. If you're not having kids, you better build something as a fucking couple, a whole fucking life. And then you can adopt some kids. There's plenty of fucking kids out here that need it. 75. So single mother homes have the highest rate of criminality, sexual abuse and assault, high school dropout, STDs. You name every shitty fucking thing in the culture and the society. If you look at a single mother home and you look at a single father home, it's.
I agree.
Google it.
All that's cultural and nothing
Anson?
to do with divorces.
Yeah, so I'm just going to go on and say
It's the
that
culture.
you are being lied to, and believing that those lies that you hear turn you into James Podesta. Y'all have a good evening.
Good evening.
And
Ciao.
I will say, yeah, everyone who hasn't subscribed, subscribe. Trench, first time person. Podesta, first time on panel as well. Both of you. Great to see you. Both of you. Welcome you back. I go live every day, 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. So yeah, all of you are welcome back. Anson, it's great to see you. And Section 230, it's great to see you as well. Anyone who's just lurking in chat, great to see you as well. And all of you, God bless. And take care. And have a nice night.
Bye.
Catch a liturgy
Peace
tomorrow
out.
morning. This morning.